Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2, the road to redemption. Today is day 6 of the group stage and our crosshairs lock onto Group B. 2 teams will leave us and 2 will join Almighty as well as C8 United at the playoffs. I am the Mustachio AJ and alongside me, the fabulous Cali Gaming.
Wow, it's great to be here once again, especially at Garena Masters Season 2. And of course, Kaz alongside with you, Mustachio AJ. And again, touch up on the point that you just said. The second round robin is the turning point for every team that gets to compete in this group stage.
Yep.
You play 3 matches in a day, so you have to endure mentally and physically. The leaderboard is going to interchange every after heat, but at the end of the day, you got to win the series after series. You got to win maps after maps for you to claim that top 2 spot to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. For some, it may be an easy task in here today. As we all know, M420 Lowkings, they have only dropped a single map out of the 9 matches that they have played. So they stand at the very top of the leaderboard with a 8-1 score. And right below them, we have Gaijin Rogue as well as C8 Jeux. And the problem is both of them are tied on the exact same score. They both have won 4 maps and have lost 5. And Mamba Corinthians, the ones who are struggling within this group so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with a total of 2 wins out of the 9 matches that they have hopped on into. So we know exactly who is going to be pressured, who's going to have an easy time to cruise through. And we also have a little bit of data on our side already, Cali, as to what sort of a clash we can expect out of these teams out there. But like you said, it is the time where they make that comeback in this double round robin setup. The biggest focus here is which are the teams who have taken a beating during the first half and managed to find the perfect solution, the perfect counterplays in this second half of this double round robin group stage. That's exactly how we want to take this competition, and hopefully we will see teams like Mamba Corinthians rise back up to the top with those adjustments.
Honestly, for Mamba Corinthians, can't seem to find enough success in the first 3 days of the group stage, despite a pretty impressive performance in that first day, defeating Gaijin Rogue, who currently stands the second place at the Group B so far. But we take a look at the tournament format so far. We got 256 teams from the qualifier, and that would be equivocate to a group stage 16 teams where we stand at 4 groups with Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. And again, you got to win. You got to place top 2 on your respective group to claim the spot on the playoffs. We got Group C already said and done with Almighty and C8 United getting the first slot on that playoffs. And of course, after that playoffs, you get to get the champions, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And not everybody gets to become a champion. You only have one team that battles it out all the way through to pick up the championship title for themselves. Who's it gonna be? We already know the 2 contenders so far. Once again, like Callie and I have mentioned, it's Almighty as well as C8 United waiting for Group B at the playoffs. 2 teams will join them, and the biggest question is, who is that gonna be? M420 Lowkings is pretty much a confirmed participant within the playoffs out of Group B. Looking at their dominance over Group B so far, only allowing Gaijin Rogue to pick off a map off of them. But even in that game, it just seemed like it was just all too close, right? 7 points between them at a one-sided map of Summit domination. You did not see the players of Mamba 420 Lowkings skip a beat, but on that day, Gaijin Rogue, they truly achieved their true potential within the group stages in itself. Today will be a test for them to see if they can repeat the same and, of course, build up on it to defeat Mamba 420 Lowkings. But for the 420 Lowkings, they have already taken a little bit of a scar on their record. I'm pretty sure they want to step back in here for the second half and show dominance throughout this whole group performance. So there's a lot of storylines that might be built out there in a little bit, Callie, continuing on from last week. And why is it so intense? It's because of exactly what we see in front of our faces right now. 25,000 US dollars in terms of prize pool, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, for that first place, it gets you 10,000 US dollars. The second place gets you 4,500. The third place gets you 3,000. Fourth place gets you 1,500. 5th to 8th place gets you 750. 9th to 12th place gets you 500. The 13th to 16th place gets you $250. And of course, again, I have to say this, 250 US dollars is the total prize pool of the event. Garena makes sure, AJ, that the competition is highly competitive by assuring a lot of money, so there will be a lot of stake in the event. And obviously, me, I love some calculations. And for all of the Garena Call of Duty mobile players out there watching right now, $25 is equivalent to 6,250 battle pass. And oh, sure, that is a lot. It really is. Huge shout out to Garena for bringing back-to-back quality esports competition. Wherever you're watching right now on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, make sure you drop a follow to be updated wherever we go live. But back to the point. Prize pool already said and done. And you already know we are going to be seeing what's going to be right up next. And obviously, speaking again, Mamba Lowkings, they continue to show why they are the best. But that battle for that second place, AJ, it's going to be pretty close. As you said earlier, Gaijin Rogue, C8 Jeux, they got 4 wins. They got 5 map loss.
Yeah, but what's more important here is the fact that the players of Gaijin Rogue, they managed to get the win over C8 Jeux. So if at all we do end up in a tie, we will have to go up in terms of the head-to-heads, in terms of the tiebreakers, and there is a huge probability that Gaijin Rogue will be able to make it through to the playoffs. So in order to prevent that, C8 Jeux, they have to make sure no matter what, by the end of this particular group day for them, they get more wins out of each and every single match. At the very least, 1 map more than Gaijin Rogue. Speaking about, going out there with a goal, Mamba Corinthians, their only goal in here is to not drop a single map. But I don't know if that's going to be possible looking at how they've performed out there on the battlefield. Quite honestly, the performance hasn't really been all that too threatening within the Group B so far, Callie.
Honestly, for Mamba Corinthians, what really hurt and what really blew them the chance to get that top 2 spot is them losing 6 maps straight consecutively against C8 Jeux and Mamba Lowkings. And again, getting all these wins, 9 map wins in a row, it's going to be pretty hard, especially when you got Mamba Lowkings playing at your group in the game. Yeah. And now, let's take a look at our schedule here. For the first match, we're going to see Gaijin versus C8 Jeux to kickstart the party here today. Right after that, we're going to see Mamba Corinthians and Emperor 20 Lowkings or Mamba Lowkings at that match number 2. And of course, C8 Jeux and Mamba Corinthians at that match number 3, AJ.
I mean, a lot of action in here. And to continue on the second half of the day, Gaijin Rogue will be performing back-to-back as they take on both of the Mamba squads. It will be the Lowkings first, followed by the Corinthians. And to wrap the day up, it's going to be C8 Jeux going up against the one and only M420 Lowkings. A lot of, power-packed action out here on the battlefield for sure we have in store for you. But what are your predictions apart from M420 Lowkings, who look pretty much like, the easy guess to make it through to the playoffs? Who do you think is going to be able to survive? Because quite honestly, in terms of the data that we have, it can get a little bit confusing, right? Because Gaijin Rogue as well as C8 Jeux, yes, they stand toe-to-toe in terms of the number of points that they have managed to get within the first half of the group stage. And Gaijin Rogue did manage to beat the players of C8 Jeux, which was amazing. But remember, the team that actually beat Gaijin Rogue initially as we opened up the competition was Mamba Corinthians, the team that struggles in the group so far. They've managed to actually take away 2 maps out of Gaijin Rogue. So anything can happen in here still, Callie.
Yeah, anything can happen here. So it's a matter of what's going to be the condition of the team when they play in a best-of-3 series. Are they going there with their engines oiled up, or are they going to start slow and pick up on it at the game itself? But for me, honestly, that fight for that second spot is going to be pretty close, rather indeed. But I think I do have Gaijin Rogue advancing to that top 2 spots. But I do love C8 Jeux to prove me wrong here, because coming here today, they lost against Gaijin Rogue, only taking that hard point map, but losing the S&D in the domination game mode, and that really strike a pretty bad blow to them as they placed 3rd so far here. But again, C8 Jeux, AJ, the last time they started to play, they lost the first game against Mamba Lowkings 0-3. They come back and they win 3-0, and they know when to be resilient. But right now, it's going to be Gaijin Rogue with Casso, Flash, Glowy, Mickey, Mythal, and Venom. And obviously speaking, the revamped lineup of Gaijin Rogue really transformed them from a team that barely gets any map to a team that's finally getting wins. And we can never count out Gaijin Rogue, though they're struggling against the highly experienced teams like Mamba Lowkings and, of course, Mamba Corinthians. They wreak havoc. They're much more aggressive, and they make much more decisive decisions together as a team now, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. But, looking at the talent roster out of Gaijin Rogue, there's just a lot of potential in here. You're looking at Venom, who can really go out and deliver on these respawns alongside Mickey as well as Flash. Glowy always steps up for his team in those right moments. And for your S&D, you're going to have your 2-point man, which is Mickey as well as Flash, to secure all of those kills, those early frags, so that the map just opens up for the side of Gaijin Rogue. They've had quite a good track record in the competition so far in terms of their S&D plays as well as domination, as they have managed to win about 75% out of those two map modes. But in terms of hardpoint, they have had a 100% lose rate so far, which, if you ask me, is quite shocking. They got taken down by Mamba Corinthians, Mamba 420 Lowkings, as well as C8 Jeux. And the problem here is with the fact that when they went up against Mamba 420 as well as C8 Jeux, they barely hit that 50-point club. And here is the opponents: Ace, Baki, Cash, Create, Noya, as well as Virus, the team that did not allow the team of Gaijin Rogue to get to that 50-point club at firing range hardpoint the last time around. And it's pretty much going to be the exact same today as well, Callie, I assume.
I assume so as well, because C8 Jeux, they have a pretty different contrast against Gaijin Rogue. Gaijin Rogue, they had a pretty rough hardpoint gameplay, but you take a look at C8 Jeux, they're able to actually take 2 map wins at hardpoint, so they're slightly better. They got a good edge on that hardpoint. And honestly, what I love from C8 Jeux is they don't hesitate. They exhibit no restraint. They take whatever is going to be available, and they also win it anyway. And I really do hope that they continue to do so, because after suffering a 2-loss series against Gaijin Rogue on that day number 3, from here on out, everything is going to count. Every map, every match, for them to climb to that second spot. But honestly, for C8 Jeux, yes, they got a pretty solid hard point, but AJ, they really have to worry about that search and destroy.
Yes, sir. Not only search and destroy, domination as well. Because in the exact same way, like where I said Gaijin Rogue, they struggle when it comes to the hard point, we can see C8 Jeux does not really hit those perfect runs in S&D as well as domination. So those most definitely going to be, quite frankly, all 3 matches between these two are going to be must-watches. Let's take a look at the head-to-head. Cash going up against Mickey with a 0.90 KD versus a 0.99 KD. Not too big of a difference there. And as you can see through the average kills as well as deaths, we don't really get to set them apart. Once again, on both teams, we have got multiple team members who can go out there and deliver. Mickey as well as Cash, this might not be their 100% true representation of what they can do out there on the battlefield. At the end of the day, their grouping has been quite tough, Callie.
Yeah, everybody is just bashing their heads and just making sure things gets a little bit harder for everyone. But then again, C8 Jeux, they're going to be here with their head-to-head player with a slightly different losing side, as they are currently finding themselves in the 3rd spot. But again, for Gaijin Rogue, Mickey needs to continue to deliver for his team. He's got that 0.99 KDA. So he's got a far better edge against C8 Jeux Cash. But then again, it's all about team effort here today at this grueling 3 matches for each team that they will play on this second round robin. But now we take a look at the maps and modes. And for the meantime, we are going to see Gaijin Rogue banning Hacienda and Sparrow. Also for C8 Jeux on the flip side, they're going to ban Raid and they're going to ban that Purifier. So that leaves the Annihilator open. And we got this 3 amazing lined up ahead of the maps. We got Takeoff at Hardpoint, Firing Range S&D, Summit Domination, and this is going to be a pretty interesting one, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Because if we look at the victory of Gaijin Rogue over C8 Jeux, we did see that they did meet up on Summit, and the players of Gaijin Rogue managed to pick up a great victory there, 150 over 125. So no doubt at all as to why Gaijin Rogue has gone in here and pulled the Summit domination match. But what I am not 100% confident with is the take of hardpoint, right? We once again have to stress that Gaijin Rogue has struggled on hardpoint all throughout the group stages. And neither team has gone in and performed at hardpoint takeoff just yet. So maybe there is something up the sleeves of Gaijin Rogue here that we don't know of just yet, Callie.
Man, I don't know what's the beat between Gaijin Rogue with Hardpoint, but for some odd reason, they seem to find no success in every Hardpoint match that they played. And that's going to take a toll on the team eventually, where every map and every match counts at the end of the day. Currently, for Gaijin Rogue, a little bit of calculation, they stand at a 0.75 hardpoint team KD in the 3 hardpoints they played so far. If they don't do something about that KD, they will continuously lose every hardpoint that they play. But here we go. First game for the day, hardpoint number 1. That's going to be takeoff, and we are going to see Gaijin early in that hardpoint. And it's going to be a pretty back and forth as teams are going to exchange every gunfight and every player they see. And there we go. The first to be in that hardpoint, it's going to be C8 Jeux.
Yeah, equal trades coming through from both teams in here. In fact, it was Gaijin Rogue that was in the hardpoint first, but C8 Jeux just so much better at removing them from their position and shutting down those plays even before the activation of the hardpoint. So amazing stuff coming out of C8 Jeux, just pacing themselves before they take the battle at hardpoint number 1 because of how heated this battle is going to be. But Gaijin Rogue now, they make that smooth comeback. Initially, it was the pressure out of the scaffolding, and as they spawn out of control room, they just take the front forward attack straight up. You can see Mickey immediately positioning himself on the second floor of Aurora launch. That's just going to give them the extra bit of pressure to maintain the control over hardpoint number 1, forcing C8 Jeux now to go in for a super early rotation. But I like the setup from C8 Jeux as they go in for P2. They secure the spawns first and send in 2 objective players to play the hardpoint.
And this is going to be a pretty smart move here for Gaijin Rogue. They know that they can't soak any more time inside that P1, so they did get in this early rotations. But so far in this one, Gaijin Rogue seems to be winning majority of the gunfights as Glowy will try to play with his lap. This hardpoint is going to be very much contested. But look at that kill feed, AJ. Everything is Gaijin Rogue, and this has been great so far for them. After losing 3 hardpoint maps in a row, they're now looking to be revitalized as they're looking to be so unstoppable in these first 2 hardpoints.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, initially the break of that hard point, the break of the spawn was just a chef's kiss out of Gaijin Rogue. And as they continue to slay and win out all of their gunfights, they've already done more than enough at P2. They can go in for a super early rotation for P3, but it doesn't really go in for that call at all. Why? Because their second right breakthrough manages to get through a success, and they force C8 Jeux off of the hard point once again. Super early rotations once again for the side of C8, but the question is, can they now hold on to it better than P2? Because that P2 setup early was quite good. They just couldn't really exert their confidence as well as dominance there.
Yeah, I mean, they pick and choose the battles and the places they like to take a stand, and that's going to be really cheeky for C8 Jeux, but they need to win those gunfights. The mechanical skills are not quietly there just yet, so they need to turn it up. But now Mickey's already be in the rotation, and take a look at this. Multiple angles pushed here by Gaijin Rogue, and they're going to be successful for the meantime. But the early reinforcement from C8 Jeux is going to outweigh that, and there you go. They're showing signs of life, but they're going to be flushed out of the hard point. But they're going to get right back at it with that early ingress attack. So there we go. Crate is going to get involved now, 4 in a row, and that's what you want from one of the key players that C8 Jeux needs to count on. 72-36 is going to be the score of the game. It's still on the hands of Gaijin Rogue, but finally we are seeing C8 Jeux fight.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Gaijin Rogue is the more dominant one at this P3 as well. Because before they step on into the hard point, as you guys might have noticed by looking at the minimap, you will see that Gaijin Rogue always focuses on acquiring the spawns first before stepping on into the hard point. So that's exactly what they did in that scenario. They acquired the generator area, which is between P4 as well as P3, and continuously spawning out of there. They maintained pressure and were able to make sure C8 Jeux doesn't really catch up all that too quickly as well as too close. And now using the exact same spawn, they throw their players into P4.
And now for Gaijin Rogue, they're playing a game of chess where they're 100 moves very forward against C8 Jeux. And of course, if you're C8 Jeux right now, the battlefield is messy, but now is the time to stand as brothers in arms as they fight against Gaijin. They need to find a way to get at least a lot of time, and they do so, keeping this game very close. Ace is going to get 1 kill here, which is going to be very huge, but it's going to get caught on that supply line all the way to the back of the generators. And obviously for C8 Jeux, they got that good spawn, but Gaijin Rogue's far a lot better with the mechanical skills as Mythil will turn it on, dropping 2 players with the Mac 10 and a little bit of a switcher with that thumper. AJ, 100-point mark reached by Gaijin already.
Yeah, you gotta be impressed by the performance of Gaijin Rogue after all of the points that we have stressed that they have, gone in and collected over the first half of the group stage. They have got a 0% win rate at hardpoint, and them being able to hold C8 Jeux back in this way is absolutely phenomenal. Earlier, the last time these two teams met, the players of Gaijin Rogue couldn't even reach 50 points on hardpoint, but this time round, they own this map, they own this game mode. Takeoff just seems to be their home, but now, towards the very end, Preddy will be able to find one player on the side of Gaijin Rogue, but it doesn't matter as the hardpoint still strong in their hands. 128 to 70, they can afford a few mistakes in here, even if it doesn't finish off at P1, P2. We saw what they were able to get earlier on. I've got the confidence that Gaijin Rogue now will be able to take this all the way through Galley.
I mean, someone has to stand up for C8 Jeux. If there's a fire you're trying to douse, you can't put it out from inside the house. So they got to get inside this hard point, and they got to make sure that they secure the bar positions as well. And they do so get that. Now we're moving into that P2 rotation. It's going to be a test for C8 Jeux as Gaijin Rogue will be much nearer to that end goal. Will they be able to finish as they will be inside this hard point first? 15 more points for them to win inside this game, and they continue to soak up that time, and they're winning this gunfight. Teams like C8 Jeux, they've been outgunned, outmanned, and outplanned. They're really struggling. 5 points for the win, and for the first time after 3 maps, Gaijin Rogue, they take their very first hard point. They kickstart their day pretty good, AJ.
Amazing, fabulous plays out of Gaijin Rogue, breaking their own streak of bad luck in the competition so far, finally acquiring their very first hardpoint victory, and good luck to them to continue this streak, right? Because we know that they are able to manage their SNDs as well as domination pretty well, and they've proven to us already in here so far that they can take the game up to the players of C8 Jeux. Mythil picking up the MVP this time around, 70 to 20 KD. It was a tough match out there, but the guy was mainly playing all of those objectives to the T, and the ones covering him mainly were Mickey as well as Glowy. What was amazing about the team of Gaijin Rogue this time round was not just their gunfights, not just the mechanical supremacy, but each and every single rotation. The way they managed spawns at takeoff was exemplary out there, which is something that all of the players, aspiring esports, professionals of the future for Call of Duty Mobile really needs to focus and learn if they want to go out and dominate takeoff in the same way Gaijin Rogue has dominated out there. Because C8 Jeux, they are no small team, man. They really have got the talent to go out and really slay teams out there on the battlefield. But this time around in this game, they got outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, for Gaijin, this is what I talked about earlier. They are much more aggressive and they make much more decisive decision together as a team at this point. And I love what I saw from them here against C8. They didn't even give a 100-point mark to that C8 club. And of course, 150 to 77 is going to be the score of this game. But talk about how everybody is going to have fairly the share same type of kills here, AJ. I mean, you got Mythil with 17, Mickey with 25, Glowy 19, Venom 21, Flash with 21. Everybody is on the positive side, positive end of the kills to that ratio, but except for Mythil, but everybody really did a great job just making sure they stick to their roles. And of course, getting those anchor positions, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The anchor positions were absolutely necessary, especially, and that's what you saw Mickey doing, right? Every single hard point, you did see Mickey continuously going in, overextending, playing that anchor, making sure he is the distractor that is playing all of those initial engagements before the team of C8 Jeux even gets to the hard point. And that's exactly the sort of pressure you need to mount on to any team out there if you want to make sure they do not really pressure your objective players all that too much, right? And at the end of the day, yes, Mythil did manage to, kind of put himself into a negative KD, but that was mainly because he was hyper-focused on the objective. If we notice, not many of those players on the side of Gaijin Rogue actually picked up too much of time within the hard point. Mythil, on the other hand, he pretty much lived at those hard points all throughout that match.
And he was just a super soaker for Gaijin Rogue and make things a lot easier for his teammates to just do their roles effectively. Now, as we move in to search and destroy. I mean, for Gaijin Rogue, this is one of the most successful game modes when it comes to tearing and wearing down their opponents.
Yeah.
Gaijin Rogue won 2 out of the 3 search and destroy maps that they played, and we could say they did a great job at outlasting every team so far, AJ. They could have had 3 S&D map wins, but the in-game decision-making at the late game against Mamba Lowkings at firing range cost them the game.
Yeah.
But it does say a lot about what Gaijin Rogue can do when the game slows down. Those initial picks and those mid-game situations are what makes them deadly. And now, we get to start this game with Gaijin Venom now spitting Venoms early. He gets 1. And AJ, we got an early 5v2 with Venom finding 1 more.
Oh, crazy stuff. Baki trades 1 out, and Ace manages to go in for the quick scope onto Venom. Takes his head off straight clean. And Ace now, Mac10 and Hen alongside the DLQ as well. Baki shuts down Glowy just to equalize 2-2. And Mickey punishes with a quick backstab as he gets that information away from the rest of his team members. 2v1 now as the bomb is quite far away from these 2 players. Let's see if or not they will circle right round back. Ace going up against Mythil here. It is a 2v1, and the side of Gaijin should be able to pick up an easy win here now.
They just have to play for those trades.
What?
And oh, no way, no way. And here comes the kill. Luckily for Mickey, he gets to get the final delivery. And Gaijin Rogue, they take that first round. And I love what they did there early. Just make sure that their aggressions are gonna be felt right from the start. And C8 Jeux, they didn't know that Venom strike first, and as soon as 1 player got down, there's going to be follow-ups from Gaijin Rogue. But I love how resilient C8 Jeux is. Though they were down early in numbers, they made sure that they get to fight and not make things easier for Gaijin Rogue. So now here we go, AJ. It's going to be Glowy with the first blood.
Yep, rush straight down, and Glowy goes in for a quick scope. Mickey shuts down Create as well. But a back-to-back by Virus as he infects all of the players of Gaijin Rogue. Make that a 2v2. All of a sudden, the tables have turned, but Mickey now tries to pull it right back into the balance on the side of Gaijin Rogue. Finds the final player, tags him up clean. Mac10 Banana Blaster on for the pop. Baki repositions, and that's a double time now as these 2 players try to catch each other out. Mac10 not getting the job done just yet, but the DLQ's quick scope, but Mickey trades out Baki with a great thumper.
Obviously, no, that's just so unfortunate. He got taken down by a thumper by a guy he just eliminated. Gaijin Rogue, they will be extending that round lead now 2-0. They make sure that they will not hesitate when they try to go for that defense, and they make sure they go in aggressive. And Ace going down here, it's going to hurt the team a lot. For the 3rd time, they're going down in numbers early game, but Cash made sure he get that first blood exchange. But still, C8 Jeux needs to find a way for them to control this game because they're the ones attacking. So therefore, they need to be the one that will be initiating. But for the first 2 rounds, it had been Gaijin Rogue. But now, they get to settle it down. We're about to see this game go up pretty slow.
Absolutely, sir. Let's see if or not the early punishment onto the Gaijin Rogue player might serve CHU well. Yes, it's all equal, but Glowy now thins the numbers down further, takes out Cash, shuts down Create. What more chaos can Glowy bring onto the players of CHU? We snap onto Flash now. Virus shuts him down. Amazing flick right on through, and he is not going to get taken out, but 2 players come through for the challenge, and Mythil shuts down Virus way too easily. 3v1 now with the guy doesn't have the bomb in his hands, has strayed away a little bit too far, but manages to thin the numbers down 2-1 now. Picks the bomb up. Baki, if there's someone who can deliver, it is this guy.
He's going to be that playmaker again for C8. He's going to spot the first, takes down Venom.
Yeah!
Whoa! AJ, no one's no.
Too painful. I mean, he almost got that. Clearly there was just a couple of more HP left on the player that he was taken on. It's just unfortunate that he had to take engagements after engagements back to back. Gaijin Rogue now 3-0 up. We did expect them to be a little better in this S&D against CHU, but I did not expect this sort of a dominance, man. They are really stomping all over the C8 players now.
And honestly, for Crate, this one is going to be huge as they open up this B-bombs. But going to get taken down, and now this is what you want from C8. They're fighting back, and there you go. 1v4 in the first 30 seconds. That's how one way you get the pressure. Gaijin Rogue. Here comes the thumper check. He's going to get one, removing the bomb planner. But then again, number 3 in red. As soon as he gets supply and of course cut the supply line to mid-map, he could get this skill, but Ace is going to be up first. He gets taken down. Mickey, still very much alive, is going to wrap around, wait for that bomb to get planted, and there you go. 45 seconds before the bomb explodes, and Mickey playing a 1v2. This is going to be huge for Gaijin.
Come on, Mickey. Can he pull this clutch off? The two players on the side of C8 Jeux. I don't know if that was an open plant, but they have now abandoned the bomb. No eyes on the bomb. Mickey might catch one player out. Baki! His pants were down, and he gets slain by Mickey. And now, one more player left in the mix. Creates straight towards the left. Mac 10 Banana Blaster does not get it, but creates. Thumper, on the other hand, bags out Mickey, but valiant effort nonetheless on the side of Gaijin Rogue, as well as the one and only Mickey. He is a fearsome player to go up against with a 3-0 KD so far in these 4 rounds.
He is so unfazed in whatever situation he is put in, and that's what you want. This guy is cold as ice, and now for Ace getting this first blood. There you go. C8 Jeux is going to get some life in, but Flash gets one spray transfer, going to go back away, but they're going to strike and get the first blood exchange, and Crate is going to get taken out as well. Pretty back and forth, but the number is still equally tied. It's his third kill for the game, and this is going to continue. It's going to pressure, but it's going to back away. That's what you want. Discipline as a discipline as a defender is going to give you really more advantage. So now we're moving into this A-bomb side, AJ, 2v3.
Who's moving into the A-bomb side? Clearly not C8 Jeux. They have got no point of ingress at all. They cannot find an opening against the players of Gaijin Rogue, except for that one mistake in the previous round where the numbers just got thin way too low. Flash now, backstab, Ace taken out as well. This guy's on fire. The whole of Gaijin Rogue is on fire.
Oh, goodness. Gaijin Rogue, they don't hesitate. They exhibit no restraint. They take and they take and they take and they keep winning anyway. Gaijin Rogue, this is the best version I've seen so far from them when they play Search and Destroy, and they continue to give Jeux that headache. Now, Mythal, here comes the intercepting play, cutting that rotation at that Predator. It's not going to get him through, and now C8 Jeux going to have the numbers. But Flash, you know what this guy can do with the addition of Mickey, but he's going to get taken out. And there you go. We got a 1v3 Mickey. Oh, goodness. Can we see a 1v3? He's got 10 kills already.
Let's see what he can pull off with those 10 kills. 1v3 for the side of Mickey. Once again, the players of Gaijin Rogue perhaps taking or granted the advantage that they do hold over C8 Jeux. Taking things a little bit too aggressively. Create spots. Mickey does not take the shot. Information gets sent. Baki will not get caught out by the Thumper, but they all know exactly where Mickey is now. And he immediately repositions with a bomb in hand. Will he get pushed? None of the players on the side of C8 going in for the shutdown just yet. Gets caught out, but Baki turns around and the Hulk secures the defense. 4-2, and it looks like he could have just gone in there for the plant, but either way, that was the better call because the numbers advantage that C8 Jeux had over Gaijin Rogue in that round was just way too many. But 4-2, Gaijin Rogue still have got the numbers in terms of advantage of rounds.
And that, they have to make sure that they have until the very end of the game. But now the first blood is going to be in the hands of C8 Jeux here as they drop middle, one of the key players. But Flash up top is going to spot Ace, is not going to get any. And now the information has been sold. He needs to kind of back away first. And yeah, first 30 seconds, there's only going to be one casualty. And looking at the players so far, it's going to be pretty close. But C8 Jeux showing some life now, AJ.
Let's see what they can secure this. In terms of 4-2, Ace shuts down Mickey. The numbers on the side of Gaijin Rogue continuously going down. Create punishes further. 4-1 now, leaving Glowy all alone. It looks like all hope is gone for Gaijin Rogue to be able to pull this right back. What will Glowy do? Shuts down Create. Quick scope for the win. But now 3 more players. Information has been given away. His position is known. Ace now coming in for the quick push, and that CBR4 catches him. Although he did try to go in for that quick scope, Glowy was just not quick enough. 4-3 now, and very slowly C8 Jeux, they find their way back into this match.
It seems like C8 Jeux, they're much more effective when they are defending. They're way more composed and way more strategic when they are on to that defensive side. Well, so take a look at Gaijin Rogue. Yes, they were initiating, but they were the ones dropping very fast. And that's something that they should have have an answer to right at this round that we have. And here we go. The first blood is going to be in the hands of Mickey Mitchell with the follow-up with the nade, but Venom takes himself out. And here we go. Easy kill for Becky. He takes one. Right position. He's going to take another dropping Mitchell. Okay, we got one more at the other end, but he's not going to get the connection. But still, the damage has been done. C8 Jeux looking down the barrels of defeat in this round, and Glowy, he's going to get one. Gaijin. It turns out they're the ones that's gonna have that man at disadvantage, and Glowy is trying to do whatever it takes to stay and survive. Gonna have to deal with 2 players. And spot one all the way to the bomb side, but he's missing all the shots, and Glowy is going to get surrounded. Ace shuts him down, and we got this game tied, AJ.
Oh, perfect maneuvers out of C8 Jeux to find their way right back in here. Like I said, it just feels like Gaijin Rogue kind of started to lose focus a little bit as they got a little too aggressive on the attacking side. Let's see if or not they will continuously get punished out on the side of C8 Jeux in here, or will Gaijin Rogue just clam up and change their approach towards this match. Bomb now moving on slowly solo towards that B bomb side, whereas the rest of the players continue to pull the attention of C8 Jeux towards the mid part of the map. A great setup, but let's see if or not Gaijin Rogue can execute this perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, for C8 Jeux, they got 4 players at that A bomb site. That B side is pretty open for them to plant, and no player even close from C8 Jeux at that bomb. But looks like for Gaijin Rogue, they're trying to swing it once again all the way to the A bomb site. So they're looking to get the contest. While we're seeing where the wind will blow, it looks like Gaijin Rogue will continue to extend here at this B bomb site, and they know that the bomb site is open. All they just have to do is put that bomb in. While Cash is waiting, he gets the kill, but no, he's not going to get it through. He's the one that will be damaged. All right, here we go, AJ. The bomb is going to get planted. We got a 4v4 situation.
Yeah, great this time for Gaijin Rogue, as they do have the numbers to maintain a little bit of pressure onto C8 Jeux before they can continue to run havoc all around this particular map. Virus now, as he positions himself up top on 2. The auto repair misses one player who runs into command center, and Flash catches out Cash as well. Virus shuts down Flash, but it's a little bit too late, isn't it? The players of Gaijin Rogue, they outmaneuver C8 Jeux to get that match point.
Yeah, they played a dangerous game, and they're able to manage to get that resolve, and I love the take there for Gaijin Rogue. One more round and they will end this game. Desperation call for C8 Jeux. What's going to be the call here? Will they respond with a very aggressive attack, or will they try to play it slow and take what the offense can give? As we go through this game, let's see what's gonna happen. Here we go. 20 seconds. Mickey takes himself out. No way.
GG. 5-4 now. Numbers on the side of C8 Jeux, all thanks to an unfortunate situation over there on the side of Mickey. Mithil misplaced that against Ace, and the CBR4 manages to catch one down and immediately repositions himself so that he does not get taken out of the equation. But Flash trades out Baki. Great play so far. Gaijin, can they recover? One turns around the corner of that white warehouse, does not get punished as nobody is inside of it. But on the outside, command center as well as auto repair, Virus is now trying to shut down the players of Gaijin Rogue just through those wall banks, but find nothing. Flash and Venom, on the other hand, find the players of C8 Jeux in their crosshairs. 2v2 now, Callie. Is this a little too close for comfort here if C8 Jeux wants to make a comeback?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be great, though. They have the odds in their favor. That bomb that's been dropped, and Gaijin Rogue needs to pick it up, and Virus trying to be a malware at this point. And Cash able to take that kill, so now they got the man advantage, 2v1, but Glowy is going to be the final player alive. He's got 8 kills, and this guy would pull up kills after kills, but it's a matter of conversion. He spots one, takes and eliminates Cash. The bomb will be picked up, and Virus knows, and he gets the kill. We got an overtime coming through. Round number 11 gonna get pushed through with Virus being that playmaker at that round number 10.
It's just an unfortunate situation if you're a Gaijin Rogue fan, but if you are a fan of C8 Jeux, you are at the edge of your seats. Can your team clutch this out now? It all starts off with Baki as well as his scopes, but Venom might be able to undo their approach alongside Mythil. A blind grenade now tosses out the Thumper as well, but the second Thumper is not quick enough as Ace shuts down Mythil. Mickey trades out Ace, and Venom catches Virus. The backstab now perfect as Baki trades out Venom. It's just back and forth between the two.
And it's going to matter who's going to have the other here at this point. And it's Gaijin that wins it. They take a 2-0 lead at the game. And they continue to surprise everyone at Group B. AJ.
Oh my. That final showdown, that final play there, that was a suicide bomber, but that was so necessary to maintain the pressure over C8 Jeux, who was starting to get out of control. They were starting to catch up. They were starting to match the pace, match the aggression of Gaijin Rogue, and you cannot have that if you want to win this 3-0, if you want to secure a spot for yourself at the playoffs. So far, there's one thing that Gaijin Rogue is showing us, and they are showing us that the format of the double round robin for the group stage is exactly what some of these pro teams need out there on the battlefield. They need to learn their opponents. They need to figure out exactly how they can go out there and execute those counter plays and make sure they destroy their opponents every single game. But this time around, C8 Jeux, they learned as well. They did not make it easy. In fact, the previous time these two met on an SND, the score was a 6-1 on the side of Gaijin Rogue. This time, C8 Jeux, they fought back, and my oh my, they fought back hard. That almost dropped into the hands of the Filipinos there, Kali.
Yeah, and then for C8 Jeux, they really have what it takes to catch all them wins, AJ. But one thing that they really struggle the most is kick-starting and keeping their momentum ongoing. And that's something they did have a struggle to here at this game. It took them quite some rounds before they take their very first round win. And when they did so find that, they were able to tap that momentum to their side and made sure they keep it close. And they did so successfully. And obviously, Gaijin just had a far better late game at that round number 11, where that suicide play from them actually created the difference against C8.
Yeah. Intentional or not, I don't know, but it was quite epic of a finisher. Just when C8 was getting a little uncontrollable in that matchup of SND, drastic measures needed to be taken, I guess. And, that was the drastic measure that he had to sacrifice himself in the line of action. But of course, the positive part about that is they did have the man advantage. They didn't have the numbers. So even if he did take such a risky maneuver, he still would have a little bit of backup if in any case things did go wrong. And Gaijin Rogue, they bet everything on that final suicide move, suicide dive of that SND, but it had turned out well. They managed to contain C8 Jeux, but will they continue to contain C8 Jeux? In this summit matchup on domination that we are about to witness, this is a rematch. If it wasn't already a rematch between the two teams, this is a very specific rematch between the two on domination on Summit. The last time here, Gaijin Rogue won this 150-125 with Glowy absolutely lighting up the whole of C8 Jeux. This time round, maybe C8 Jeux has figured out exactly what the kryptonite of Gaijin Rogue is. They clearly showed that they could make that comeback in the SND. Maybe they'll finish it off, or they will achieve their true potential in the domination to at least pull one map away, Kali.
Yeah, C8 Jeux needs to get this one map. And honestly, for them, they can't repeat the same mistakes that they did against Gaijin Rogue twice, especially here at the coming domination match that we are going to have. And domination, again, is another vulnerable game mode of C8 Jeux, but they did show that they can be resilient, and they did show that they can come back. And it's a matter of executing here at this point. But if I'm them, and if I want to win, I got to make sure that I got my engines rev up early to make sure that I'm going to have that advantage earlier on and not make sure to chase at the end of the game. And now we get to start this domination. Ace and Glowy is going to get those back and forth trades as we start and battle for that power position. And of course, the flip spawns is going to happen, but it seems like there's not going to be any at this point as they successfully rid each other out. So we get these trades coming through. That mid-map is so chaotic right now, AJ.
Yep, let's see exactly what they can execute in here. It looks like C8 Jeux very slowly getting control of the map, especially that B flag. But Gaijin Rogue, they shut down all of their approaches, and in a quick, swift movement, they take over that B flag.
Oh my god, Gaijin Rogue, the grit and grind is somehow showing early here. The personality that this team can offer at this domination is showing out right now. And again, to per se, let's go back and remember what just happened for the past 2 domination games that Gaijin Rogue played in. They played in 2 summit maps where they defeated Mamba Lowkings 150 to 143 in the recent match against C8 Jeux. Yet this game, they win it 150 to 125. This really shows that this is going to be one of the better maps of Gaijin Rogue overall, and it's showing here right now in this game. But to continue, you're going to see C8 Virus trying to get this flag split, but they're not going to be successful. Gaijin Rogue somehow is winning all these gunfights, AJ.
And yeah, a little bit more extra data out there is the fact that this is the 4th domination at Summit match in a row for Gaijin Rogue. Domination has always been at Summit for this team, and the very first one that they took up against Mamba Corinthians ended up in a defeat. Yes, Mamba Corinthians actually shut down Gaijin Rogue and all of their approaches 150 to 126, even though Flash was so amazing on that game, right? So let's see if or not C8 Jeux will be able to exploit Gaijin Rogue in the exact same way as they go in for the tremendous triple cap, and they get it. How many seconds can they hold on to this for? A flag on the loss. Gaijin Rogue, they go in for the pull, but they get prevented. C8 Jeux, here comes that Freddy out of nowhere as well, and it continues to keep the triple cap for C8 Jeux. This is that special mix that we required out of C8. And now Gaijin Rogue, they get together, they band together to pull away that A flag. But are they going to be able to stop this natural disaster in the form of C8 Jeux moving towards them like a typhoon?
Can C8 Jeux, they're never going to stop until they make him drop and burning up and scatter their remains as they continue to defend that B flag. And not only that, they're extending it at A flag, and they're going to get this.
Yeah.
A flag and the Charlie flag clean, and this is just perfect plays from C8 Jeux. 20 more points for them to win this first half, and they continue to outlive Gaijin Rogue in every sort of way possible. As Ace tries to get this kill, it's gonna get taken out, but the damage has been done. C8 Jeux, they come here swinging, they heard me, and they make sure that they're the ones at front. And Gaijin Rogue will do all the chasing later on throughout this domination. And again, love the takes from C8 Jeux. They need to keep it up.
I see the questions in the comment section asking whether or not the players from Gaijin Rogue are from Malaysia. I believe this is a Singaporean team that is currently going up against C8 Jeux, and they're doing one heck of a job out there. If anything, there's the one thing that I've always, kind of praised the Singaporean players for, and those are their IQ plays. And it looks like the IQ plays are being delivered out there on the battlefield, even in this domination matchup. But C8 Jeux, they found life out of God knows where, man, because out of nowhere, they pull out that triple cap. Even though Cash is not really performing to his best ability, Create as well as Ace, they need to step it up a little bit. But Baki and Virus, man, they're infecting and annihilating all of the Gaijin Rogue players out there, Gary.
And honestly, they were the ones creating all the plays earlier. That's why they get the triple captures locked down, and they seem to be the bane, the annoyance against Gaijin Rogue. And Create continues to be one player that will cut down the supply line and make sure he's going to cut the rotation of Gaijin Rogue here at this A flag. And he's going to get 1, he's going to get 2. Can we see 3? No, he's going to get taken down, but the damage has been done. He's going to delay the players of Gaijin Rogue on rotation, but Venom is also going to do the same thing. We did it out later. He's going to get 1, but C8 Jeux, they got the B flag, and that's what you want after going at it very, very hard in that first half. They're continuing it here at the second half as well, AJ.
And that's exactly what they need to continue doing if they want to be able to pull this away from Gaijin Rogue, because you look at those boys hustle out there on the battlefield. They are trying their very best to pull this right back to their side. B and A flag secured. Triple cap in the hands of Gaijin Rogue this time round as they prevent that A flag capture, all thanks to the gods of RNG who give them the spawn. And now they have to manage the players of C8 Jeux off of that C flag to make sure they continue to spawn trap them over at the gorilla base, over at the container areas so that they do not go uncontained once again. Glowy, amazing stuff with the CBR4, shutting down the plays of those players on the side of C8 Jeux as they hop on into control room number 2 with their eyes on that B flag. Nothing's gonna go the way of C8 Jeux now as Gaijin Rogue find their way back into the matchup. Here comes the Pretty, manages to take absolutely nothing as the player he goes for manages to find a little bit of cover, but Glowy on the other hand, supreme positioning, misses out the first one, but this is Gaijin Rogue now struggling against C8 Jeux once again as the flags continue to move right back to the blue side.
And now we're going to see this one interchange, but Flash wins this huge gunfight. They get to clean the B flag, but they're still homeless on the home flags. But they get this Charlie flag indeed, but talk about how every action is an equal opposite reaction. Thanks to Glowy earlier, who secured a really cheeky off angle at the mid-map. The squad of C8 Jeux somehow fractured into fractions, and it suddenly worked, but resilience is key here right now for C8 Jeux as they continue to get those flags traded, but not for long as Gaijin Rogue is going to find themselves getting these 2 flags to play. And they're on their way to get this B flag as well, AJ. And here comes another triple capture momentarily going to be shown here by C8 Jeux, but that one will get canceled. Goodness, great coming out of nowhere. He's going to make the play for C8, AJ.
Oh, he most definitely is going to be that guy, man. Brady on the standby cluster strike is going to be pulled out at any moment, but C8 Jeux know exactly how close this match is, and they're not going to be wasting any of those core streaks just yet. As I say that, Create takes Glowy out of the equation. A little bit unnecessary for that strike, but either way, they were going in to tease that A flag, and now Flash pulls out the Annihilator above and beyond everything else. Cluster strike dropped onto the B flag, and Gaijin Rogue, they do not get a single point away from C8 Jeux at this moment as they once again get triple capped. Amazing plays out of C8 Jeux to make sure they redeem themselves before the play against Gaijin Rogue is over. At the very least, they pull back 1 map, Cali.
1 map is going to be enough. C8 Jeux, that pace was so relentless. They waste no time getting that triple capture. Changes the game. They played and raised the stake. And at the end, they're able to get the last lap at that domination. And again, a win, a 1 map win is better compared to none. And for C8 Jeux, they should gladly take this one, but they have to be very better at the end of the games.
Yeah.
The final 2 games that they have in today's schedule for them to still have that spot at the playoffs. Because look at it this way, AJ. With this first game ending, we are going to see Gaijin Rogue with 6 map wins and 6 map loss. Then you get C8 Jeux with 5 map wins and 6 map loss.
Mm-hmm. And of course, at the end of the day, you know, the points are going to be tallied. And this is not going to be the only series that these 2 teams, you know, partake in. They still have got 2 more games to go. And so far, Gaijin Rogue have been the ones who have taken out the better slice out of this cake against C8 Jeux. They maintained the score, 2-1 victory, just like the first half of the double round robin that they played. Initially, they got thrashed at hardpoint by C8 Jeux. This time around, they managed to recover that hardpoint gameplay, and getting their first hardpoint victory within the group stage is most definitely something for Gaijin Rogue to be proud of and happy with. But at domination is where we saw C8 Jeux rise right back from the ashes, and they made a huge comeback in here. Such dominant plays, streaking themselves up, and we saw exemplary gameplays out there as well. Not too harsh, not too quick to bring out those score streaks when they got activated. And towards the end, just making it absolutely impossible for Gaijin Rogue to make a comeback. And that's the kind of confident gameplay we need to see out of these teams if they want to continue picking up more victories out there. So hopefully this is a good start for C8 Jeux to continue picking up more victories. But in terms of Gaijin Rogue and what they've been able to pull off in this match, it's great, man. They now have to continue to make sure they do not go in and perform the exact, worst way that they did against Mamba Corinthians as well as Mamba 420 Lowkings in the second half of this double round robin, because they both gave out, unfortunately, good beatings to the Gaijin Rogue side in the first half of the competition.
Well, it seems like Gaijin, their main kryptonite is Mamba. Anything that has a Mamba on it, it's going to be their kryptonite. Look at it this way, because they've been losing pretty badly against Mamba Corinthians and Mamba Lowkings. But then again, they did so win this match against C8 Jeux. So they'll take that any day, and they will still be able to keep their second spot on the competition for now.
Yeah.
And so far, it's going to give them wonders. I mean, 150 to 77 at takeoff hard point, 6 to 5 at firing range. And of course, they did lose against Seichuk Sir at the Summit domination 129 to 150, but they made sure things were harder for Seichuk right until the end of that game.
Yeah.
But again, for Gaijin, they have to continuously play like this. Win 2 maps compared to 1.
I don't know if you're asking for too much, man. Because against Mamba Corinthians, maybe that might be possible because we did see a little bit of life out of Gaijin Rogue as they took that particular matchup against Mamba Corinthians. But against Mamba 420 Lowkings, they got beaten, they got thrashed down, especially at the hard point. A little bit of life, a little bit of comeback at the S&D. But we truly saw them rise up to the occasion at the domination matchup at Summit. That's exactly where they did manage to kind of find a little bit of their momentum once again. Hopefully this time around, Gaijin Rogue will manage to find that momentum a little bit earlier on against the Mamba brothers that they'd go ahead to take on later on down the competition. But it'll all happen, of course, within the day in itself. C8 Jeux, they have got 2 more matchups as well, going up against the exact same 2 teams, which is Mamba Corinthians as well as Mamba 420 Lowkings. And, it just seems like the Mamba clan might just be the bane of C8 Jeux as well as Gaijin Rogue's existence here because they both need a lot of wins. And Mamba 420 looks like the hardest one to beat here, Callie.
Yeah, especially the team that's labeled Lowkings, the current top 2 in PH, the top 3 in Garena Master Season 1, and same thing at that CGI 2022. And honestly, for Gaijin Rogue and Seichuk, the only way for them to climb the ladder is at least take one of the 2 Mamba Lowkings out of the competition. And Corinthians seems to be the team that needs to get eliminated here really, really fast in this 5 matches left that we have lined up here today. And honestly, your MVP, soldier up the game, Gaijin Rogue Mickey, with an average kill of 19.33 kills, an average death of 12.0, and a KD of 1.6 to 1. Quite a lot. And this guy's been doing a lot of major work that Respawn, but he is that main guy, that main player for Gaijin Rogue in that search and destroy, always getting those early kills, getting a lot of multiple kills as well, and being that main playmaker himself. He really deserves his MVP as he gives his team the win here at this first match.
The most important thing here and the most impressive thing out of Mickey is his confidence. Especially, that's the most reason why we see him perform in those S&Ds. He very daringly steps up to take on the opponents without really thinking twice about the repercussions. And most of the time, he manages to win those gunfights, right? In the most spectacular of fashions, he motivates the rest of his team members to take those aggressive stances against the opponents as well. But that's why I get a little bit uncomfortable, right? Because that was the exact situation that we kind of saw them allow C8 Jeux to make a small comeback in here. So hopefully that will not be the case as Gaijin Rogue continues their group stage, a continuation in here, or the end of the group stage of the competition before we see who are the 2 teams that move on to the playoffs. But in the meantime, we take a quick short break. When we come back, it'll be the Battle of the Brothers.
16 of the best team came together in one event to go all out, so you know you're in for a show. And this, boys, right there, you already know. It's your boy, Cali, and I'm happy to say welcome back to Garena Master Season 2. You're watching the hottest thing in Garena MSP right now. I'm down here with the one and only AJ Mustache to bring you the battle between brothers Mamba Corinthians versus Mamba Lowkings.
And so far the competition has been opened up quite well. I feel like, we saw a little bit of comeback on both sides, on C8 Jeux side as well as the side of Gaijin Rogue. We saw Gaijin Rogue pick up their very first hardpoint victory, and we also saw C8 Jeux kind of execute this little bit of revenge story against Gaijin Rogue, who made the greatest mistake of picking a map that they got so comfortable on. And all C8 Jeux needed to do was just go and focus and make sure they knew the exact counterplays to execute out there on the battlefield, which was the perfect counterplay against Gaijin Rogue. And that's exactly what a double round robin setup for the group stage gives us. It gives birth to so much more strategy out there on the battlefield that we have been yearning to witness all this along in the esports scene for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. But let's take a quick recap of the schedule as well, although there's not much to recap on, and take a look and see exactly how the day is going to continue. Once again, Gaijin Rogue picked up the beautiful victory 2-1 over C8 Jeux, and now the brothers under the Mamba clan, they go up against each other. Corinthians take on the Lowkings for the next matchup, and then we jump right back on to C8 Jeux as Mamba Corinthians will stay on to take them up.
And to follow it up, to continue, Gaijin and Emperor 20 Lowkings will play right after C8 Jeux and MBC or Mamba Corinthians. And at match number 5, it's going to be Gaijin and Mamba Corinthians. And of course, at that match number 6, it's going to be C8 Jeux and of course Mamba Lowkings. And for now, it's going to be Gaijin that continue to surprise us, because at Garena Master Season 1, they were not having any success. But here at this Master Season 2, they got the chance to redeem themselves, and they've continued to find success, winning not only the maps, but also the series itself, as they currently stand at second place on the competition. Right up next, you're going to see Mamba Lowkings, who is going to be the number 1 team so far in this Group B, and they're going up against the team that's going to be dead last, AJ and Mamba Corinthians.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Mamba Corinthians, they have got truly their work cut out for them. The last time they took on their brothers Mamba 420 Lowkings in the lineup, they just saw absolute destruction. Sila, Josh, Kaylong, Lexi, QD, QWERTY, as well as Toshi this time around will try to take on the exact same team. But the one thing they will be focusing on is to not get trashed out way too badly, because, no matter what we say, no matter how we build it up, Mamba 420 Lowkings, they are a tough team to take down. They are a crazy solid team in terms of composition. Their mechanical skills are to be most definitely afraid of, and all of the strategy that they usually execute out there on the battlefield, combined with their mechanical capabilities, make them so dangerous. And Mamba Corinthians, not only have they struggled against Mamba 420 Lowkings, they've struggled overall within this group, only managing to outbest Gaijin Rogue themselves. I don't know how that happened once again, though. I mean, how do you go up against C8 Jeux, take a beating 3-0, but manage to perform against Gaijin Rogue? I still have not figured out how that happened, Gali.
Yeah, it could be the first game jitters for Mamba Corinthians, or it could be the rookie's luck, or we could say that in some way. But then again, Mamba Corinthians, they're going up against Mamba Lowkings, Kalo, Luffy, Olea, PJ, Raph, and Yopi. And Mamba Lowkings, obviously, they have a complete package. And if Yopi and PJ will be on the positive end of that KD, they're guaranteed to dominate. Not to mention, everyone could be the playmaker for Mamba Lowkings, AJ. Individually, they're versatile. They know when to step up. And as a team, they know when to cover to support each other when one underperforms. And that you've seen ever since they introduced themselves in Garena Master Season 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, for the response, you're looking at Yopi, PJ, as well as Luffy to go out there and dominate in terms of the kills that they very easily and quickly pick off of all of the other team members. And when you drop in for the SND plays, it is so difficult to not focus in on Kalo. But in terms of the head-to-head, let's take a peek at PJ and exactly how his performance has been in the competition so far from the first half of the double round robin group stage. A 1.43 KD average, going up against QWERTY's 1.24 KD average. Not a lot in there, but if you look at the fine details here, in terms of average kills, PJ most definitely does better. And in terms of average deaths, he falls slightly lesser than QWERTY as well. And this is going to be a problem if it translates in the exact same way out there on the battlefield right after this.
And PJ is going to arguably have one of the better stats compared to QWERTY. But take a look at the teams itself. I mean, PJ and Mamba Lowkings, they've been finding success. Whilst on the flip side, Mamba Corinthians, they've been struggling, especially for the past 2 days where they lost every map that they play. And now's the time to find themselves back into the narrative and get some round map wins and of course some series wins into their bags. And now we're going to look at the maps and modes, and this is going to be an interesting take. But let's take a look at the maps banned first. We got Hacienda for Mamba Lowkings, we got Slums for Corinthians. They really love to ban this newly added map, but at some point when we play a best of 5, those maps are going to be pretty fairly used. But looking at the operator skill ban, we got Annihilator and Sparrow. So Purifier is going to be open here. And you don't want Mamba Lowkings to use that, especially on Summit Hardpoint where they've been so successful. AJ.
Oh, yeah, man. And, you know, the problem here is Mamba Lowkings, they threw the bait because they won the coin toss. And they removed the Annihilator from the equation. And that just leaves Mamba Corinthians with such a tough decision. Sparrow or Purifier. Both hurt equally as bad, you know. And maybe, you know, they could have gone in there for the Sparrow place because a probability of, I guess, making more mistakes out of the Sparrow might just be there. But you're talking about M420 Lowkings here. Mistakes are not really a common thing out of this team. So they can't really count on that. And as we open up the series between these two brothers, we drop by Hardpoint at Summit. A one-sided map if you do not maintain control over that spawn, which obviously will dictate exactly how this game goes.
Yeah, I mean, P1, P2 is going to be all about that gunfight. So teams are going to get those trades coming through. But when we move into that warehouse, we move into that P4, that's where the anchors are going to matter a lot. And that's where you score a lot of points. But in 3 games of Hardpoint for Mamba Lowkings, the team never fails to uniquely show why they are the best of the best, AJ. Equal team effort, great impact plays from everyone. No team has yet to touch that 100-point mark against Mamba Lowkings in Hardpoint. Yeah. The team that came so close to get this was Mamba Corinthians, the team that they're going to place. They're going to play here right now, who scored 74 points in Raid, and they were not having it at all, losing all 3 of the hard points early. The only time they showed life was on the basketball court where they scored most of their points. But aside from that, they were poised and were eaten alive by the ravenous Mamba Lowkings, who moves like a clockwork. Everyone sticks to their job. They perform with consistent regularity, compounded over time. You got a heart of a juggernaut. So now we move into this game. Lowkings versus Mamba Corinthians. Hardpoint number 1. Summit is where we are going to be located in. And this is going to be a close and compact map. As you said, AJ, going to be a one-sided map.
Oh, but see, okay, it's not CHU. It will be Mamba Corinthians picking up the initial points in here. Lowkings, on the other hand, just very slowly making their way in one by one. They will go ahead to fall as Mamba Corinthians. They do not want to let go of the initial pressure that they hold on over this hard point. They win those gunfights. They place on the pressure onto the Lowkings on the second floor of the first hard point as well. But of course, at the very end, they will have to fall as the numbers game do catch up. As Mamba Lowkings, they continue to exert their pressure on the second floor. The rest of the players, they hop onto the hard point to play it well. CHU, on the other hand, now they need to come through and break this hard point. But as a matter of fact, they should be focusing on the spawn, which is exactly what they do. Mamba Corinthians, they immediately hop on into the green radar station and they secure that spawn first because they know the final 12 seconds, even if they go in and fight, they're probably going to go down and help the Mamba 420 Lowkings streak up. And this is just so much better of a decision for me. But those gunfights, though, on the other hand, Cali, they seem to be losing a bunch of those out.
And if you want to win respawn gameplays, you gotta win those gunfights. Yes, you got that solid anchor position, but when you lose that gunfight, you lose it. And that's what happened here with Mamba Lowkings already fighting for that anchor spawn at the green spawns. It seems like C8 they're going to win it, but in that hard point, it's going to be Mamba Lowkings who is now going to be on that lead as we continue to purge here it is, hard point number 2. I love the priorities here by Mamba Corinthians, just making sure they get the favorite spawn, not only here to speed 2, but as well as this next hard point that we are going to rotate right up next. And again, 46-26, Luffy takes the player out, so Lowkings is going to have a pretty good advantage moving on to new with number 4 in Luffy securing that anchor position early, AJ.
Yeah, we're sorry if we stutter a little bit on the names here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because, even we are getting caught off guard here. 36-48, it is Mamba Corinthians going up against Mamba 420 Lowkings, and the Corinthians are most definitely doing one heck of a job out there. They don't have the spawn, but they have got the hard point. They barge their head right on through, and they look like they can hang with their big brothers. Mamba 420 Lowkings having a tough time now breaking this hill. Yopi brings out the Purifier, barbecues his little brothers to Kingdom Come, and just like that, Mamba 420 Lowkings now, they've got the spawn, they've got the hard point, but the break needs to come through from the Corinthians as they take the backdoor access through the edge platform straight to the water tower. But look at this, they change course and they move straight on in for the attack, which is just not gonna work, Callie.
And they are paying for the price of what their action is going to just initiate. They've been dropping all their bodies, and obviously that's going to be a lot more advantages for Mamba Lowkings as they succeed into the hard point rotations. Obviously, some player will be building up that score streak, and they're going to speed up that operator sometime soon. And now, we move into this next rotation, a good solid position here for Mamba Corinthians, but they need to stay and win this gunfight. They've made it so close. They just have to execute a bit more, and now they open up this hard point, but there's going to be a cluster strike bombarding, and now the cannons go boom. Kayla will be able to get inside. They get the break that they need.
It's just so disappointing to see C8 Jeux, not C8 Jeux, Mamba Corinthians make that unfortunate mistake, because I have to highlight, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because they could have taken back control of that cable car platform if they had taken the backdoor access through edge platform. You drop by the water tower, you break the spawn, you hop on into the hard point. They could have gotten about 10 to 15 seconds there, but they waste that opportunity by changing course and taking a straightforward attack. And at that point, Mamba 420 Lowkings, they had already activated the purifiers. And Mamba Corinthians, they knew that through and through, but for some reason, they just run straight on in. And P4 was a super early rotation. And once again, Mamba Corinthians making the exact same mistake. They are attacking Mamba 420 Lowkings head on without focusing on the spawns. And if you do not break the spawns on this P4, it automatically becomes your opponent's money hill, and they'll get to run away with all of those points. Mamba 420 Lowkings are having an easy time out there because they don't seem to be pressured in the right way.
Yeah, they scored a lot of time with that P3 and P4. They capitalizes on every mistake that Corinthians did, and as they feed, they're going to win all their gunfights and make sure that they also build up the score streak that they need, and it's doing them wonders so far. 15 seconds is what Lowkings need for them to win inside this game. Corinthians, this is it. This is the end. They need to find a way to pop off huge to get this comeback, but that's going to be easier said than done. Silar gonna get one through. They're going to get the contest that they need, but will they be able to keep it up? Looks like it's not going to be the same way that it seems to be, as they're going to get dropped one by one. Lowkings, they take map number 1.
Dominant performance, but it was most definitely a very disappointing match for me because I expected to see more out of Mamba Corinthians. I expected to see some talent out there in terms of the ability to counterplay Mamba 420 Lowkings, but it just seemed like Mamba Corinthians weren't even playing Summit map at all. I don't know. I mean, I might just get a little bit too rough with my comments here, but it just really felt like Mamba Corinthians, they weren't trying to get a victory of their big brothers at all. In terms of the attempts, you could see that they had some ideas, but the constant second guessing of those approaches really happened to throw the gauntlet down on the side of Mamba Corinthians, but not throw the gauntlet down where they want to just go fisticuffs, but they threw those gauntlet down and they said, I don't want to fight anymore. And they stepped away from the aggressive play that they started the match off on, because I felt like hardpoint number 1, where they were dominating on the initial points, they were really, really doing so well in terms of keeping their composure. But as soon as Mamba 420 Lowkings breaks down those defenses and starts getting a little bit of a dominance in the game, they just started running helter-skelter all over the map, Callie.
And yeah, they were playing individually. They did have the ideation to get the good favorite anchor spawn for that P2. But aside from that, when they started to lose their gunfights. I think that's where they faltered, and that's where things went south for Mamba Corinthians.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, on the flip side, when Lowkings started to win their gunfights, yes, they did lose that first hard point initially, but when they get that break, they're able to swing that momentum at P2, at P3, and at P4. And when the reset hits, they're able to secure this victory. And the team just operates like really a clockwork. At this point, they're not phased that Mamba Corinthians had the earlier start. Just made sure they stick to their game plan and their strategies work. And it's sting Mamba Corinthians early at this game, as Lowkings is going to get the first map win here at this best of 3 series, 150-60. And now, AJ, we're moving into a search and destroy map where it's going to be a map pick by yours truly, Mamba Corinthians. But you obviously know Mamba Lowkings. Losing a search and destroy map seems far-fetched in this group stage itself. I mean, they're known to play aggressive search and destroy, but they can also turtle it up, slow the pace of the game, and wait where the wind will blow. But they have one of the most dominant showcases of S&D the group stage so far, where they flawlessly took down C8 Jeux 6-0 in firing HSND. Every map that an enemy of the Mamba Lowkings will play, they're guaranteed to have a hard time, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And Mamba Corinthians, on top of everything else, they have got a 100% lose record at S&D standoff at the moment.
No.
And I don't know. It really feels like Mamba Corinthians, they are not trying here at all, but maybe they will prove me wrong at this S&D as we open things up. It is Mamba Corinthians on the defense, and they go in for quite a weak setup as they get Sela traded out immediately. Joshi manages to catch K-Low, but Lexi Cutie caught in the crosshairs of Luffy. A overextending Joshi gets punished, and Mamba Lowkings very, very easily oh my lord, that was a good takedown by K-Long. He got tagged up, but he shut down Raf with the CBR4. But if Mamba Corinthians can keep that up, then maybe they still have hope in Yagali.
So as they continue to get those kills and win the gunfights initially, but PJ shuts down K-Long, and things are looking pretty slim now for Corinthians. Querity, last guy starting, he's got the scope, so he needs to play with a gun that has a high fire rate, and he does so have one to play with. Holger 26 with 100 magazine, going to be more than enough as he tries to get one all across the map. Information already in the hands of Lowkings. All they just have to do is convert and reposition. And now for Querity, trying to find that player. He gets the first kill landed at PJ as he gets one. He needs to get more, but Yopi shuts him down, and Lowkings, they take this first map.
Yopi didn't even need to engage, but he did go ahead and do that and brought the round to a quick close. Good on Mamba 420 Lowkings, but in terms of the side of Corinthians, they were losing players way too early on that round. Defensively, that's absolutely unacceptable. You want to sustain yourself as long as possible. You want to allow the attacking side to show their hands first before you go out and execute any of your moves. Just don't take it so aggressively. And Mamba Corinthians this time round, they hold on to the exact same stance. They're overextending towards the convenience store at the hotel shortcuts. Let's hope the player of K-Long does not get punished early here, because gas station is being stacked by 2 players on the side of Mamba 420 Lowkings.
And honestly, for Mamba Lowkings, they got the double down defense at the gas station.
Oh, nice!
Honestly, that first play is going to be huge. PJ, though, able to get the attack, moving into the yellow house. Trying to time one more shot there correctly, but Luffy waiting. Pop your head. Not gonna get that kill, but Silar is going to get eliminated and is going to be the last guy alive. I mean, AJ, Lowkings is showing and displaying what they can do in this search and destroy. They are playing aggressive right now, and it's currently working against Mamba Corinthians as they take a 2-0 lead here. For some reason, Corinthians needs to act now. Early K-Long dropping 2 players with a nade. I mean, that's how one way you get to recover.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And K-Long this time around, he plays it much more defensively. Instead of overextending towards the gas station from hotel shortcuts, he drops into a mid play, but still a little aggressive if you ask me. Going head to head with Yopi, the bomb carrier. K-Lo shuts down Joshi, who overextends. You know, I don't know if Mamba Corinthians remembers that they are playing defense, and K-Long overextends as well. The bomb hasn't gotten planted just yet. In fact, the bomb doesn't need to get planted. They just need to wait for the defensive players to continuously rush at them.
Yeah, I mean, Lowkings, they do so try to get this attack through at this gas station, but Halo gets one. Okay, trying to get is another player,
my
and he
lord.
does a connect. QWERTY is going to be the last guy standing and playing aggressively. Could really not give you really huge favor. It's a double-edged sword at the end of the day. If you want to play aggressive, you got to play with gunfights. And QWERTY is going to take one, dropping Kalo. But the bomb has been planted here. 1v2, it's still a doable situation, but he needs to find the perfect timing. But Luffy tags him with his scope. QWERTY gets eliminated. Another round win. Flawless so far for Lowkings.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. M420 Lowkings, they are taking these flawless rounds. They're showing us what true capacity, they can extend all of their aggression on here. And Mamba Corinthians, they don't seem to be able to keep up with them. Once again, K-Long this time round, taken down early through the explosion. K-Lo with a little bit of a payback there. 5v4 now. Corinthians down with their men. They try to shut down K-Lo with a response out of the thumper, but it finds nothing. Joshi, super aggressive once again towards the hotel shortcuts, and he will meet the aggression out of K-Lo as well as he continues to overextend. Mamba Lowkings haven't been punished. Corinthians need to be careful here, Kali.
Yeah, one more player down, and that's going to get us in the game. But Lexecuty able to make amends, dropping Raph. Luffy's gonna take that trade against Steelor, and Luffy really making sure he gets those big kills. And now for PJ swinging all across the B bombs, that is not going to find any, but the retake now is on for Corinthians, but they're gonna find no player, and they will be not successful at all as PJ will try to get that final delivery. He does so get it, and again, 4-0. Lowkings showing dominance. Corinthians can seem to respond.
I mean, valiant effort by... Okay, I can't even say valiant effort here because I really don't see, a lot of those plays out of Mamba Corinthians. Once again, just way too aggressive for me as a person who prefers a slower defense, especially in heightened moments like this where a loss really can punish you in the long run. K-Long, Lexecuty managing to find those back-to-back kills. This is the kind of momentum Mamba Corinthians needs to build up on, but they cannot get too aggressive. K-Long steps on up, punishes Joshi. That's a good trade out, but Lowkings now only have 2 players on their side, but it is in the form of Kalo as well as Luffy, who can most definitely clutch things out here, Kali.
Steelor, you're going to try to get this defense locked through, but Kalo and Luffy is not that easy to take down. They will do whatever it takes for them to get that advantage through. And now, let's see if they're going to get the numbers equalized at this game. Halo has been so phenomenal so far in S&D for Mamba Lowkings, combining for 28 kills already for the first 3 S&D games that they had. And it's going to be that playmaker here. If they do want to get a flawless search and destroy against Corinthians, now's the time for them to act really tough. QWERTY is gonna get damage here. Luffy should get this kill, and there you go. QWERTY gets dropped. Luffy tries to get one more all across the L wall, but it's not gonna find any just yet. 36 seconds. They need to pick up that bomb, and they have to worry about the 3 players that's left. Lexecuty dropping 1. Luffy getting another. Trades 1. Spots another.
My lord.
1v1, AJ.
Oh, GG, man. Mamba Lowkings, they are just on a rip now as Mamba Corinthians try to make this comeback on the defensive side. Initially, you thought a smart man would think they had the advantage, but Mamba 420 Lowkings is turning things around now. Now 1v1, Sila holding on to the CBR4, manages to clutch that round out, and it'll be the first round picked up here by the side of Mamba Corinthians before we switch side. But now they take on the bomb, and Mamba Lowkings, let's see exactly how they defend.
Well, I feel like for Lowkings, they will try to do the same thing. Aggressive defense, same thing that Corinthians did so earlier, but they're doing it. They might do it a little bit more successful as they get really those gunfights locked down. Let's see though, as they're going all across the mid-map already, getting this Grinders control already, AJ. And basically what sets you for this mid-map control is an access to that enemy point, and now Yopi's gonna spot one. He's going to get thrilled, but and again, you're going to back away. Look at this. The difference, the space that both this team have for elimination, really, really close.
Oh yeah. And Kaelong can catch PJ out, but Yopi will be able to trade him out instantaneously. So it's all about who goes to strike first. And oh no, Yopi goes for cover. Kaelong doesn't shut him down. PJ trades out Kaelong. What I was talking about happens, but it shouldn't have happened in that way because the players of Mamba Corinthians, they had so much more time to work with in that situation. PJ now tags one up quickly, runs away for cover. QWERTY cannot seem to find the kill, and Luffy punishes him instantaneously after shutting down Lexi QT. Kalo takes down Sila. Joshi responds, but he doesn't really have the numbers on his side, and the players of Mamba 420 Lowkings are on match point. Such dominance out of the big brothers.
That's what you can really see for Lowkings. That's what they can offer in the table. I mean, Yopi and PJ, they're dominating, but Luffy has been a monster here at this search and destroy. He's really that guy you can really count on here at this game mode itself. Getting majority of the kills to himself is really stingy at this game, but for Kaelong, needs to get this kill against PJ. He spots him. Who's gonna win it? It's PJ, and Luffy gets the follow-up against Executy. Raph takes Joshi. Odds of Corinthians winning is slim, and they're back against the wall, all down to Silar AJ 1v5. They're going to get attacked. Here comes the first kill. Silar, in desperation, he gets two players down. He's going to get haunted in multiple angles, and Yopi ends him. Lowkings, they take it 6-1.
So close, man. Just so close. Amazing stuff out of Mamba Corinthians, but they just could not contain Mamba 420 Lowkings. And to a certain degree, the defensive approaches from Mamba Corinthians just were a little bit way too aggressive for me. They were biting off more than they could chew. I mean, it's a different story if you can hang toe-to-toe perhaps with, or stand toe-to-toe perhaps with your opponents in terms of gunfights, but it was not a situation like that. Mechanically, they were less aggressive or less dangerous out there on the battlefield in comparison to M420 Lowkings. So taking such an aggressive approach to this S&D match when they were on defense just seemed like such a irresponsible move when they knew exactly how desperate they needed their victories out in here. Mamba Corinthians, hopefully they have not resigned to defeat overall because they still have got one more match up against Mamba 420 Lowkings in domination.
Domination is going to be, again, another map that Lowking is going to be the ones having more advantage compared to Corinthians. And honestly speaking, I have to touch up on the point that you did say earlier where Mamba Corinthians, as a defender, it's really quite far stretch for you to see the defenders going in for the aggressiveness, especially at standoff where you only have to wait it out at the bomb sites for you to just get those skills. And for them, going in for those early initiations led to their undoing because Lowkings, you obviously know that they can win their gunfights. And we did see that earlier at Summit Hardpoint. And again, Corinthians looking down another 3-0 loss here, AJ. We're moving into firing range domination, though. They still have a chance, but it's going to be a map where Mamba Lowkings actually took down Corinthians at day number 2, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a 150-81 victory for Mamba Lowkings in the same map itself. So hopefully Corinthians will have the chance to amend for their mistakes and make sure they get at least one against Lowkings.
And, I don't know if we are asking for too much out of Mamba Corinthians, looking at the performance that they have taken up against Mamba 420 Lowkings at the moment. 150-160, 6-1. They have suffered defeat twice back-to-back in such a dominating fashion. And for Mamba Corinthians to make a good comeback at this firing range domination, not only will they have to win their gunfights, but they also have to continuously make the right decision in terms of focusing on the right flag as a team. And I am a little bit, I guess, doubtful of their capability of doing so, looking at the rotations as well as the focus that they did display earlier on Hardpoint Summit. They could have made so many better decisions. even at the S&D standoff, they could have taken a slightly slower game. They could have allowed Mamba 420 Lowkings to bring the fight to them, but they chose to bring the fight to Mamba 420 Corinthians instead, right? So hopefully we see something different out of this domination match, because if it's the exact same thing, then I guess it's going to be the exact same result, Callie.
I mean, if they continuously repeat the same mistakes, if they make sure that they're going to have bad decision all throughout the match, and I can agree that Lowkings is going to feed on those mistakes and they're going to get this win. And as we get in at this firing range, looks like Kalo is going to deal that first blood, but Kalo and Rap is going to follow up with 2. But look at this early pressure from Lowkings, getting these 2 flags in play. And not only that, AJ, they make sure they spawn Corinthians at the top side of that map.
And let's see exactly what Mamba 420 Lowkings will be able to do. A 2 flag capture so far, and we cannot say that we are surprised that this is happening, but Mamba 420 Lowkings, will it be the overextension for the triple cap, or will they just hold on to the supreme hold of the B and C flag? We will have to wait and see. So far, auto repair performance out of Yopi has been stellar as he just wins gunfight after gunfight, holding down the power position and making sure none of the players out of Mamba Corinthians are able to touch or even feel that B flag.
I mean, Lowkings is battering down the battery. Corinthians, they gotta check the damages. They gotta stop him. And they gotta rob them of their advantages. I mean, looking at it this way, Lowkings just continuously gets the control that they want in the game, and they've been able to dictate so. But now, finally, Corinthians is showing some life as they get the map control. They got that white warehouse, but they need to sustain and maintain and live long enough for them to get an ingress. But that soon will not happen because Lowkings, they fight back what's theirs for them to belong to, and they're about to extend here. It is a bomb site, and they're looking to dominate even more, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Mamba Lowkings now, they are... and I really respect the fact that they're not overextending when it was not necessary. Now that the gods of RNG give them the spawns at the A flag, they go in for a quick tease. They see that Mamba Corinthians are trying to pull away their clearing area, and therefore they go in to switch out. They flip out the spawns, and now they have got the opposing side of the flag, which gives the favorable side to Mamba Corinthians. So technically, they should be able to secure that B flag as well. But as I say that, instead, they come back for their home flag. They do not go in for the B flag. But this is such a confusing move for me, right? Because to maintain dominance on the C and A flag at the same time is going to require your team to overextend time and time again. Instead, if they had just gone in for the B flag and just flip things out, hold on to the better spawns, keep themselves inside of the second floor of auto repair, they will be in the lead right now in terms of catch-up. And Mamba Corinthians, man, I'm just so uncomfortable with some of the decisions being made out there, Callie.
Yeah, they don't know what to prioritize right now when they're going up against their big brothers. So it's like they're kind of scared to deal with him. Yeah. And obviously, you see them losing all these gunfights. They will not prioritize the favorable flags. And obviously, speaking, this first half is going to belong to Mamba Lowkings, who continuously get that majority of the time in the flag here at this game, and they've been able to get the control as well. And this is not looking good for Corinthians. 41-75 before we move into the second half. So now this time, they get the start at that favorite flag. They got the Charlie flag in their hands. And let's see if they're going to capitalize and make the most out of it as we get to start this second half. Here we go. The game starts with Xilor, PJ, K-Long is making sure they get the kills that they need to slowly advance way behind the enemy lines.
77-43 now, Mamba Corinthians. They are slowly trying to make their comeback by capturing that B flag. C flag taken over already. They've got the favorable side this time round. But look at Mamba 420 Lowkings. Look at the prioritization here. When they know they've got the weaker side, their initial move in itself was to immediately go for the B flag. Yes, a Predator missile will catch them out, but they immediately hop on over, change their focus towards the C flag instead. Clearing area all cleared out to secure the spawns out of clearing area, to secure the flag of the C side as well, and now to play the more dominant side against Mamba Corinthians. This is exactly what Corinthians should have been focusing on from the get-go, and I'm just surprised that that was not the focus, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Charlie flag is going to give you a pain in the butt, but then again, looking at it long term, you got all of the advantages lined up for you if you did so control that Charlie flag. And Corinthians, they're still not making sure that they fight for the favorite spawn. They're
Oh,
just
wow.
taking the battle on what's up front, and they're not trying to convert it here easily. And now we are going to see Toshi going to get taken down as he tries to push for that Charlie flag. The damage has been done already. Lowkings has extended so much pressure already in the game, and they're about to hop in this B flag, but it's not going to be that easy just yet because there's going to be a center turret all in that trailer. So look at it this way. They don't have these two flags, but they got the favorite flag, and now they're going to strike.
And, you know, I have to talk about the mistake that Mamba Corinthians made at this A flag as well, because we did see them just go in there to reclaim it. And there was a moment where they had already won all of their gunfights, and there was just a little bit more of the marker of M420 Lowkings to complete that flag takeover. They didn't even go in to recover their momentum on that A flag, right? They just allowed Mamba 420 Lowkings to step on in, take that flag away so easily. And, you know, all of those easy points that you allow Mamba 420 Lowkings to enjoy, they are going to be running away with. But now 112 to 101, somehow or rather, Mamba Corinthians now slowly making their way through, teasing a triple cap on top of everything else as Luffy now drops his trophy onto that CA flag. And if he gets this capture away, they should be able to perhaps win this before Mamba Corinthians builds up even more momentum, because they seem to finally be getting their rhythm only towards the very end here, Gali.
Yeah, and at the end, where it all matters, but Lowkings is going to get the triple capture at the end, AJ, and they will have no player at this A flag to defend, but now Corinthians is going to get that, and they will have their home flag now initiated, and this is going to be desperation call. The game is still pretty close, but Lowkings only needs 20 points to win this game. And Corinthians, they somehow get the A flag, but they're not really making a move at this B flag just yet. This is it. This is the end. PJ is going to spot one, and he's going to get taken down. But at the end of the day, Lowkings made sure that the damage has already been set and done, as they will only need at least only one flag for them to win in this game. 10 points for the win. Corinthians is trying to pull up the impossible as QWERTY gets this huge gunfight at this B flag, but they're going to get prevented. There we go. Lowkings, they will be taking this map, but not just yet. Looks like we're going to see Corinthians push for one more, but Yopi shuts them down. And there you go. The first donut here for the day. Lowkings handing it to their little brothers, Corinthians.
I mean, I don't even know how did Mamba Corinthians manage to find their way back into the matchup, but M420 Lowkings towards the end just put it to rest once and for all. It just seemed like the approaches out of Mamba Corinthians were just all over the place, and I don't even know why, because it just seemed like they were off form in the worst possible fashion, right? They were not making those right decisions. In fact, they weren't going in confidently. When they did go in confidently, it was for the wrong place. But to finish off 124 to 150 is very impressive after that sort of a performance.
Yeah, and you got to give credit for Mamba Corinthians for at least trying and making sure they give Lowkings a really hard time in this game. I mean, Clar or Silar really did a huge load here at the game, where he has 28 kills and 19 deaths, but that individual performance is not going to cut it, especially when you go up against Lowkings, who create plays individually and of course can play as a team itself and cohesive enough compared to Mamba Corinthians. And again, Toshi with 9 and 21, that's not really going to help the team, but they did so be close at this game by playing the game objectively. Though they had a far worse KD compared to Lowkings, they made sure to at least fight for that objective, and that I can really, really commend for Corinthians. But look at it this way, it's going to be Lowkings that's going to take not only one, not two, but three of the maps that we had in play on this match number 2. So obviously, Lowkings, I think we could officially announce that they are already claiming that first spot already. I think they have this slot already for that playoffs, AJ.
Yeah, and I think that one is guaranteed for them, right? In Group B, even before we started off our second half of group stages, it was pretty much confirmed because of the dominance that Mamba 420 Lowkings had over Group B overall. But with them stepping on into this solid match against Mamba Corinthians, pulling off a 3-0 victory, just solidifies that statement even further. Now they stand at a record of 11 victories overall in the competition, and it doesn't seem like anybody else is going to be able to outdo their performance. We still have got C8 Jeux as well as Gaijin Rogue fighting for that second spot. Looking at Mamba Corinthians taking this 3-0 loss, they might just be out of the running here, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, 2 map wins, 10 map loss, going to be not a really good sight, but they have managed to be here at this group stage, and they're able to fight, especially that they won, but the fight that they had for this past 3 days, not really able to live up to perform better compared to the enemy that they play, as they officially lost 9 maps consecutively after this map wins by Mamba Lowkings in this match number 2. And gradually, we have to see Corinthians step it up here today to try at least take one series away from Gaijin Rogue or C8 Jeux that they're going to play later on at the schedule. But look at it this way, Mamba Lowkings just basically outperforms everybody in their group. I mean, to take a look at it this way, Gaijin Rogue, C8 Jeux, Mamba Corinthians, compared to Mamba Lowkings, they look completely small compared to Lowkings. It's done here at this group stage. There's a reason why they are at the top, and there's a reason why they've been taking down their competition at this group stage, and that's because they're highly experienced, AJ.
And, Mamba 420 Lowkings, we can't hold it against Mamba Corinthians for not taking this victory because, it's obviously something that is quite difficult to achieve within Group B. It's quite difficult for any of the teams out there within the competition to achieve because Mamba 420 Lowkings, they are one of the top 4 teams in the competition at the moment. But of course, in terms of the effort as well as the strategy executed out there on the battlefield, that's exactly where things got a little questionable for me, right? Because it just didn't seem like they were focusing on the right objectives, even though those objectives were literally right in front of their faces. And I was just shocked because we expected more out of Mamba Corinthians, especially because this was the second half of the double round robin. But, taking things against Mamba 420 Lowkings might not be the easiest of tasks out there, but their performance on that very first hard point showed us that in terms of mechanical capability, they could really hang with the best, even Mamba 420 Lowkings. So I just don't know exactly where that great start went off to, because the moment they lost that hill, it was just the start of a never-ending assault out of Mamba 420 Lowkings there.
Yeah, and that was a complete demise for Corinthians. Right where they lost that hard point as well as the same thing that happened here at this search and destroy. And here is what we get this through. I mean, Corinthians, for the first half, they've been attacking as a defender, and that really seemed odd for Corinthians. And they paid the price because they lost 6-1. And for Corinthians, this is where things got really pretty close, though. They got really outmanned and outplanned in this first half. The second half, they showed life, even triple capturing. I'm not really triple capturing, but of course, making the most out of it on the second half, where they obviously got a lot of 2 flags in play, and they did a lot better compared to their first half. But things come to an end when Mamba Lowkings starts to make sure that they get the game, and of course, they win it as well. And they will be winning it with your soldier of the game, Mamba Lowkings Luffy, being that leader in the game, with average of 15.0 kills, a 7.33 deaths, and a KDA of 2.05. This guy is so solid at respawns, but he really shined the most today on that search and destroy, AJ, with that sniper.
And there's just no taking away the performance of all the players out of Mamba 420 Lowkings. They just moved together as one unit, as a well-oiled machine, and Luffy this time around just picking up a majority of those kills, right? And that's what's exciting to see out of Mamba 420 Lowkings. You don't really just hyper-focus on one specific playmaker or one hyper carry of the team. They work really, really well together, and they annihilate really, really well together. Well-deserved title for Luffy, but I'm very sure the others are itching to pick up their own MVPs, their own Soldier of the Game titles in here today as well. And Mamba 420 Lowkings will have 2 more opportunities of that, because once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today is the day for Group B to complete all of the second half of their double round robin matchups. And we will get to see exactly which two teams move away from the competition and who moves on to the playoffs.
Honestly, Gaijin Rogue and of course C8 Jeux, they're still fighting for that number 2 spot. We got more action coming right up next. This is Gaijin, and of course, this is going to be Mustachio, AEG, and Kelly Gaming. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. The road to redemption continues. And for some of these teams, the road has most definitely been a little bumpy, a little rocky. We still have our crosshairs locked on to Group B as we swim on through each and every single one of their matches. We just watched all of 4 teams perform throughout Group B. And now here comes the second rounds through, right? My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and for the next 2 series, I will be butted up with the one and only Basha Bunny.
Thank you so much for the intro. It is amazing. 2 games in a row. It has been a wonderful gameplay as well as a performance from both of these 2 teams, especially coming from the Mamba Lowkings. Are we expecting less from them? None whatsoever. We saw how amazing they dominated the whole first half of Double Robin. And again, moving forward, this is their first game. Previously, they conquer out as just how AJ as well as Callie said, conquering over their own little brothers. And not to worry, Mamba Corinthians still have their shots despite they got that O from that first game. They still got 2 more games and they are coming back again, fighting off with the C8 Jeux. And previously fighting off from the first half, it was not so good. Is it going to be possible for them to do a comeback, AJ?
It all lies in this particular series because if they do not win against C8 Jeux, then obviously, all hope is 100% gone. In order for them to still remain alive in the competition, they need to hope and pray that they get a 3-0 win over C8 Jeux. And they also have to hope and pray that Gaijin Rogue does not win any further matches because Mamba Corinthians so far, they only have 2 points overall in their group and it's not good enough to make it through the playoffs at all. In terms of performance, they have struggled, but maybe even if they do not make it through to the playoffs, hopefully we find a little bit of redemption for them even before the group stages is concluded and before we say goodbye to them if we truly need to. They have got 2 more chances to impress as they take on C8 Jeux right now, as what we have just mentioned. And later on, they go up against Gaijin Rogue. But a quick recap here. Earlier on today, Gaijin Rogue took down C8 Jeux 2-1 in an amazing showdown where they got their very first hardpoint victory. And C8 Jeux managing to steal away domination at Summit, which was quite unexpected because Gaijin Rogue, all they have done so far in the group stage is play domination Summit. They've performed quite well against the other teams, of course, except Mamba Corinthians. And nobody expected them to fail against C8 Jeux, especially after what we saw last week. But C8 Jeux, they managed to step it right back up, which means they've managed to change the momentum towards the very end of their series. Even though they lose it overall, maybe that's the start of a great comeback overall. Ace, Baki, Cash, Create, Noya, as well as Virus, we get the pleasure of watching them in action once again here.
Yep, definitely. And not to brag a little bit, just to give a little bit of highlight for those of you guys who are wondering, C8 Jeux actually just formed a weeks before the Garena Masters Season 2. And to see how amazing they are right here on the season number 2 is just truly amazing. And on the other side, I feel like C8 Jeux able to steal 1 point from that Gaijin Rogue was just amazing. But then again, this is going to be tough. We really know that for the fact that that top 2 is going to be chased out between C8 Jeux as well as by the team of Gaijin Rogue. But nonetheless, this is going back to the Mamba Corinthians. And I don't know, man. We have Clar, Joshi, Klong, Lexi Cutie, Qwerty, and Tushi. They struggle fighting off with their big brothers. But are they going to do a really good comeback for this round? I hope so, because right now, at this moment, just how AJ said it, they need to patch things up. They only got 2 wins. Everybody is already moving towards to get to that top 2. And unfortunately, they cannot mess this up any more longer for the fact that they might be at the bottom and they might not qualify. But this is their only chance. They got 2 more games. They got to do something about it. And going back to Mamba Corinthians, I feel like they're trying their best. And we saw how they were during the Garena Youth Challenges. They also struggled. But I think at this point of stages or at the group stages itself, they probably think, you know what, we're just gonna do our best. We're just gonna see it through to a point that, because the fact is, this is their final run. They are going to stop. They're not saying stopping. They're gonna take a little bit of break from the Garena scene itself because they're gonna focus on the college and senior high school. And the fact that this is gonna be tough on them, they're gonna feel a little bit of pressure. But on the other side, I think they're already proud of themselves to even prove themselves from that 256 teams moving towards to the group stage, AJ.
And if they are going to be taking a quick break right after this competition for their studies, I'm very sure getting the best out of the competition in terms of a prize pool will, do them better. You have got to fork out a lot of money for education. And if it comes through playing a bunch of games, and I'm very sure they will be very proud to tell that to their parents and to show them that, even esports is helping us move forward in life overall. Cash going up against QWERTY in this head-to-head as C8 Jeux takes on Mamba Corinthians. And as you can see, the KD average at the very bottom sides onto the Mamba Corinthians side. C8 Jeux, although they are in terms of, leadership within the group itself, a little bit better than Mamba Corinthians, this KD average score shows us a different story. If this can convert out there onto a true positive for the side of Mamba Corinthians, that can change their chances as well as luck in the competition. But after that abysmal performance against Mamba 420 Lowkings, I really don't know what to expect, Yafasha.
I know, for the fact that I feel like we gotta admit that the KDA was actually taken out from the previous game. C8 Jeux having difficulty with Gaijin Rogue, when Mamba Corinthians, we expected even the same similar stats towards their side of KDA, but they doing well. They did actually, just how Kelly said, they struggled, but they did actually had a hard fought. And going back to the maps and mode right now, we're back to the home state of Mamba Corinthians. This is actually the Mamba's tagline, or should I say their home state. They love firing range, and I don't know whether or not they want to push through. They want to tell them to everyone right here at that on the live itself, saying that we can do this, we can definitely do it, and putting on that hard point for the firing range. They got to put it through, my friend. On the other hand, stand off at the search and destroy. I mean, on the other hand, they quite lost a number of times at search and destroy, and I feel like it's gonna be a struggle on the side. And I feel like they're not thinking through what are they doing right now, because the fact is, it got the upper hand for the domination and firing range. So definitely slums opening up. No one batting slum. This is very interesting from the side of Mamba Corinthians, and I feel like they are actually, how do I say, setting up for their own sabotage. I don't know. Maybe they're looking for something, I guess, AJ?
I tell you, I really don't know. I have not been able to figure out exactly what's going through the minds of Mamba Corinthians. Maybe I'll be able to find out by the time this day ends. But as C8 Jeux takes on Mamba Corinthians in this firing range hardpoint, one would expect C8 Jeux to get this victory. Looking at the kind of fire that is below their butts, they have got to take down Mamba Corinthians 3-0 perfect to continue the pressure on Gaijin Rogue, who have most definitely been performing so much better, even beating C8 Jeux earlier on, and just building up that pressure on that team.
Yep, definitely. But right now, moving towards the first hard point, already been contested by Mamba Corinthians. They still got the momentum. They still got their momentum from the previous game fight. So definitely the fire is still there. But on the other hand, C8 Jeux a little bit slow on the respawn, but definitely they're gonna commit through. C8 Baki, again, I feel like Mamba Corinthians right here, this is where they stand. They want to push through. They want to make sure that they can actually fight off with the C8 Jeux.
And that's exactly what they can continue to pull off in here, as Mamba Corinthians managed to pick up a dominating 14 initial points as C8 Jeux finally manages to find a break of the hill. Nobody's holding on to the power position, and only one player on the side of Mamba Corinthians goes in for the challenge, which makes it easy for C8 Jeux to continue holding onto this defense. Mamba Corinthians now, it's all about the break and how they execute that break, but no patience being shown in here, as the player who hopped into the power position was just a little bit too late to move in, and the other players who wanted to play the objectives were a little bit too rash to step on for that gunfight before their cover was even prepared to provide that suppressive fire. C8 Jeux now uses all of the mistakes out of Mamba Corinthians to continue moving on forward. 29-14, they've very quickly taken over the dominance in this match.
Yep, definitely, with every single side or angle from this side of C8 Jeux. Not even a chance for Mamba to even break through. From here, Great is doing well to control all the midpoint. Unfortunately, been taken down. Okay, let's see, Mamba getting 1 point, but unfortunately not able to clear things up. And Toshi will be the changer. No, still not able to get it through. And Mamba Corinthians still with a great defense for this P2, AJ.
And let's see if or not Mamba Corinthians can bring that break in here. As two players now comes flying in. Preddy gets absolutely no one, so that's a plus for Mamba Corinthians as they find the break. 15 seconds to go. They are going to force C8 to go in here for a very early rotation, but as you can see, they have gone in for the split themselves. They have positioned themselves inside of the white warehouse, but Baki very quickly removes that, a little bit of a hindrance in front of him inside that white warehouse through that Mac 10. Very quickly for the side of C8 they take over this scenario. But look at the comeback here from Mamba Corinthians slowly now as they pile up their players behind that white warehouse, waiting for their timing, but they do not know what awaits them. That sentry gun is going to annihilate them the moment they swing in.
Yep. They're able to break it through, but right now it's going to be difficult back again to Create, able to actually clear out the whole squad. A great job, but seriously, C8, Bucky, as well as Create doing well to clear out that trail house, that white warehouse. It's not going to be easy for Mamba Corinthians to break it through. They're even having a disturbance, even trying to get through it, and I see that they're still going to do the early rotation to the wooden house. Early rotation, great job, but then again, defense, you need to make it through, and unfortunately right here, Mamba catching up to actually get to the trail house again. Still not going to be easy for the Corinthians.
Yeah, 96-33 now. Mamba Corinthians, they are looking for that comeback. Preddy comes through once again. Bags nobody. I don't know what's going on with the score streaks of C8 but Mamba Corinthians will eat up all of these mistakes and try to find their way back into this game. C8 super early rotation to lock down P4 now. Barracks hut for the play. And Mamba Corinthians, this is the God spawns as they spawn out from two opposite ends of the map, and they might be able to execute this backstab. XS1 Goliath drops in, but no steal comes through as those players were just a little bit too far. But as they approach the situation, it's such an easy takedown for C8 Now Cash holding on to the XS1 Goliath, not doing much.
No.
Finally takes down the player who was exerting so much of pressure. But Mamba Corinthians, what a beautiful break, even though the XS1 Goliath stood in their way here.
Yep, definitely. And right here, this is going to be their money hill if they can able to actually defend it very well. One shot, well done job with that Annihilator. Joshi will be able to actually make sure this whole entire squad, especially on the wooden side, will not be breakthrough. But on the other hand, that's going to be a leftover. They're going to go back to the reset of that P1. And on the other hand, early rotation already coming in from the C8 Jeux. They're already waiting at the mid lane, AJ.
Let's see what they can pull off in here. 109-78, Mamba Corinthians finding their way back in through that barracks hut. Beautiful break, but on the reset of the hard point, they cannot make those mistakes they made initially as this game opened. They were good at picking up those initial points, but once those hills got broken down, they didn't manage the retake properly. They didn't manage the hold of those power positions. This time around, look at this. Mamba Corinthians slaying outside on the battlefield, playing the objectives well as well until that backstab came through from the one and only Baki. Baki gets taken out of the equation, but three objective players now on the side of C8 trying to close off this game because they realize Mamba Corinthians are waking up here.
Look at Ace, AJ. Look at that. Kills after kills. He is doing well with the killing streaks. And at the moment right now, he's clearing every single Mamba. Not even any chance of them to break through to that warehouse, especially with that P2 opening up soon. This is going to be an easy win. They don't even need to worry about that P2. This is going to be for the side of C8. But on the other hand, Mamba, even though that few seconds on the clock, Toshi able to break it through. But few seconds, this is going to be not enough for them. And P2 early rotation again, two players is already inside that P2, and back to the Mamba Corinthians is a really low response coming towards their side.
Yeah, 136-100 now, Mamba Corinthians. Although they try to make that comeback, it seems to be a little tough here. Two final players on the side of C8 on for this hole. Mamba Corinthians, if they can break this, there is a possibility of a comeback. But say hello to my cluster strike, say C8 as they bring it to cover their backs. The fronts will be controlled by two players on the objective, and C8 wraps up a 150-100 game at hardpoint firing range against Mamba Corinthians. Amazing start for their dominant takeover now.
Yep, this is like a whole repeat that they have done fighting off with the team of Mamba Corinthians. They know what they are. They know what they did. They knew what they were getting into, what they actually pick up for this location. They know they're going to repeat the same winning. And Mamba Corinthians, despite I really thought it was going to be a good side on them, the fact that they already have a really good momentum, especially fighting off with Mamba Lowkings, unfortunately, C8 is just too powerful on them. But despite, however, a great well done job, depending on how it was when it comes to fighting off with the Mamba Lowkings, Corinthians, there's still a little bit left of that hope, but I mean, still tough, man. Still tough, especially with one win has already taken off to C8 Jukes, and right now they're tied off with Gaijin Rogue.
I really like Mamba Corinthians so much better in the series against C8 Jeux. Yes, I know they just got defeated, but how they maintained composure throughout this firing range hardpoint was so different in comparison to how they took the fight up against Mamba 420 Lowkings. Earlier on, it just seemed like they did not want to go in for the aggressive push. They were cowering, they were holding back a little bit. I guess they were fearful of exactly what Mamba 420 Lowkings would be able to do to them if they were not careful, I guess. But, either way, that mindset didn't serve them well because they still got thumped out 3-0. This time round, they take control. They take the initiative to go up to those hard points, break those hills, and the communication just seemed to be so much more solid this time around, and it clearly shows through the scores that they pick up as well on this hardpoint matchup, right? Reaching that 100-point mark, but they just have not fully gotten there just yet. Mamba Corinthians, they need to continuously dig down deep in here, especially in this S&D. Maybe now is the time they will stake their comeback. But C8 Jeux, on the other hand, they will want to continue performing in this fashion. They have got a lot to lose in here, especially after losing to Gaijin Rogue in the opening series of the day here, Fasha.
Exactly. And the fact that, okay, they finally got 1 point for themselves, and the fact that, again, they still managed to actually get a tiebreaker with the team of Gaijin Rogue. They still need to fight off for that top 2. And we're still seeing Mamba Lowkings getting a great number of points for themselves. And they got, I think at this point amount of time, I'm not sure if anybody can catch up to Lowkings. But on the other hand, Mamba Corinthians, they're desperate. They really need to work things through at the moment right now, because C8 Jukes as well as Gaijin is already leaving them behind with 4 points, so they cannot max things up. They only got like 5 more games, 6 more games, 5 more games, and they cannot max up all that 5 games, or else it's gonna be the end for them. It's gonna be the end of the road. And despite if they actually lose on this game as well, with the side of C8 Jukes, at the end of the day, when they fight off with the next team, which is with if I'm not mistaken, it's Gaijin Rogue. Yep, they're fighting off with Gaijin Rogue. It's just gonna be, how do I say, a goodbye fight for both for the team of Mamba Corinthians.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And to your question of whether or not anyone can catch up with Mamba 420 Lowkings, quite an impossible feat now, as they have touched that 11-point run within the competition. And the best case scenario here is Gaijin Rogue winning out the next 2 series back to back. But that will also include taking on M420 Lowkings. And I don't know how possible it is to 3-0 M420 Lowkings, especially with their current form, especially with how they've been really approaching the competition as of late. And that approach just does not seem to be easy to shut down. But Kate Long, early takedown onto Ace. Baki gets shut down as well. Amazing stuff coming through from the side of Mamba Corinthians as they open up against C8 Jeux immediately. Numbers 3-2 now, but C8 Jeux, they're trying to fight their way back in here.
Yep, definitely with 2v3 at the moment right now. Mamba is doing well at the moment, but C8 Jukes gonna be taken out. Josh, unfortunately, Virus takes him down instead. 2 on the plus number at the moment right now. C8 pushing through to the side of the blue house, looking for the rest of the Mamba Corinthians. On the other hand, Mamba Corinthians just spread out. Bomb has not been located yet. They're figuring out who is actually moving in, and C8 is just going for the aggressive. They don't even care about the plantation anymore. They're just going for the blood. And right now, Cash spotted out one a little bit more and going to push in through, but unfortunately been taken out by Tomper. Great, well done job by Cash, left all alone. Right here, Lexicute trying to do a wall bang, and C8 Virus, well done job for the backstab. And in the end, Mamba Corinthians got 1 point for themselves.
Yeah, K-Long managing to close off the round that he opened up earlier on with the amazing grenade takedown of that vehicle. And of course, in the sidelines, managed to take down 1 player as well. Virus, the guy who got the MVP title in the hardpoint matchup, as well as a massive 2 minutes plus, if I'm not mistaken, on that hardpoint. He thought he could clutch it out, but a 2v1 encounter, this what exactly he had to go up against, and the backstab was just too potent. Sila does not keep an eye in front. Create punishes him with the Mac 10, but can Create catch another one off in here? Good slide! Catches QWERTY, repositions instantaneously, and now C8 maybe can go in and equalize things against Mamba Corinthians and slow things down.
Nicely done by Catfish. That explosion taking down Klong right now with 2 more players to go. Lexicute gotta make an opening. He's looking for that one spot he can actually take down. Bomb has been planted out. It's already bomb outside. And at the moment right now, Lexicute with the DLQ, and Cash will be spotted at 1 player. He takes down, but Joshi takes down Cash instead. That's a great opening for them, but on the other, number is still not clear. Unfortunately being taken out by Ace with that pistol, and 1 more player to go. Lexicute as the only one left right here, trying to do a little bit of quick score at the moment. Lexicute also going to do a wall bang. He's the only one left fighting off, and on the left side, he has a Mac 10, but unfortunately, Ace takes him down instead.
Yeah, great plays coming through from Ace, and this is that comeback that the players of C8 most definitely wanted. They cannot allow Mamba Corinthians to build up any momentum whatsoever. Yes, Lexicute is performing at his best, but they need to find ways to contain him. K-Long, if he's not contained as well, might just start blowing up in terms of the number of kills he can bag overall. Great combat by Joshi as well as Baki, and Baki gets caught out by that Mac 10. Amazing push coming through, and it looks like Mamba Corinthians once again would have the momentum on their side, but as I say that, C8 drops yet another player on their side. K-Long loses his life as Create gets a double, one through the Mac 10 and then through the Thumper as well. C8 they once again have the numbers advantage.
Definitely with Joshi right now able to take down Creed. It still goes out to the C8 Juice. Let's see. Ace trying to do a little bit of backstab to the side of Corinthians. Corinthians still holding out from the B. And right here, trying to do a quick stop. Hit markers to the face, but unfortunately able to finish that job immediately to shut down Joshi. Left with 1 more player. Quiddy spotted at 1 player. He's gonna do spray with that Holger, but we gotta be careful with that behind side. He's gonna take down Ace. A well done job, but on the other hand, he got 2 more players to go. Bob will be going down with 15 more seconds on the clock. It's gonna be tough on Quiddy. The pressure is on. He's still holding that DLQ in his hand. He takes down. Unfortunately, he was missing out that shot, but he's doing it. But no, Virus takes him down instead.
Goes through for that challenge immediately after he got tagged up, and it was just way too easy for Virus to close that round off. And C8 now find their back-to-back rounds. Mamba Corinthians, all of that initial build-up in terms of momentum might go to waste here if they cannot equalize and if they allow C8 to break away from them. And now a very submissive setup over at the Hotel Shortcuts. This time you don't see Joshi going out for the super aggressive push. And Cash holds his ground as well, waiting for Mamba Corinthians to come through aggressively before they can shut them down one after the other. But the important point here is Corinthians, they've left the A bomb side wide open now for C8 to make their way there.
Yep, definitely. And they're not going to overextend themselves. They know for a fact that C8 Juice got it in the bag. They don't need to push through. They're just going to wait for the Mamba Corinthians to come through and actually be pressured out to go outside and chase after them. But on the other hand, right here, Joshi takes down Baki. And on the other hand, Lexicute, a great, well done job taking out Cutie. And right now, C8 Jukes left with 2 more players. Bomb has been planted, but on the other hand, Cage has been taken out, and they will be actually defusing the bomb before even any chance for the C8 to actually defuse the bomb. This is a well done job, a really good motion, despite that C8 thought that it's gonna be easy for them.
Yeah. And the players of Mamba Corinthians just need to keep this pace up. And like we discussed earlier on, they managed to show a little bit of their true nature in the hardpoint matchup. And we saw them trying to make the best of comeback. They couldn't secure that at the respawns. It was just a little too hectic towards the end. But at the SND, it's a totally different story. The pace is so much different. And Mamba Corinthians seem to prefer this pace much, much better. QWERTY now. Initial thumper finds no hit mark whatsoever. But the bomb gets planted either way. All of the wall bangs out of QWERTY is not going to be providing anything just yet as Ace shuts down K-Long. Mamba Corinthians loses the 2 initial players. Now it's a 3v5, and on top of that, they got to defuse that bomb, Fasha.
Yes, and definitely with Clouds
too
preoccupied. It was just too open for Craig to take down double kill at the moment, and with 1 more player to go, Joshi been left behind again. A really struggle with full squad right here, and Ace shutting down him by the backstab.
Amazing stuff now out of C8 as we switch sides. They make sure they are in front, but they're not really dominating this match as much as they wanted to. Mamba Corinthians seems to have life in them, after getting assaulted by Mamba 420 Lowkings earlier on. And I like this life, right? Because they seem to be putting up a good fight. In fact, I mean, if I can be honest, the match that they took up with Mamba 420 Lowkings was putting me to sleep just a little bit, as it was a little too one-sided. But it's just so much more equalized against C8 Jeux as they continue to trade each other out. Lexi Cutie, jump shot does not connect. Baki makes that one mistake, but Lexi Cutie does not take advantage. 2v1, QWERTY shuts down Cash, and it will still be Baki alive and kicking as he backs away from the situation.
And at the moment right now, Clone trying to actually hold the ground from that hotel shortcut, but unfortunately, Crate able to actually pass through. But right now, he got to fight with the full squad. And fortunately, QWERTY shuts down Crate. And again, this is exactly what we're talking about. They got to push through. And we just how AJ said, is the fact that comparing with the performance they've done with Mamba Lowkings is just a way whole level, and I think they found their match. They found their match power right here. And on the other hand, C8 Jeux, they're not giving up as well. They're not letting Mamba Corinthians get away with it. So let's see how Mamba Corinthians pull it through. At the moment right now, they are the one who's attacking. They're not going to overextend themselves. 2 players already at the hotel. Can they make it through? Can actually Class take it slow? Can he actually see that one player? Ace on the other hand is hiding, and Lexi Cutie charges down Becky. A great picking right there. Well done job. But on the other hand, right here, Ace also trade off Claw. And on the other hand, Domper! Oh my god, to the side of Grady. And on the other hand, right now, one more play to go. But Joshy takes down Crate, and one more play to go. Can he make it through with the 3 players right on the side of C8 Jeux, AJ?
Let's see if or not he can get this clutch. Mac 10 in hand. That's a 1 positive. But as he wraps around these corners, he needs to be just extremely careful. Misses Ace out, and Ace repositions, which means Joshi's not going to get that easy kill off of him as he rotates around through the hotel yard. But to catch off the players at that private backyard is going to be quite the challenge as well. B-bomb side on for the plant. There is one player that can undo this approach, and that is Ace. As he holds on to the convenience store, hotel shortcuts, he hops on in. Joshi, information gets sent back through. Joshi needs to look at the convenience store. He sets his eyes there, flicks around, but CBR4 still wins that fight.
That is such a waste. And I mean, it was a great motion. He's able to actually bags it out. He's able to actually rotate around. And maybe if he's able to actually push through and spot one player off from the C8 Jeux, it could have been an opening for them. But unfortunately, again, numbers does not lie. It really goes down to the side of C8 Jeux. And on the other end, they're going to push through. They got to figure out ways how to get through to the side of Petro. And right here, Baki is already waiting. Just a little bit peeking. He might be able to take down Claw, but on the other hand, we can see Clone takes down Ace. A well done job finishing off from the hotel side. One more player to go from the yellow house. On the other hand, Baki gonna do a little bit of backstack to the side of Mamba Corinthians.
And Mamba Corinthians now, as they slowly move on through, they find Create as well. K-Long playing the dangerous game down mid, but manages to cross over, confident because they've got the numbers advantage. 5v2, make that a 4v2 as Baki finds one. Baki finds another as well and quickly repositions. Shut down onto Joshi, but he also loses Cash in that trade. 3-1 now. C8 Jeux only have got Baki to depend on, but if there's anyone you want to count on, it is going to be Baki as he shuts down QWERTY, sends out a thumper. Up top, he does manage to spot the head of a player, sends the thumper to chase him out. It's not going to catch him out just yet. DLQ for the T's as well. Baki now, monster play, catches out ahead, gets tagged up, and Sela for the backstab catches him. A 2v1 puts yet another point of equalizer on the side of Mamba Corinthians.
I like this. And the fact that this is a back and forth between Mamba Corinthians and C8 Jeux, we don't know yet who's going to win this round. And the fact that we keep on saying that Mamba Corinthians, they're under pressure, they're desperate, they gotta do something, they cannot mess this up, and the fact that 1 point already been taken out from them. C8 Jeux is doing well. They're gonna actually go in 3 players to the A side, but on the other hand, let's take a look from Mamba. Right here, Baki takes down Claw, but on the other hand, that's not gonna be opening for the side of Mamba to go through from the B side. Gonna do a little bit of tamper, but not gonna find anyone right there. But on the other hand, it's gonna be tough right here. They wanna go in for the A side, but 2-v3, this is gonna be tough. But Lexi Cutie takes down Creedy, so that's gonna be an opening for the A side, but nevertheless, gotta find another one. He's trying to spot from that yellow house, but he doesn't see it. He's looking towards the A side again. He's gonna see if A will be easy for them to pass it through, but on the other hand, Ace is already waiting with the DLQ as well, and they gotta actually control each and every single angle from this area side. AJ.
Let's see what they can execute now here as Baki catches off K-Long at the gas station. 4v3. Mamba Corinthians, they need to find a way to sustain their numbers out there on the battlefield, and QWERTY does exactly that as he finds the backstab onto Baki, who does not check his corners as he continues to overpush his boundaries. In terms of the defense, it's a little bit better if you can just stick onto those bomb sites. But C8 Jeux wanting to push those boundaries to see if they can catch Mamba Corinthians a little bit off guard. Lexi Cutie punishes Virus and his approach, and the numbers advantage to Mamba Corinthians as they plant that bomb.
Yep, with 2 players, information will be given. Gonna throw that grenade, and will it be taking down anyone? Nope, not yet. But Lexi Cutie will be waiting. It's gonna do a little bit of quick stop, but nope, not gonna get anyone. But on the other hand, there's one player who will be doing a backstab. Will he be able to take down Ace? But on the other hand, numbers already equalized. Cash coming through, trying to do a little bit of sliding, spraying, but not gonna do anything, not gonna suffer anyone. But on the other hand, right here, Cash, can he make it through? Yes, he takes down Joshi. One more play to go. He's gonna do a little bit of head glitch, but unfortunately, QWERTY takes him down instead.
Wow, what do we have on our hands here? Mamba Corinthians waking up finally. And you can all thank QWERTY as well as Lexi Cutie for getting all of those crosshair shots perfectly. Joshi stepping up on his own accord as well. But Sila as well as K-Long, they need to find their momentum. Lexi Cutie shut down, and that is the biggest damage dealer out of the side of Mamba Corinthians. Ace doing a stellar job out there with the initial takedown, and now repositions into the convenience store to take the mid segment of the map instead. Wallbang's not going to find anyone just yet, but the initial damage is more than enough. He gets tagged up, but Ace quickly repositions, leaving the rest of his team members to take that fight.
With one player just at the A side, this is going to be tough. They're trying to hold it out. They're actually being spread out. This is going to be tough on the side of Mamba Corinthians, and I'm not sure what they're looking forward to right now, because the fact is, C8 Jeux, they're doing so well actually sticking together, and Mamba Corinthians, they cannot mess this up. There's only one more point left to win this, and on the other hand, players sticking together at the hotel shot, and one player with that bomb is going to be really, really risky. But on the other hand, we're seeing Klong trying to figure through, trying to spot out, to give that information to the enemy, and Ace with the sniper gonna actually hard scope right here, but he will not see anyone. AJ,
let's see exactly how will C8 Jeux pull themselves back into this match, because Mamba Corinthians, they desperately need this victory. In fact, they need every single match that they take if they can get it. But at this point, Mamba Corinthians might just be playing for their honor. They might just be playing to redeem themselves from their dissatisfying performance throughout the group stages. And if they can do so, it will be more than good enough. 4v3, make that a 3v3 as Cash catches out Joshi out of nowhere. And C8 Jeux now, Sila! Great big kill, but Ace trades him out instantaneously, Vasha.
and Baki right here will be spotted out with QWERTY takes down one player right here with moving out. Oh, and QWERTY shot down Ace as well! And that is 1 point finally goes out to the Mamba Corinthians, the win that they're looking for today. This is their first win, and I hope so it will not be the last one. Congratulations. And just like we say, they are desperate. This is gone to pressure mode, and they need to chase after the point of C8 Jeux as well as Gaijin Rogue, who are already capitalized 6 wins for themselves. And this is only 3 wins. They still need 4 more wins if they want to top off to that top 2 qualifying.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I was getting super frustrated with Mamba Corinthians as they fought against Mamba 420 Lowkings, but the matchup that they take against C8 Jeux, on the other hand, is a totally different story, as they seem to reignite some of the fire within themselves. The strategy is so much more complete in terms of the approaches. They're not taking those very callous approaches towards the bomb side, and even when they are on the defense, you do not see all of those mistakes that they made against their big brothers. QWERTY really putting himself up on top with the amazing performance of 15 kills overall, picking up a total score of 1,845. He goes up against Ace, who in all fairness made it very difficult for the Mamba Corinthians team to continue aggressing on forward alongside Create, but towards the end it had to break down to that final takedown, that final engagement. But whatever said and done, the importance here is Mamba Corinthians have found their very first victory over C8 Jeux after 5 matches here, Vasha.
Exactly. I mean, like, just how you said it, we were almost losing the hope to the side of the team of Mamba Corinthians, and we were thinking that are they already like giving up already first or second half of the double robin, or are they going to push through? And finally, for the search and destroy, they pulled it through. And just as you say, QWERTY with 15 kills, a great number of kills compared to the side of their teammates. I mean, again, as AJ has already said out, they gotta push it through. They gotta actually double down their games. They gotta actually pull their own ways because they cannot only depend on QWERTY and coming towards to the side of domination. I don't know. Corinthians, they lost so much to a point that domination, fast pace, I don't see as if it's gonna be easy for them when it comes to slum, especially C8 Jeux is pretty much. I gotta say they literally gonna punish on the side of Mamba Corinthians if they don't do something at that map.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And now Mamba Corinthians, they have got a little bit of their momentum right back in here. Can they punish C8 Jeux in this next matchup? It's going to be domination at slums, though, and this is a map pick of C8 Jeux, which concerns me a little bit. I mean, slums overall is a very hard map to play if you do not know the spawns, if you do not know the positioning. And when you move it into domination instead of hardpoint, it just gets so much more difficult because it's all about who gets the favorable side. It's all about who manages to protect that B flag at statue. That is going to be the most important point. And in my own, personal experience, starting off from the Special Forces base, being able to hold down Ghetto as well as Dumpsters is going to give you that easier access in towards the B flag. So if you are starting off on the Guerrilla base, if you are starting on the opposite side of the map, you are going to want to look to flip these spawns from the initial get-go and then play your focus on those two flags without failing at all. And we can see Mamba Corinthians starting off on the favorable side. Let's see how they do it and whether or not C8 Jeux wants to force this flip through, Fasha.
Definitely. And right now, Mamba coming towards the broken house, trying to see it through. He's going to make sure that no one gets through. They want to make sure that they want to maintain that spawn, right? They want to make sure that no one gets through, pass through to the side of Mamba Corinthians. But on the other hand, right here at the graveyard, takes on one. Unfortunately, been traded off in that. On the other hand, C8 is going through all for the B side, looking towards and making sure that no one gets through, and they will be actually getting that B flag easily.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, C8 Jeux just walking through Mamba Corinthians there in that position as they win gunfight after gunfight, very quickly and easily taking control of that B flag. But look at this, Mamba Corinthians, they force their way through Dumpsters and now they take the fight out at Broken, but they have to go up against two players still surviving. Sila, can he continue to damage? He gets taken out of the equation. Virus as well goes down and it's 11 to 15 and Mamba Corinthians now, they continue to struggle even though they hold on to the favorable side.
Yep, exactly. We really thought that they have that side that they actually do it, but unfortunately, even though C8 is not going to do that spawn play, they don't really bother at the moment right now. And the fact that they don't have to overextend themselves, they're doing so well. But on the other hand, Mamba finally able to break through and getting that flag on the other hand. This is going to be tough. They want to make sure that no one breaks through to the memorial, but unfortunately, right here, somebody's going to go in to that dumpster, AJ.
A solid play. Dumpster guy got taken out, and that's the opening for C8 Jeux to pull that B flag right back. Still playing from the weaker side, C8 Jeux has managed to overcome the pressure of Mamba Corinthians all through winning their gunfights back to back. And they seem to be breaking this from the side of Memorial through bricks in towards that B bomb side, not focusing on Broken, not focusing on the dumpster area as well. Mainly because Mamba Corinthians, they're just not winning out their gunfights. And the players of C8 Jeux, they don't really need to focus down on the bottom side. But now as they lose that B flag, look at this, C8 Jeux changing the positions, changing exactly where they attack. This time they attack through Broken, through Dumpsters and through the bottom side of the map just to switch things up against the side of Mamba Corinthians, and it seems to be working, Fasha.
Yep, definitely. Even though that the Mamba Corinthians right now able to get that double flag is back again to the side of C8 Jeux, and again they don't need to do anything, AJ. The fact that their positioning is very well done, they don't need to push through to the side of Mamba Corinthians. Despite however it is, and with that QWERTY with the Annihilator, is it going to be an opening for the Mamba Corinthians? However, so right now we are seeing still a struggle to the side of Corinthians, and right now C8 Virus, even though they go into the broken walls, they don't need to worry about it because the fact is Mamba is not even trying to contest, but finally breaks through Joshi as the one and only right here, but unfortunately Ace does not allow it at all. Still a great defense coming towards the side of C8 Jeux right now.
Yeah, 66 to 49 as C8 Jeux find their way towards that halfway point. still maintaining dominance. Overextension now coming through from Create to make sure he goes through, shuts down all of those plays. Over down at the bottom dumps this. But Mamba Corinthians this time, they've switched up their plays. They attack from the top side, and that little bit of a switch makes sure it catches off C8 Jeux, but it's a little too late either way as C8 Jeux reaches the halfway point. 75-53, but look at this. I'm really excited to check out this matchup because Mamba Corinthians is showing us life. Unlike the very first series they took up against Mamba 420 Lowkings, where there was no proper consistency in terms of approaches as well as prioritization of flags out there on their domination matchup. This game is so much different as they are actually taking the fight up to C8 Jeux. They might just be able to win this, Fasha.
Definitely. If they keep this up, it will be on their side. But on the other hand, gunfight still goes out to the side of C8 Jeux. They're doing well, taking down one after another. And C8 is coming through from the broken house. He spotted out from the Mamba Corinthians, not giving any chance. But Klong shuts it down. And right now, one more play to go. And with a great toss, she assists at the moment right now. B will be taken out from the side of Mamba Corinthians. A great well done with the Annihilator somewhat. But on the other hand, CH comes back as well with the Annihilator shot as well.
Yeah, Create drops the lead ready. 86-61. Vehicle taken out in front of Cash. But Cash now pre-fire. And that, oh my goodness, I thought that pre-fire was going to punish him instead, as that gives away the information that was required. But Mamba Corinthians losing out on the gunfight either way. 94-65 now. C8 Jeux pretty much close to closing this off. And Mamba Corinthians not even close to that halfway point. QWERTY has fully streaked himself up, which only means that Mamba Corinthians can play those score streaks and put on a little bit of pressure, but the timing is going to be essential here, and time is starting to run out. So if Mamba Corinthians wants to start those pressure plays, it needs to be now. And look at this, XS1 Goliath gets brought out first. Is it going to be the cluster play right after this, because that B flag is sticking away and time is running out here for Mamba Corinthians?
It is, and the fact that C8 is doing well with the defense, not even a chance for Mamba to get through. And right here, a little bit mistake coming through as Mamba finally breaks through to the Memorial, going in from the dumpster struck, and unfortunately, he's going to actually get another one. Can he do it? There's two players coming through, but unfortunately being shut down right there in the immediate shot. And in the end, see it right here, trying to break through to the side of Goliath. Can he make it? No, not even a chance. And Mamba right now trying to break it through, trying to actually do a comeback.
And Joshi now losing out a little bit of his HP. Too much here. C8 Jeux might already be at a point where they only need a single flag to win this game out. Like I said, Mamba, this is so confusing to me because the cluster strike gets brought out. It's a little bit too late. It should have been brought out much earlier, because even though they play a million score streaks on that B flag right now, C8 Jeux does not need the B flag anymore. All they need is to hold on to the A flag for the win and overextend to continuously push Mamba Corinthians' line back, and wrapping up this particular series is not going to be a problem at all for them.
Yep, definitely. Right here, they're only doing defense. They're not going to the side of that Memorial. They can actually pull it through, but unfortunately, right here, one more play to go. Mamba, Joshi, can he take one more play to go? Unfortunately, such a big mistake, and in the end, it's going to go safer to the side of C8 Jeux. I really thought they were going to actually opening that A side, but again, the gunfight still goes out to the C8 Jeux with 139 points. Right here, Baki is just going to slow things down, making sure that no one goes through. But again, Mamba Corinthians, unfortunately for this round, is going to be another win for the C8 Jeux.
We have seen teams, prematurely use their score streaks and waste them. We have also seen teams that have gone in there and used their score streaks a little bit too late, and I feel like the latter matches up to the performance of Mamba Corinthians this time round. They had what it took to win this game out, but they make those approaches way too late towards the end. Predator Missile is going to get brought in, and it does catch two players, but only to find the end of the game. 150-124, C8 Jeux wraps up the series with a 2-1 victory over Mamba Corinthians.
Yeah, I mean, it was their last chance to actually get at least another point for themselves, and they needed that win. They needed that win, and we keep telling that to the viewers itself that they only got 2 wins in their bags. It's not going to be enough, and they're still going to be at that bottom. But on the other hand, C8 Jeux is going to be happy for the fact that they able to actually chase up to Gaijin Rogue and already at that top 2. But can they maintain that? That's going to be another whole story on another level, because we're going to push into another match right after this. And I'm just happy. I'm just glad to see that C8, when we saw how they were struggling with the side of Gaijin Rogue, they actually patched themselves up. They finally figure out their motion. It's the fact that they met their own match right here, their power match with the side of Mamba Corinthians. But Mamba Corinthians, on the other hand, despite we want to give a little bit of hope themselves, they still lost to the side of C8 Jeux.
Oh, yeah. And, I want to say that it was in their hands, it was in their power to make a difference, because we did not see the players of C8 Jeux streak themselves up so well, but they were using clusters, they were using XS1 Goliaths. It was Mamba Corinthians that were bringing out all of these impressive score streaks that could have changed the tide of the game, but we just didn't see them used at the right time. He managed to streak himself up at the opportune moment where if he had acted, he would have been able to stop the players of C8 Jeux running away. But for some weird reason, they chose to play the game of patience, bring in the XS1 Goliath first, and then the cluster strike, which should have been a little bit different. They should have brought in the cluster strike first, send in the rest of their team members to secure that B flag, and then bring the XS1 Goliath towards the end to defend the B flag, instead of using the XS1 Goliath to capture the B flag, which was so slow to the point. By the time it got there, it did manage to do a little bit of work, but got taken out by those stumpers. So overall, just a little bit too soft of an approach, if you ask me, from the side of Mamba Corinthians. They definitely had a chance to win this, but unfortunately squandered it.
Yep, definitely. They need to figure out the gameplay. They need to figure out the right tactic to actually push through when it comes to a fast-paced game. Respawn is difficult. Even though they're able to back out that search and destroy with a great rotation, a great positioning, when it comes to a domination as well as hardpoint, they still having a tough time with that respawn, with a great power position, and those gunfights, they still haven't able to back it off, fighting off with any enemy, including with the side of C8 Jeux, and remembering how they were with Mamba Lowkings, and we keep on telling they're not even trying to fight off those gunfights. It keeps on going to the side of Mamba Lowkings. They don't even need to do anything. In the end, Corinthians, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on them, and just like we already talked about Corinthians, they just actually form before even Garena Master was in, so it's like a last minute formation for this team. I guess they're still trying to learn the teammates' power. They're still trying to get that chemistry, but at the moment right now, it's gonna be tough because this is the double Robin, and this is the second half, and yet even from that that first half of that double Robin is still not portraying that they have learned from their mistakes pushing through the second half.
And that's a little disappointing if you ask me, because that's exactly what this double round robin is set up for. But that being said, they were able to pull away a single map from C8 Jeux, and that's something that they were not capable of doing, or were not able to do in the first half of the double round robin. For me, that is most definitely an improvement that I really appreciate out of Mamba Corinthians. And the only disappointing part here is the fact that they could have actually won this series. They could have taken it away from C8 Jeux, but they ended up throwing that chance away because, once again, weirdly enough, they second-guessed themselves. And when I say that they weren't trying hard enough against M420 Lowkings, I don't mean that, they threw the match. I mean, they just second-guessed themselves. They were perhaps assuming that M420 Lowkings were going to overpower them or were going to outgun them on the battlefield, that they chose to slow down some of their perspective and some of their approaches in the game, which overall caught up with them in the worst of possible ways towards the end. In this particular series, instead, Pasha, they gave their all. And yes, the hard point was good but not good enough. But in the SND, it was perfect as they grabbed the victory. In slums, it was too close. And once again, if those decisions were made a little bit better, especially with the score streaks, I am confident Mamba Corinthians would have been the winners. But perhaps we just need to wait for another competition. Hopefully, what they have said is not going to be 100% true, and some of these players still have got a little bit of time to spend on video games and join us for a couple of other competitions, because this team truly does have the talent to get out there and do what it takes.
Yeah, definitely. Like we keep on telling you are from those from 256 qualifying to the group stage, and only 18 was qualified. That means there's a potential coming towards from this team, Mamba Corinthians. Despite right here, we are seeing the C8, even though they're able to back out that white warehouse, the P2 was able to push through, and even though it's just like a halfway through from that P2, Mamba Corinthians was able to actually tag it off, especially trying to get as much as point for themselves. But moving towards the S&D, it was a back and forth. We didn't expect that Mamba Corinthians were doing so well with a great power positioning. And not only that, the fact that there was so many times that I think C8 Jeux was making a lot of mistakes and Mamba Corinthians was punishing for it. And I feel like that was the opening for them. They really stands out the most for the search and destroy. But when it comes to a fast-paced game, they keep on making a wrong move. I guess they keep on making wrong move to make sure. And I think at possible way, the most possible nicest way to say, I think they thought they can do a little bit of epic comeback for this domination, but unfortunately it does not go their way. It backfires. It was too slow, and in the end, C8 Jukes just taking their sweet time, just making sure that no one passes through, and getting that double flag was just an easy way for them to win it.
Oh, yeah, right. And, C8 Jeux obviously played the better side this time round in terms of the pressure. They were going in for those pushes. They switched it up from the Memorial down towards the broken side and continuously made sure they catch the players of Mamba Corinthians off guard. And what was impressive was that Mamba Corinthians were able to kind of keep up with the pressure, kind of keep up with that type of gameplay, as they were able to switch out their approaches as well towards that B flag. But once again, the disappointing part is the fact that they had the score streaks that were able to change the pace of the game, change the trajectory of the whole match, but they just didn't use it at the right time. And when you make a mistake like that, C8 Jeux will most definitely make you pay for that. And speaking of making you pay, here's cash. KDA of 2.23 with the average of 16.33 kills. The guy is an annihilator out there on the battlefield. Cannot wait to see if or not they do make it through, because Gaijin Rogue are hot on their heels as well in terms of the points out there on the leaderboard, Fasha.
Yep, definitely. And I feel like this is like a switch, or should I say plot twist at the motion right now, because C8 Jukes Jazz, as we saw how he was previously fighting off with Gaijin Rogue, he only got 0.0 KDA. And switch. It's like a flip of a table from the C8 Jukes.
Yep.
And I feel this is going to be a great starting point for the C8 Jukes. We're really, really hoping to see more from this team. But moving towards for the next match, we got another team waiting for you guys to fight off. We got the team of Gaijin Rogues fighting off with the Mamba Lowkings, the one and only that is going to be tough. They have been doing so well. They got their wins already. Gaijin got 2 wins from C8 Jukes. Mamba Lowkings got 3-0 immediately from their own fights. So this is going to be very interesting for the next match. But I want to give a little bit of shout out to Jericho, is watching right now. Jericho, we missed you so much, coach. And we got a little bit shout out to as well to Jer Mercado as well, who is watching our live. But please do not go anywhere. Keep on liking, keep on sharing. I know that you guys are a little bit trouble saying that Facebook Live is not on. Just don't worry. You can still support us right here at the YouTube as well as at the Twitch of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Coming up next is going to be match number 4. It is the Gaijin Rogue versus Mamba Lowkings. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the Garena's Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2, where we are looking for top 2 from Group B, who is actually already passed through with 3 series already. And right now we're pushing through to Gaijin Rogue versus Mamba Lowkings, whereas we got 2 series already, got 2v1. Actually, 2 maps have been won with 1 points goes out to their opponent. And then another goes out to the Mamba Lowkings, who actually steal off 3-0 with fighting with Mamba Corinthians. Can they make it through with the same 3-0 fighting off with Gaijin Rogue? I'm not sure, because we saw how they were during the first half of Double Robin, whereby Gaijin Rogue is able to steal 1 point from themselves, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that was a great performance against Mamba 420 Lowkings that not many expected, because they were truly dominated in that hardpoint match. They were not allowed to even get into the 50-point club. In fact, they were stuck to a 36 score throughout that whole game against the players of Mamba 420 Lowkings at Raid. But they tried to make the comeback at SND. They got close 6-4. They couldn't finish it off. And the domination, it was still a little too close for my liking, but a victory is what's important here, 150-143 at Summit. But of course, if this time round Mamba 420 Lowkings manages to get the flip of the coin, as well as Lady Luck smiling at them, they might just not allow us to see Summit for domination, which everybody knows by now is the favorite for Gaijin Rogue for that map type.
Yep, definitely. On the other hand, if it's actually flips on to the side of Mamba Lowkings, we know for a fact they're gonna go back home to their hometown, which is firing range. And I don't know whether Gaijin has what it takes to fight it off there, because there are certain times they might able to win it off, but there are certain times they actually made a mistake for the firing range. But back to the schedule, if you guys missed out what was happening to the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2, the schedule for day 6 started off with Gaijin versus the team of C8 Jeux, whereby they won 2 maps and 1 point was able to steal off from the C8. But on the other hand, moving towards the next series, we got MBC, Mamba Corinthians, not able to bag out any points for themselves, and they're in desperate motion because they only got 2 wins last previous first half of the Double Robin, unfortunately giving more points to the Lowkings with 11 wins already. And just how AJ said, not sure how will it be done for any of this team from these teams who might be able to catch it up. But I think Mamba Lowkings, they are already safely and comfortably right at the top. On the other hand, the previous fight we saw was C8 Jeux fighting off with the Mamba Corinthians, and despite Mamba Corinthians tried to do their best, it's still a win to the side of C8 Jeux.
Which means that Mamba 420 Lowkings hold on to the number 1 spot at the moment with 11 wins. C8 Jeux in the 2nd place with 7 wins overall. Gaijin Rogue are in the 3rd spot with 6 wins. This only means that Gaijin Rogue at the moment do not qualify for the playoffs. If they want to stand a chance, they need to go in with a strong showing against the team that they take on now in the form of Mamba 420 Lowkings. But as we have said at the start of the day, it's going to be tough because M420 Lowkings, they are the ones who are stacking Group B right now. The ones who take them on. Gaijin Rogue, Kasom, Flash, Glowy, Mickey, Mithil, as well as Venom. Each and every single one of these players need to deliver out there on the battlefield, especially when it comes to those hardpoint matches. They've shown us today that they can find a win, but they also have to find yet another one against Mamba 420 Lowkings and potentially pull away that domination matchup. A 2-1 victory would be great. A 3-0 victory would be even more perfect. But to ask of that against Mamba 420 Lowkings is just asking for too much, I think, Fasha.
I mean, I'm already proud they're here. I mean, I remember it's like I'm watching my juniors who was fighting off at the Ways of War and seeing them graduating, going towards the Garena Masters, as well as they actually fought off as well at the CGI. And I feel like for them to even step it up and moving towards this stage is just truly blessed. But then again, it's not going to be a blessing if they fight off with the Mamba Lowkings. We have Chloe, Luffy, Olia, PJ, Raph, as well as Yopi doing a wonderful job throughout this entire Double Robin round. And I feel like despite they have been stolen 1 point or 1 map from their hands by the Gaijin Rogue, it's going to be easy for them to just top it off and qualify to the playoff of Garena Master Season number 2.
Absolutely right. Mamba Lowkings, they are the leaders of Group B, and they look to be the leaders of Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2 as well. This is the road to redemption, and it most definitely holds true to their hearts in terms of team, because this is their redemption. The last time they tried to score for the #1 spot at Garena Masters Season 1, they couldn't really make the cut. They couldn't take it all the way through. They had to drop off. But, this time round, they might be able to push it all the way to that grand finals. They have to, of course, go through, titans like Almighty as well as Blacklist International Ultimate to get to that point. But I'm pretty sure they have been building up enough momentum to do exactly that. Let's take a look at the head-to-head now between the two teams. We've got PJ representing Mamba Lowkings as well as Mickey for the side of Gaijin Rogue. And if you are a fan of the Mamba Lowkings side, you will be happy to know that the KD average of PJ far supersedes Mickey, who only holds on to a 0.99. Thankfully, it's not just going to be a one-on-one out there on the battlefield, but more towards a team pressure 5v5 that PJ needs to, of course, go in and contribute to on his side. But from what we have seen, that's exactly what Mamba 420 Lowkings are absolutely perfect at, working together as one.
Yep. And I'm loving the fact that PG is the face of the head-to-head, because the fact that I think he's the only one who Garena put a highlight on, and people say you spray and pray, but no, they gave a highlight name for the PG, say you can just PJ and pray, my friend. You just PJ and pray, and he was doing well with that Mac 10. Very well done job to give a little bit of highlight for that first half. But then again, is it going to be again his own gameplay for tonight? I hope so, but it's still just how AJ is a team effort from the side of Mamba Lowkings every single time.
Let's take a look at the match modes as well as maps. And it looks like Mamba Lowkings have got Lady Luck smiling at them. And like we said, if they do get the coin toss, we are not going to have Summit for our domination match. But here's the curious thing. Mamba Lowkings bring in that Summit into Hardpoint instead. The worst type of game mode that Gaijin Rogue can potentially hop on into, but they have a map that they most definitely know their way around. So maybe that will put a little bit of advantage to the side of Gaijin Rogue, but at the end of the day, Summit Hardpoint, it's most definitely a one-sided map in terms of domination, especially when you start off on the right side and you maintain your gunfights to make sure you do not drop that first spawn. That's going to give you that supreme access into P1, into the second floor of P1 as well. To string it on to P2 is going to be quite easy, and that's exactly what these players are looking for. Gaijin Rogue, they've got their work cut out for them here, Pasha.
Definitely. And the fact that I'm surprised that this past few or first half of the double robin that Mamba Lowkings has been banning slums all over, and we were thinking that do they really want to avoid the maps itself? Turns out for this second half of the double robin, they're just using that one particular map just for the right time to just push it through and just give a little bit of surprise at the end of the show. And I'm loving it. I'm loving the fact that they already pulled through, and I think they know that last point whereby domination was taken by their hands. They want to make sure that Gaijin does not do the same thing, and they want to repeat that 3-0 again for tonight. And right here, right now, PJ pushing through straight away and will be using that Karen, but unfortunately be taken out by Glowy instead, AJ.
Yeah, great plays by Glowy to make sure he recovers after PJ misses his initial shot, so he wasted a little bit of time there. If at all he had gotten that first shot, one kill, then he would have been able to roll it into a 2, no doubt whatsoever. But Gaijin Rogue now trying to run away with the points will be able to do exactly that as they win a majority of the gunfights in here. Glowy taking on the second floor this time round. Pressure after pressure, they pile on to Mamba Lowkings, who still hold on to the hard point. Finally hopping on into there for a little bit of a challenge. Raf holds the back of the hard point in instead and will be able to win out all of those gunfights for his team. Mamba Lowkings, yes, they started off on a rough patch, but they tried to make their comeback in here, and they seem to be doing that. Can they catch up with the points before we move on to P2 is the question.
Yep, definitely. But I feel like it's gonna be a yes question, because the fact is they're doing early rotation already. Custom on the other hand got to do a little bit of backstab. He saw Luffy, but unfortunately Luffy takes him down instead. Not even a point to chance for the Gaijin to even break through. And right here, PJ is already here. A great, well done job coming towards to the Mamba Lowkings. Even though it is a slow pace, they're still gonna chase up to the Gaijin Road despite whatever it is. Yopi gonna give no chance whatsoever for the Gaijin Road to go through to the P2.
M24 to 31, Gaijin Rogue still holding on to this P2, and early rotations are not going to be the option for M420 Lowkings, as they understand they've got so much of time left on this clock, so they move in for a break. Flash, on the other hand, he's going to be able to take this backstab, so if he execute this perfectly, he will be able to stop the approach. Gaijin Rogue, together with Glowy hitting the double alongside their thumper on K-Low, they will be able to maintain their dominance on this P2. Break finally comes through, but that is a good timing because Gaijin Rogue can now move to set up P3, get the spawns first, and then pull away all the points. But look at this, the Singaporeans smashing their way through, still holding on to those points at P2, even to those very final seconds. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, definitely. The City of Lion is very much smiling on them right now. At the moment, right now, with Claude trying to do a little bit of backstab, but nope, not even a chance. Gaijin is not making sure that a cable car will be taken down by the Mamba Lowkings. Gaijin is doing well. Mickey will be the one who's game changer, making sure that everything he's been doing so well, his performance has been done. A well done job throughout this Garena Masters stage off, but somehow right here, unfortunately, being taken out. Lowkey, not even a chance. Lowkings is not even able to break through to this cable car, AJ.
Amazing stuff out of Gaijin Rogue. 80 to 33 now. Yopi wins his gunfight, but the rest of his team members from the back, is he going to be able to give them that assistance they desperately need? Tries to catch a player off with the backstab, but nobody steps on forth towards the edge of this platform here. Instead, they focus and shutting down all of the backstabs as well. But look, there's one player still alive, and his name is K-Low, but gets taken down by a trade out by Venom after two players on the side of Gaijin Rogue go down. 104 to 33. Who would have thought, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that Gaijin Rogue would dominate Mamba 420 Lowkings on a map mode that they are the weakest at?
Exactly, and the fact that they have pushed actually the team of Mamba Lowkings to go to the early rotation of that P4, this is going to be tough. They have that early rotation, but Gaijin's coming through. Is he going to be able to break it through? Right here, Yopi going to actually refill that tamper. He's looking for someone who can able to take down. Takes on one, but unfortunately being taken out by Venom instead.
Yeah.
Venom is just spreading out that Venom straight away to the side of P3 and able to break it out, and Gaijin is with 112 in their hands.
Oh, boom! Venom gets a double with the takedown of that Predator missile, and that was a huge kill because those two players were trying to break the spawn. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when you play that hard point, your main intention should always focus in on the spawn before you hop on for one of those hard points, especially when it comes through to this P4. And it looks like the way all of the Mamba 420 Lowkings players are going in here for the push, they are dead set on getting that hard point away. They finally make the break, but a lot of the Gaijin Rogue players still alive and kicking way too close to go in to rip this straight back, and they do exactly that.
Amazing job, even with Glowy able to take it off a little bit of that noise, and right here reset coming through, and yet again still pacing through to the side of P4, and this is going to be the reset, the P1, all that we're looking for. And I'm not sure if Mamba Lowkings will be able to do a backup right here at the moment, because the fact is Loki again right here already doing a little rotation. They got in that points earlier on, but right here Gaijin is coming through. They're going to go in with one player, or unfortunately PJ able to clear out from the control room, but on the other hand Glowy coming in from the second floor. Let's see, can he see Luffy first? He spotted out, he's gonna do a dumper, but he misses out. He's gonna finish it off Luffy first, but no, he misses out. Oh, finally able to finish it off, but still points goes out to the Lowkings.
So much of chaos out there on the battlefield for this reset on that point, and back into P1. The players of Gaijin Rogue find a little bit of difficulty hopping onto the point finally as they break their way through and win the hard point. 5 more seconds to clock in, and they'll be able to wrap up game number 1 against Mamba 420 Lowkings. It looks like the hope and the chances for Gaijin Rogue is still alive in this competition to make it through to the playoffs. 2-3 more seconds in there. Gaijin Rogue get the break once again. It will all end here as they get their first victory on the weakest map mode, the weakest match mode, my apologies, against the players of M420 Lowkings, the supreme team within their group. Amazing stuff out here, Vasha.
Who would have thought that the team from Mamba Lowkings was having difficulty at the map they have chosen? They actually expected we're actually going to dominate to Gaijin Rogue, and little do we know, Gaijin Rogue just flipped off the switch and said, it's going to be our turn. And Venom taking down with that OBG, a great well done. It's nevertheless, it comes out to him. It really goes out to him, because the fact is, with a great number of streaks, score streaks put out each and every single down, making sure that the Lowkings does not even get into that hill was just amazing from the side of Gaijin Rogue.
I do not want to take anything away from this victory out of Gaijin Rogue, but I have to throw some caution into the air because this could just be a throw of a match from the side of Mamba 420 Lowkings as a setup for the playoffs. And hear me out, and this is exactly why I think so. Because in terms of the gunfights, I'm very sure that Mamba 420 Lowkings can not only keep up, but can dominate over the players of Gaijin Rogue. That's number one. Number two, it just seems like some of the approaches towards those hard points were a little bit soft. And if you want to step into the playoffs where you're going to face off against the other Titans like Almighty who have not dropped a single map, you want to make them think that they might be able to punish you in a certain somewhere. And that certain somewhere might just be Summit. And when you bring that game up against the mighty Lowkings in Summit later on at the playoffs, you might just see whether or not this theory tests true. Because I feel like this is a playoffs setup from the M420 Lowkings because there is no consequences whatsoever if they drop one or two maps against the players of Gaijin Rogue.
Yep, agree. And I feel like, I mean, it could be that it's just a tactical way. It's just a mind game coming towards from the side of Mamba Lowkings. But then again, I mean, despite whatever it is still a win to the Gaijin Rogue. And I think that they're already happy despite whatever it is. It's like a mercy on their side, but still they still got that W for their hands. And the fact that they're now tied off for that top two. And again, this is like the same back and forth from the side of Gaijin Rogue versus the team of C8 Jeux. And I mean, they cannot make any more mistakes. The fact that this is going to be their second game, they only get one more series to fight off, and that's off with the fighting with the team of Mamba. Sorry, my bad. With the Mamba Corinthians, right? Yes, and the fact that I mean. It's really tough to see whether or not if Mamba Lowkings is just trying to play cool for this time or Gaijin Rogue is just pushing towards their horizon at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And I think, I mean, I obviously have a habit of making big statements like these, but unfortunately, you know, I have the great luck of having them come true. So I pretty much think that this is a setup match for the side of M420 Lowkings for the playoffs, hoping and praying that one of the teams might underestimate their capabilities on a one-sided map like Summit at Hardpoint, and then that's where they show us truly what they're capable of. But how far will M420 Lowkings take this, this opportunity to throw off all of the other titans of the competition? Will they go ahead to choose to drop yet another game? Because, you know, at the end of the day, yes, there are no consequences at all. But is that something that you truly want to do? I'm quite curious as to how M420 Lowkings takes this. But, you know, even that being said, they have already given Gaijin Rogue so much of momentum to build on, right? And all of that adrenaline pumping through the veins of Gaijin Rogue might just carry them through this S&D as well, Fasha.
Agreed. You don't want to actually motivate your enemy to give even more hopes, you know? The fact that and with Flash able to take down Yopi right here, Raph trying to do a little bit of damage to that tower, but unfortunately not able to actually take out Flash. But on the other hand, Lowkings trying to making sure like no one actually goes through. They're gonna do a little bit of defense. Gaijin still making sure that they're not gonna overextend themselves, but Bomb is already pushing towards the B side. Two players on one right here. If Mickey can actually pull through, can actually spot that one player, it might be a great position coming for him right here. Mickey face to face. Can he get it? He gets low-key Clo at the moment right now, and it's gonna be an opening for them to plant the bomb.
Great approach by the attacking side of Gaijin Rogue. Custom as well as Flash. They strike back-to-back, leaving one final player on the side of M420 Lowkings. And now Raph, quick scope does not go in accurately. Thumper gets pulled out prematurely, and the sniper will not lose his life just yet. Reposition, still alive. Boxing gloves finishes things off as Flash becomes Manny Pacquiao himself.
Oh my, Muhammad Ali on the strike, my friend. And on here, right here, I'm feeling like, again, Mamba Lowking is actually setting up a great momentum from Gaijin Rogue from that previous fight. And you don't want to do that, seriously. But despite whatever it is, this is just a mind game. And I feel like Mamba Lowkings, they're already comfortable. They don't need to do anything anymore. They just want to play off for a cool motion to see how their teams or the enemy is going to do. And again, I think I'm going to actually also figure out what you're saying right now, AJ, is the fact that Clo takes down Gluey, a great opportunity for the side of Mamba Lowkings right here. I feel like they just want to see how far can Gaijin pull through if they play it a little bit slower on their side. You know what I get? Do you get what I mean, AJ?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just test the waters again. Because once again, there's no consequences whatsoever if Lowkings loses the series overall against Gaijin Rogue. They do have another game later on, but that is going to be against the players of C8 Jeux. And I'm pretty sure the players of Mamba 420 Lowkings are confident to take that game up, because the last time they met, they not only beat C8 Jeux 3-0, they dominated C8 Jeux. I mean, that summit matchup on Hardpoint was 150 to 53. Search and destroy, they did not allow C8 Jeux to take a single round. And of course, domination, they got dominated, right? So a lot more points for the picking here for M420 Lowkings. So if they want to play around with Gaijin Rogue, they can. But once again, I do not say these things to take away the victory from Gaijin Rogue. They have done a tremendous job so far. It's just that it feels like M420 could have done better at that hardpoint match.
Yeah, because we've already saw them. We've seen how they're performing well. They've done a well done job, a really flawless win from that first half of Robin. And I feel like we've actually expected a great win coming from them, but that hard point was just a surprise to us. And right here, pushing through to the mid side, they're gonna actually not overextend themselves. But on the other hand, we are seeing the Mamba Lowkings is not being patient. They want to actually pull through. They want to see where is Gaijin gonna go in first. Bomb straight away takes down Flash. A great, well done job. You cannot use the same tactic and over again. The enemy's gonna use it against you. At that point, Lowking is already figuring out what is the tactic that Gaijin is using at the moment right now. With one player down, with 4 more players to go from Gaijin Rogues, what are they going to do?
Ref has got a huge position to hold on to, but Mickey, as well as his Banana Blaster, blasts him away to Kingdom Come. Yopi tries to recover the situation, but Mickey takes him out as well. This MAC-10 is on fire, Vasha.
Yep, definitely. With 3 players still surviving right here, Mickey's gonna wait for the Lowking to actually do a picking. But PJ right in front of you, missing that shot. And unfortunately, but then again, they're gonna corner out from the side of Gaijin. Bomb will be planted right here, and it's gonna be given an information. Mitchell has spotted out one player from the base side and is gonna go back. On the other hand, Luffy right here gonna do a little bit of quick scope with that with a sniper, but he doesn't see it through AG.
Yep, and the positioning by Gaijin Rogue players is just too good. Mythil catches out Luffy with a backstab, leaving one final player on the side of Lowkings. PJ, CBR4, catches the first player. And Gaijin Rogue doesn't need to go in here for the push because they've got 2v1, 20 seconds to go. That defusel's not going to come through, and Mickey finishes it off. And once again, the Banana Blaster is as epic as ever.
Banana Blaster. I hear a lot of comments coming through from the previously when the banana was coming out. They say, why MAC-10 banana? Why banana of all things? I guess because it's just cute. It's just really cute. And the fact that MAC-10 is just all crazy, all hell loose when it comes to fighting off, and he makes your enemy go banana, killing every single one of them. And right here, they're able to take down low-key PJ, just push it through to the mid lane. But unfortunately, PJ been shut down by Mythil straight away as well.
Yeah, good trades coming through, and Yopi taking Glowy out of the equation proves that this round might just be for the side of Mamba Lowkings. 4-3 now, the numbers on the other side, as a very aggressive defensive player on the side of Mamba Lowkings strays around the outside in the name of Kalo. He's gonna get punished eventually as a player from the Shao fronts steps on forth towards the White Warehouse. But so far, Kalo hasn't been caught out just yet, and Mythil is not stepping away from his position. As Kaso shuts down Yopi, the numbers are equalized, and Gaijin Rogue not allowing Mamba Lowkings to pressure them. Amazing stuff.
Ooh, on the other hand, Gaijin has to be careful with the backstab. They're actually moving towards the A side, but there's one player right here. He will be actually able to take out. Ooh, great switch of angle right there, Mitchell. I was almost nervous at this end, but on the other hand, they're able to trade it off. Right now, numbers are equalized. Kasum trying to figure out, trying to see it through. There's one player on this left side. If he's not careful, he might be backstabbed as well. But on the other hand, Bomb is pushing through. They're not going to plant the bomb. They're looking for that one player. They're going to actually make sure there's one less player coming through. And right here, look. Unfortunately, Luffy with that quick scope takes down Mitchell instead. One more player to go. But Kasum takes down Luffy. So this is 1v1 AJ.
Yeah, bomb now going to be picked up by Kaso as well. Amazing stuff coming through. But Ref holding on to the defense. Is he going to see the bomb coming through? As I am not sure if or not it has been picked up here by Kaso. Yes, it has been. As Ref tries to get towards that B bomb site, Kaso would have been able to plant this already. Repositions. Oh, the timing is just perfect for the Singaporean. But Raf now has got the Banana Blaster. Needs to turn this corner well. Takes that corner. Catches the back as Kaso goes down. It will be the round for Mamba 420 Lowkings.
Nicely done. It was actually a back and forth. Definitely, I was really impressed by the Gaijin Rogue as well as Mamba Lowkings. We are seeing the fight already. We're seeing the struggleness. We are seeing that the Mamba Lowkings is not playing it safe as well for this round. And I mean, it's a switch from the side of that hard point, and I'm loving it. I mean, they can't play it too soft. They can't play it too passively every single time because it's gonna build up that momentum from the side of Gaijin Rogue. But on the other hand, right here, Luffy trying to see it through. The smoke is gonna give a little bit of confusion. Gaijin just has already see it through to the side of Mamba Lowkings. They know that Lowkings is gonna do a little bit of backstab as well as to the mid lane. So they're actually figuring out whether or not they're gonna go to the A side or the B side, AJ.
Yep, and the defensive side of M420 Lowkings just playing things safe, playing things cool, just waiting for Gaijin Rogue to make a move first. Looking for a couple of frags before they can, of course, take the aggressive stance against them. Yopi catches out one, but does not manage to execute the player on the spot. It's a little too slow in terms of ADS for that Holger, but Luffy punishes Kaso, who's just a little bit too slow. But Kaso did manage to get that hit mark. Just a little unfortunate with the trade there.
Exactly. Could have actually get it out, but unfortunately the movement is just too fast. But right here, Mickey shuts down PJ. A great, well done equalize number for the both team right here. And they're going to push into the B side with two players. This is 2v2. I'm not sure if they can actually put it through. They spotted Ruff and shuts down Ruff immediately. But on the other hand, right here, going to go into the A side. He spotted another one, but unfortunately, Luffy shuts down Mickey as well.
And now the players of M420 Lowkings find the lead before we switch sides. And of course, as they take the bomb, they have got the advantage in terms of rounds as well. Gaijin Rogue played a stellar attacking side earlier on, but dropped the ball towards the end against M420 Lowkings. But this time round, can they do the exact same thing on the defense? Perhaps just like what Mamba 420 Lowkings pulled off earlier on. Positioning by Luffy Supreme as he catches out Kaso yet again.
That is such a great hard scope. You didn't have to do anything. Unfortunately, Gaijin was just making a lot of mistakes at the moment right now, making sure that Mamba Looking gets the kill as well as getting the point for themselves. But on the other hand, all of their teams are already pushing to the A side. No one, the B side, there's no one else, and this is going to be a late respawn coming towards to the Gaijin Rogue. But then again, let's see if they can actually go through to the side of the wooden house and making sure they can do a backstab. But Yopi takes down Glowy, left with 3 more players, and Mickey shuts down from the white warehouse. He sees it through from one player. He's gonna backstab. He doesn't finish his op. He's looking for another way, and he shuts down Chloe as well with number equalized by both teams.
And this is the opportunity now for the players of Gaijin Rogue to make a comeback, but Luffy and Ruff make that impossible. Ruff gets that double with a kilo 141 as M420 Lowkings now slowly start to pull away from the very aggressive Singaporeans that started off this S&D well, living off the hype of that hard point, but they soon find that M420 Lowkings get a little bit harder to take down as the match will continue to progress.
Yep, definitely. And right this moment, Lowking gonna actually take their sweet time. 3 players pushing through to the B side, and that's not gonna be an easy way for the side of the team of Gaijin Rogue, because 3 players on 1, it's gonna be easy for Beetle to be shut down. But on the end, Beetle gonna actually, and they're pushing through. Oh, he's able to take down PG, but nevertheless, gonna be information. He shuts down Raph as well, and unfortunately, he's been traded out. But that's gonna be a great shots coming through from the Gaijin Rogue, and we are left with 4 more players to go. Information will be given. Mickey right here spots 1 player, and unfortunately, being shut down by Chloe as well. But 3 players coming through right here. They know that a B bomb has actually been dropped, and they're gonna go in for the rush.
Okay, low, quick scope now. Okaso manages to hit that, potentially managed to go in there with an absolute... I don't even think he quick scoped him out, and Glowy pulls out the KRM. It most probably was a no-scope, but either way, Kaso getting that kill was huge now as Gaijin Rogue managed to pull one back. They haven't equalized, but this is one heck of a match between these two teams.
Exactly. I mean, we thought that the Mamba Looking is going to actually get another point for themselves, but Gaijin comes back right. The assistant Kasom puts it through, and right here, Flash unfortunately loses his shots. Instead, Luffy with the quick scope. He sorts 1 more player to go. The white warehouse will be taken down, but on the other hand, information will be given right here. Unfortunately, Rav been shut down by Mitchell. Instead, Mickey coming through from the mid lane, going into the white warehouse. He spotted 1, spraying to PJ, shuts down PJ as well. 2 more players to go. He's going into the toilet side. He sorts 1, he sprays. Can he do it?
What a play!
That was a great shot. 1 more play to go. And he makes that
Mickey, what a play, man! What a freaking play! This is your potential god god of the Mag 10, the one and only Mickey.
Oh my god, that was just amazing. And numbers are equalized by both teams right here. Kasum trying to see it through, trying to spot it out, but information has been given out. Mamba Lowkings is on their feet at the moment. Now they're actually in a struggle motion. They're desperate. They don't want to make any more mistakes. They're actually maintaining at the wooden side, making no fuss at all. And on the other hand, information will given by the flash side, and they're gonna go in from the B side. They're gonna actually figure out if any side will be. But A is already open, so I think that Mamba Lowkings is gonna push in from the mid lane, going towards to the white warehouse.
Yeah, let's see what they can pull off here, because that A-bomb side is wide open left for the taking on the side of Gaijin Rogue, as the OP catches out Flash. That backstab that the players of Gaijin Rogue are looking for through the passageway, it turns up to be absolute zero. There's nobody at that B-bomb side, and once that information gets sent over, the remaining 3 players, they move on higher up that mid segment of that map. Are they going to get caught out here? Because there is a potential that Luffy and Raph aggress on forward and start picking off one by one the players of Gaijin Rogue. Initial shots out of Kaso finds nobody as the bomb now is planted. 37 seconds to go now.
Yep, with Gaijin Mickey right in front of him. He spotted out one, but unfortunately been traded out by Glowy instead. And on the other hand, right here, we're going to spot it out by Raph. Raph will be sprayed out from the wooden house. He will finish his job. But oh no, Mitchell takes him down instead. But on the other hand, he's sliding straight to Mitchell, shutting down Mitchell. One more play to go from Gaijin right here. PJ will be actually sprayed out with his Mac 10. And in the end, 1 point goes out to the team of Mamba Lowkings.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff out of Mamba Lowkings as they pick up the match point. At Gaijin Rogue, they are hot on their tails. This is pretty much, equal to the S&D that we did see both of these teams play the last time they met as well. That game ended up on a 4-6, where Gaijin Rogue lost to the players of Mamba 420 Lowkings. Guess where they lost? On this exact same map. It was a firing range loss. And it looks like Mamba 420 Lowkings are about to do the exact same thing here today. Get that victory once again. Thumper gets sent out. A double on the take. Does not catch out Glowy just yet. And the players from the side of M420 Lowkings also moving down that A side at the very same time. The split push is not really something that they have to execute at the moment. But the bomb is just stuck in that corner house, unable to leave because of the position held on by Luffy. But now as you do see Glowy backing away from his position, this might just be the opener. But Mithil now slowly moving on towards Yopi. PJ, engagement. Oh, catches out Yopi, jumps on in. Will be able to shut down Mithil. And that was a great big mistake. But the numbers on M420 Lowkings side is just a little bit too low now, Fasha.
Yep, definitely. And I feel like the Mickey was doing well at the wooden side. He spotted out that information. He will give it up. But PJ shuts down Mickey. And that's going to be a really tough call because Mickey is the one who has been doing a game changer. But Glowy shuts down PJ. One more play to go. Right now, Yopi, the only last hope for the side of Lowking. They are able to equalize if they shut down Loki straight away. But right here, Yopi shuts down Kaso as well. He sprays, but unfortunately, he shuts down Glowy as well. One more play to go. 1v1 right here. Lowking versus the team. But next step by Flash shuts down Yopi. One more point goes out to the team of Gaijin Rogue.
Oh, I know which team I want to see at the playoffs. My, oh my, what a play, Gaijin Rogue. And what an improvement since the last time we laid our eyes on them. And when I say last time, I mean the previous competition. Little by little, Gaijin Rogue has been improving out there on the battlefield, and this is their perfect composition. I love the team up of Glowy, Kaso, as well as Flash. Mickey, all on his own. He eats up the opponent's Mamba Lowkings, but this time around, they will go ahead to lose a player on the side of Gaijin Rogue very early on, and that is a crucial takedown for the side of M420 Lowkings. This is round number 11. This is the final chance for Gaijin Rogue to make a play, but down by one man, they need to play this safe, Fasha.
Definitely, they don't even have to overextend to the A side. They already learned the tactic of the team of Gaijin Rogue. They spotted out the Gaijin is going to go to the B side by mistake. And right here, 2 players coming through, and Gaijin Kasum will not be spotting anyone. But right here, Mickey coming through, but unfortunately not going to get anyone. But he spotted out one player. Unfortunately, shut down by Ruff. Unfortunately, PJ right here will go in the side and shut down
easy.
Chloe as well. That is double kill right here. Gonna do a little bit of tamper. One more player side at the wooden, but unfortunately, it's gonna be going to the side of Mamba Lowkings, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers just way too much for the players of Gaijin Rogue to deal with. Kaso now being tagged up, gets taken out by the good backstab out of Yopi. Flash final player spotted out already. Luffy with the initial shot as he repositions. Flash manages to outplay him with the positioning, but will find him either way. PJ and the Mac 10 takes Flash out of the equation. 6-5. There is an improvement, but it's not enough on the side of Gaijin Rogue as Mamba 420 Lowkings. They pull away this victory. It had to go to that round 11, which shows the improvement from the Singaporean team, and they're continuing to be a threat in the competition. Let's see if or not C8 Jeux can keep up with the kind of pressure that Gaijin Rogue is throwing out there, because we still have a domination matchup, Fasha. And the last time M420 took a domination match against Gaijin Rogue, they lost, albeit very close. It was 150-143 at Summit. This time around, we do not get Summit because it was already played at Hardpoint earlier on. Is it going to be as close? Is it going to be on the side of M420 Lowkings? It is all in the hands of Gaijin Rogue, as they are the ones who bring the challenge to the table to now pull this away.
Yep, definitely on the fact that they already won inside the games already. They already won from the Mamba Corinthians fight off from the slum side, and I think they already know what is going to be happen, what they're going to go in for the tactics of the slum. But nevertheless, going back to what is going to happen to the search and destroy, the numbers, it doesn't tell you. We can see how Gaijin Miki was just doing well, getting enough kills for themselves, but then again, the positioning, it was just too unbearable when it comes to Mamba Lowkings. They were doing so well to control each and every single plantation of bomb, and Gaijin just keep on that last motion, that mistake they have done. I think they actually have a little bit of struggleness to figure out, are they going to go B, are they going to go A side? But Lowkings are just very, very well put. They figure it out. They know what Gaijin is about to do from the next move. So it really goes out to the Lowkings to actually analyze their own enemies, and Gaijin unfortunately missing their shot for getting this map. But on the other hand, back to what you were saying, AJ, domination. They did one. Yes, they did one, and it's a really hard fought game. It was not easy for them to win it off, but still a win for them. But nevertheless, I feel like Slum is gonna be a tough call, because Lowkings have proved themselves doing so well, fighting off with Mamba Corinthians. Gaijin, they just gotta step it up right here, right now.
And I feel like they have most definitely stepped it up at this S&D. They just couldn't take it all the way. But let us remind ourselves that they did manage to get that tremendous victory over M420 Lowkings at the hardpoint matchup. So that has been, the first one snuffed out. And, I think that it was quite well deserved as well, right? Because M420 Lowkings, they did bring in a map where they have already faced a defeat to Gaijin Rogue in the past. But of course, for a different match mode altogether, game mode altogether. But it didn't really matter, because Summit was most definitely the confirmed home of Gaijin Rogue. But as we move into Slum's domination, a map that is just so difficult to dominate if you do not know your positions well, if you do not work together as a team to break the holes of the B flag, things will get really, really tough. We saw a couple of teams having challenges previously prior to this particular series, and now we see these two teams hop on into the exact same game mode, exact same map as well. Your thoughts on who might walk away from this victorious, Fasha?
I mean, like I said, we saw how Mamba Lowkings was it. They don't need to overextend themselves. They put it out very well off for each and every single B flag as well as the A flag. And I mean, on the other hand, if only Gaijin will not do the same thing that Mamba Corinthians have done, which is able to actually go through to the Memorial side. Who knows? Maybe they can break through, because Broken House, it was a really tough defense coming from the Mamba Lowkings. They don't even allow it. Despite whatever it is, Corinthians was able to go through from the mid lane. They were able to go from the graveyard, but then again, they were cut out straight away from the side of Lowkings. But Memorial, nobody actually dares to go in, because the fact is, when they go in for one player, when it comes to Mamba Corinthians, they only send one player, and that's the mistake coming to us, because the fact is, it could have been a great fight off between the Corinthians with the side of Lowkings. But if the team of Gaijin Rogue see that side, they see how many players push in from the left side as well as from the Memorial, they might actually penetrate into the defense of Mamba Lowkings. But then again, right here, Gaijin Flash going to the Broken House. This is the same thing that we saw how Mamba Corinthians was doing right here. And right now, coming towards to the dumpster, unfortunately shutting down by the side of PJ. Look at that, triple kill straight away.
Wow, PJ just on a rip here, and he wins all of those gunfights down at Broken to give his team the momentum to pick up that B flag, and just like that, it ends up on the side of Mamba 420 Lowkings. And Gaijin Rogue, that attempt to go in for that very early approach towards Broken was quite weak, Fasha, if you ask me, because they didn't focus on the right path. They hopped into Broken and immediately focused on the B flag, whereas M420 Lowkings very quickly and smartly stood outside of Broken's near dumpsters and shut down their play one after the other. So outplayed from the get-go here, Gaijin Rogue by M420. So they need to start making these adjustments and not make those exact same mistakes. This time around, they go in for the split push towards the Memorial side as well, but it just seems to be a failing battle as Raph is just winning out a majority of his fights there.
Yep. Not even one angle they're able to actually go through despite whatever it is. They still maintain trying to go into the Broken House, and still they actually give it up, and actually they still lost to the side of those gunfights. And Lowkings, like I said, they're not going to overextend themselves. They're doing well with this double flag. They don't even have to go through, but one player coming through right here. We are seeing Raph already going through the C side. They're actually going to attempt a little bit of that triple flag to see if they can actually go through to the side of defense of Gaijin Rogue. And just a little bit far off, if Gaijin Rogue was not careful, they might actually go through that C flag.
And let's see if or not the players of Gaijin Rogue can pull this off. It is going to be 42-24 now, the exact opposite as Gaijin Rogue move on slowly. They are still having a little bit of a difficulty commanding their presence at the B flag. And every single time they hop into Broken, they seem to be losing out on those gunfights. But look at this, a very daring approach now comes through from the one and only Venom, and he gets taken out as quickly as he gets there by Kalo as well as his Hunter-Killer drone. The worst way to die after you manage to get to the flag.
Yep, okay, Flash already opened up from the Memorial side, but he's not going into... Why is it they're always going to the mid lane? This is going to be tough. You can actually switch the side. If you can't go to the B side, go to the A side. Do something from that Memorial. And Flash got that opportunity, but then he goes back to the mid lane. And I see that Gaijin Rogue is not communicating. They're not actually figuring out which way to go through. They keep on going at the same flag over and over again, and that causes their own loss right this moment.
Yeah, it's very difficult to flip the spawns at slums, but you need to try either way because you're allowing M420 Lowkings to really run away with this matchup now. 75 points guaranteed in the side of Lowkings in the next second, and they get that. Gaijin Rogue only 40 points on their side. But this time, Gaijin Rogue, they have got the favorable side. They have got the position to play that A and B flag, but hopefully they win their gunfights in the most tactical of manners, because the moment M420 Lowkings gets the opportunity to pick off on that A flag and flip the spawns, I'm pretty sure they're going to try for the exactly that, Pasha.
Yep, definitely. And I like how PJ is doing very calmly. He's just smiling. He shuts down everybody. He goes straight to the Broken House, making sure that no one goes in. This is going to be a great positioning from PJ. He saws one. He's going to go for the B side, but he shuts down from middle instead. And right here, Glowy going into the B side straight away. He's not going to give that chance for Lowkings to even get that B. But is it going to be enough? Full squad right here at the center. But that drone! Oh! My flesh shuts down. That's a great opening. Gaijin will be actually able to finish off all the side of Mamba Lowkings and will be able to get the B, but unfortunately it's that grenade, AJ!
Oh, but here comes the finisher, but no, Venom gets shut down as well, and player after player, Gaijin Rogue throwing their bodies in to secure that B flag, but they get taken down. Finally, they do manage to put their presence in, but the question is, will Mamba Lowkings be able to take over this flag control once again? They are dominating this match in terms of the kills. They are picking up back-to-back and pressuring Gaijin Rogue further beyond towards their spawns, but now because the spawns are so close towards those archers, the players of Gaijin Rogue, they stack and back each other up as they spawn out, winning their gunfights, bringing back the pressure to the side of M420 Lowkings. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you always want to start off on that right-hand side. And when you have the left-hand side of the map, you want to flip your spawns. When you have got that A flag, it makes dominating the slums so much easier.
3 players coming through from the Broken side, but not even a chance for the side of Mamba Lowkings to even get through. Gaijin Rogue is doing well for the defense side. This is amazing. That switch side is doing so well for the Gaijin Rogue, but is it going to be enough for them to chase after this point? They still holding out that double flag. A great, well done defense coming from Glowy. One more player shuts down PJ as well. Venom also shuts down, but he's also being shut down. Right here, Lopi trying to see it through from the Memorial. This is what I'm talking about. If you actually cannot go to the B side, you gotta go in. But unfortunately, Chloe does not give allowed to the Yopi side as well. Venom is doing well. This is defense from the side of Gaijin Rogue that we're looking for.
This is exactly what we wanted out of Gaijin Rogue, to take the fight up to M420 Lowkings, and they are getting me a little excited, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. M420 Lowkings now. This is crunch time. If they want to, they most definitely can. They can go in there and flip those spawns out. But M420 Lowkings, they are having a little bit of problem because they are trying to focus in on the B flag, the exact mistake that was made by Gaijin Rogue earlier. But the difference here is M420 Lowkings, they do not capture the B flag. They make the exact same mistake as Gaijin Rogue. They focus their efforts on the wrong side of this map, and they are getting thumped out. Here comes the comeback out of the Lion City, representing Gaijin Rogue.
Singaporean is doing well. No, not even a chance. They try to split the farm. They try to go to the Memorial. Not even a chance. The side that the defense coming from the Gaijin Rogue is doing well. All of them is already sticking together from that middle side, making sure no one goes in. One more player, glowing shuts down. One more player, well done job. One more player. Can he see it through? Can he see it too? Right here, there's no even one mistake, and they are coming towards, chasing after the points of Mamba Lowkings. Mamba Lowkings is struggling, but despite, again, like we talk about, they don't need to worry about anything. The points are already at their side. They don't need to do anything at this end of point. They're already at the top. They will be qualifying, but then again, they're coming through from the B side. They chase down, they clear out the whole squad, entire players from the side of Gary Rogen. And right now, we see Middle crashing down, making sure all that triple kill, 4 kills going out to the middle side. That is crazy, Gaijin Rogue defense, AJ.
Mythil is cracked, and he single-handedly prevented that B flag capture. And Gaijin Rogue have made a comeback from nowhere, and they are going to be the first team in Group B to shut down, to defeat M420 Lowkings. If they can see themselves through to the next 8 seconds, they only need to protect one flag. Gaijin Rogue, they do not need to overextend. Raf now, big plays in here for the M420 Lowkings, as they need to overextend and get the triple cap, but also need to maintain their pressure on all 3 flags. 5 more points for the Singaporeans to close this off. Valiant effort from the start. Initially, Gaijin Rogue could not touch that B flag, but when they got the favorable spawns, it was just them dominating all the way through. Things are getting a little bit too close. 149, 148. Gaijin Rogue! They keep themselves alive for the playoffs.
What a tough game indeed. I really did not expect it through. A well done job from that switching side. Gaijin Rogue, again, I am proud of you. Remembering the days when I casted for Ways of War, you guys grown so hugely. You guys have grown so well and adapt and improve from time to time inside this grand Garena CODM Master Season number 2. Congratulations. It's not easy. The one and only mighty Lowkings. No one can compete with them. Not even one team right here at Group B. But Gaijin Rogue, prove it round. They say they can fight it off. They might be going to the top, AJ.
Wow. This is just wow with a capital WOW. 150 to 149. 2 flags captured by M420 Lowkings. Gaijin Rogue playing with the game of mathematics, but as usual, the Lion City representing teams are always better at mathematics because the IQ plays are supreme out of that island, man. And it was Mythil. He truly deserves the MVP, even if he didn't pick up the maximum scores, even if he didn't pick up, such beautiful kills out there on the battlefield. He deserves the MVP because he disabled the players of M420 Lowkings on that final B capture that they were going in for, or the second last B capture that they were going in for, single-handedly slaying 4 players. Hopping over that brick wall is no small feat. And oh my goodness me. What a play, Gaijin Rogue! What a play!
Amazing, really amazing. I'm impressed. Definitely, we did not expect this. Lowkings have their word card off for this domination, and I think they gotta figure it out. They struggle so badly every single time they fight off with the Gaijin Rogue when it comes to domination. And if Gaijin Rogues actually qualify themselves to playoff. Oh, this is gonna be a whole new level if they fight off with the Lowkings again, man. I'm super excited. I'm really excited to see if Gaijin Rogue really face off with them at that playoff. But then again, it's not a hard fought game, and it was not an easy. Sorry, it's not an easy game for the side of Gaijin. We saw how Lowking was doing well for the first half, and they made the same mistake. I keep on saying this is something that the audience should know as well. For you guys who are right there at the home, if every single time you see through that the flags cannot be taken out, figure something out, change your situation, change your strategy, and the mistakes coming from both of these teams has been seen, but then again it pulls through because of the defense from the middle side. So gunfights is definitely important in the side of fast-paced game.
Yeah, if you look at who handled the favorable side better, it was most definitely M420 Lowkings, because when they were controlling that A and B flag, the players of Gaijin Rogue, they could barely get to the mid part of the map, and they could barely sustain themselves in the middle part of the map. But M420 Lowkings, on the other hand, they teased that B flag multiple times, but that is the biggest letdown because they were so close. They were so close to being able to flip out the spawns because they had the numbers. But they just didn't focus on it because they thought they wanted to go in there for the cheap victory at that point, right? They thought, oh, goodness me, we are so close to the B flag. Let's hop on in there. And out of nowhere comes a man called Mythil. And with his very mythical gameplay, slashes and dices and just shoots down all those players of M420 Lowkings. What a victory. Gaijin Rogue. Amazing stuff.
Yep, definitely. Really, really impressed to see Gaijin is able to actually get one more point for themselves, another map for themselves, meaning right here, right this instant, their numbers are tied again. Back to the Mamba Corinthians, AJ. I mean, oh damn, these two teams, I don't even know each one of these teams is going to actually pass through for the top two of the Group B because both of them has already tied out. 2 games they've done so far, same numbers again and again. So this is going to be the last one. This last game between these two teams, Gaijin Rogue versus the Mamba Corinthians, is going to be the opening or the one game changer that they need to be the one top 2 to qualify. But back again to the highlights. If you missed the amazing gameplay from the side of Gaijin, they were doing so well even from the first round. Hard point, they didn't have to go through anything. They were doing so well fighting off, and just how AJ said, Lowkings, they pretty much was low-key fighting off during the hard point.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, man. From being in the balance to fighting it back to back, C8 Jeux and Gaijin Rogue, we didn't know who would make it through the playoffs, and we still don't know who can make it through the playoffs. But it is most definitely favoring Gaijin Rogue at the moment. Why? Because Gaijin Rogue has just taken the second spot away from C8 Jeux, who have 7 wins. Gaijin Rogue, on the other hand, they have got 8 victories. And Gaijin Rogue also has another series coming up after this against Mamba Corinthians. And now, even if they do lose against Mamba Corinthians but are able to pull away one map, just like what they did in the first half of this double round robin, then we can see them moving up to 10 points. Sorry, moving up to 9 points. But the problem here is C8 Jeux, their next match and their final match is against M420 Lowkings. And after being defeated, I do not think M420 Lowkings will go easy on anyone. So
Agree, definitely.
C8 Jeux has got their work cut out for them here, Fasha.
Definitely, I totally agree. The fact that I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm still figuring out why Lowkings is not performing as we should be seeing them this past few days. They have done during the group stage of the first half double robin. But then again, it could be just how you said, AJ. They're just testing the water. They're just figuring out what can the enemy do if they actually don't push too far. You know, they let the players or they let the enemy play it around. They actually tag along with it and see it through. But then again, that tag along actually cost them the fight, that last match of domination, and the soldier of the day goes out to Venom. But I gotta say, it pretty much goes out to everyone. Mickey was doing so well, Mythil was doing so well, but Mythil getting in the back with 1.58 KDA was just truly amazing from the side of Gaijin Rogue.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And Venom most definitely was one of the most venomous out there on the battlefield. I mean, in the S&D, he did step up and he did perform, but unfortunately, they could not take it all the way through. And it is unbelievable, I have to say, that Gaijin Rogue almost almost beat M420 Lowkings 3-0.
Yep, definitely.
Almost. That went down to a round number 11 and things got super dicey there. But Gaijin Rogue almost pulled it off. But it is not all in the clear just yet because anything can happen. M420 Lowkings might just be having a downtime today and C8 Jeux might be able to pull off a victory on them because if C8 Jeux can take away 2 maps from M420 Lowkings, that still keeps their hopes alive in the competition, especially if Mamba Corinthians can step up to the plate against Gaijin Rogue later on and grab a victory for themselves. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I will be signing off from the show. This is the final series that I'll be casting, not for the whole competition, just for today. And I'll leave you in the trusted hands of the one and only Cali Gaming as well as Fasha Bunny. Thank you so much for tuning in so far. I will catch you guys on the next Playdate. The two of these guys will catch you guys for the remaining of the series. We'll be right back after a short break.
and welcome back to the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season number 2, date number 6. 4 series is done. Now we're pushing to the next series, and it is very interesting how the previous runs has been done. I am super stoked to see how amazing Gaijin Rogue, but let's take a look if they be able to actually keep up the momentum fighting off with the Mamba Corinthians. You are watching here right at the YouTube as well as Twitch of Garena Call of Duty Mobile with me as the caster, Farsha Bani, as well as Kelly Gaming in the house. Kelly.
Hey, Pasha Bani, that last game was just wow. With the capital W-O-N-W. I mean, nobody expected the boys of Mamba Lowkings to get dropped by Gaijin. And this is going to be one hell of a match. Just when we thought that the game would be one-sided, Gaijin proved almost everyone with their stellar performance against Mamba Lowkings. Now, the fight for the number 2 spot is far from over. Gaijin needs to win against Mamba Corinthians, which they play up next for them to qualify for the top 2 spot. And this is going to be a great revenge tour for Gaijin. They took one of the Mambas down already in Mamba Lowkings. Now, they got one more to go. They have to play against Mamba Corinthians. And this team actually beat them on the very first day of competition, Pasha Bunny.
Yep, exactly. And to imagine they able to actually steal 2 more maps from the hands of Mamba Lowkings is just amazing to compare how they did during the first half of Double Robin. But I see a lot of comments even say that it could have been a 3-0, Callie. It could have been, because if they clutch out that round 11 Search and Destroy, they could have actually get 3-0. But then again, that didn't happen, my friend. If it's just a word that can be actually sprayed out or actually been thrown out everywhere, but in the end the numbers has already been stacked out. Gaijin only got 2 maps from the Mamba Lowkings and they have 8 wins in their hands. They only need few more to actually qualify themselves. If only C8 Jeux does not make it through when they fight off with Mamba Lowkings, and we know it's gonna be that, man. We know how it's gonna be like, because C8 Jeux has been struggling as well, but they did able to actually bag off 2 points from the side of Mamba Corinthians, bagging off when we saw how Mamba Lowkings able to take down Corinthians with 3-0. That was just amazing. But that's just only one of our 3-0 donut for the day. But let's see if Gaijin will be able to do the same thing with the Mamba Corinthians. And right now, we're gonna see the team lineup again. Let's give a warm, loving support to the Gaijin Rogue, Custom, Flash, Glowy, Mickey, Melville, as well as Venom, doing so well for the past few series. But this is gonna be their last series of the day. Hopefully, they make it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, I gotta tell you this one, Fasha Bonnie. The revamped lineup of Gaijin Rogue really transformed them from a team that barely gets any map in Garena Master Season 1 to a team that's finally getting wins. You can never really count out Gaijin Rogue this time. They have beat the highly experienced team, Mamba Lowkings, already, and they wreak havoc. They're much more aggressive, and they make much more decisive decisions together now as a team. And that's why they find themselves top 2 in the Group B so far in this series. Now, you got one more player, one more team up ahead, and that's going to be Mamba Corinthians. Silar, Joshi, Kaylong, Lexecuti, QWERTY, Toshi, a team that's struggling so far in this group stage despite a pretty impressive performance on the first day, defeating Gaijin Rogue itself. Now, they lost 9 straight maps already earlier, but they did win 1 against the team that they played. But again, for Mamba Corinthians, they need to make things harder for Gaijin Rogue to qualify.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm impressed. We saw how they were doing so well for Search and Destroy, fighting off with C8 Jeux. And the fact that QWERTY himself got 15 kills, it means that he could do much more better for this amazing last series. And I feel like there's something that they haven't tapped out their potential, that they still haven't tapped out. They still haven't figured out what the chemistry they needed to be done. And again, coming back to the head-to-head, QWERTY. And I say, this is why I keep on emphasizing, because he got 15 kills on Search and Destroy. It means there's something right within himself that he hasn't actually tapped in yet, with 1.2 for KDA compared to Mickey with 0.99 KDA. They have much more compared to the Gaijin Rogue. But then again, if we can see Gaijin Rogue doing well, dominating to the side of Mamba Lowkings, this head-to-head doesn't really qualify or even explain. Is it true that this is Gaijin Rogue? Do you agree, Kelly?
Well, honestly, if you take a look at the stats, you're going to favor Mamba Corinthians. But then you take a look at the overall team capabilities. Gaijin Rogue, they're much successful compared to Mamba Corinthians, who's going to be dead bottom at this group so far. But they have the chance to exit the group stage with their heads held high in this best of three lineup that's going to be up ahead. So now, here we go, the maps and modes. This is going to be very important, and it looks like Gaijin will be picking 2 maps compared to 1 for Mamba Corinthians, and that's going to be another setup successful here for Gaijin Rogue. They've been lucky so far picking the maps, and they're going to pick Summit Hardpoint. Wherein they took down Mamba Lowkings earlier, 150 to 75, and they're looking to swing that momentum over and against the boys of Mamba Corinthians, and talk about how everybody from Gaijin Rogue is going to be dominant here because of how well they perform against Lowkings. They have the chance to take this map against Corinthians. It's just a matter of performance.
Yep, exactly. The fact that they're already confident, they already got with the flow already of the summit, and they know that they have win over the mighty Lowkings. And we're talking about Lowkings, who is actually at the top of qualifying round at the moment right now. They're with 11 wins already, and for them to actually beat out the mighty Kings, who is already at the top for the Group B, it means that they're gonna be really more confident to fight off with the Corinthians, who actually also lost here at the hardcore match of the summit versus the team of Lowkings. So I think they're gonna do the same repeat, and they already saw through to the side, and right here Mamba Clone takes down Glowy. Not even a breakthrough, but Castle finally breaks to the side of the controller, making sure that they already seeing to the side. This is it. They have learned each and every single progress of the enemy, and they actually put it into their study and say that we're gonna get it. We're definitely gonna get this summit match.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best version of the Gaijin Rogue I've seen so far. Of course, all of the group stage. I mean, Flash and Mickey, when they are on the positive side of that KD, they make this team look totally different. And as they continue to wrap in the points inside his hard point, Corinthians having a rough time trying to break inside with the way the map control has been initiated here by Gaijin Rogue. Flash with that 4 in a row. He's going to light up one more. Lights up another. Can he get it? No, he gets shot down, but still, the damage has been done. Early setup by Gaijin Rogue, and they continuously get these points.
Oh, Mickey making a little bit mistakes right there, but it's okay. He will actually be really assist and support by Venom. This is a great teamwork. I'm loving it. Gaijin Rogue sticking together, covering each other asses, actually making sure that none of their teammates been shut down immediately from the Mamba Corinthians. This is amazing. I'm loving the motion as well as the momentum coming from Gaijin Rogue. They haven't stopped. We asked that question. Will they be able to actually keep up the momentum? They're keeping up right this moment with the P2 still been holding out. They're not even 1 point taken out by Mamba Corinthians trying to get in, and Mickey doing well. One player coming through. The spawn is done right this instant. Let's see if Mamba Corinthians have what it takes to contest it. They contest it. One player shuts down, but no, Venom shuts down as well, not giving any chance to the Mamba Corinthians to get through to the P2.
Oh, this is just plain dominant gameplay for Gaijin Rogue. Mamba Corinthians still yet to find any sort of points inside his hard point, and Venom's got 7 in a row already, and this is just utterly a great performance right now for Venom, who's gonna speed out more Venoms. He's got 8. He's got the cluster strike already set and open for use inside his game. And we got 2 players coming up in front of the catwalks once again. And Toshi finally able to create that break. 6 seconds is going to be the time that they will allocate here to speed the rotation. But looking at the next hard point, it's Gaijin Rogue who's going to have a far better setup. And they're looking to score another full 60 inside his hard point. 87-6 is going to be the score of the game. And again, for Mamba Corinthians, you would want to break that spawn if you would want to get control in this warehouse, which is going to be very, very hard. But if you get it, it's going to be worth it. 93-9 so far. Gaijin Rogue about to hit that 100-point mark. But I love this gameplay from Corinthians. Bashing their heads inside this hard point. So they don't get the spawns. They're making up for it with that gunfight. And this is going to be important for them as they will be inside this hard point.
Great. Finally, they're coming back for the cable car at the moment right now. And even Gaijin Rogue is having struggled, but Flash finally breaks it through. They actually go in around the corner from the controller and make it through to the side of the Mamba Corinthians, clearing out every single one of them. This is great. Gaijin is actually adapting as well. They're learning each and every single progress that Mamba Corinthians is doing. But on the other hand, early rotation has been seen. Clar making sure that no one gets through. Clar will be the one who's actually opening up for the side of the team Mamba Corinthians. But nevertheless, early rotation has been done right here. Claw, can he make it through? He shuts down for the glowy side, and they will be able to bag it up for this P4 if they're able to defend it well.
Yeah, Corinthians, the pace is so relentless. They waste no time trying to get back and making amends after dropping the first 2 hard points. And they're now energized to get this game lined up to their hands as they will be inside this hard point. Second time now in a row, but Gaijin managing to get that break. They will be using those operated skills to try and hold this hard point down, but they're going to have it really, really tough with the way Mamba Corinthians is going to be inside his hard point. But then again, now that they have completely flushed the players away from this hard point, all they just have to do is zone up even more to make sure that they cover all of the entries, and they're doing a great job so far slaying. Gaijin Rogue got 5 in a row already. Castle's gonna have 4 in a row, and everybody's just getting their gunfights in the game, and which is going to be very, very important. You win the gunfight, you balance the hard points. That's the perfect formula for success, and Gaijin Rogue's completely doing that so far here against Mamba Corinthians. Now, we're moving on to the it could be the final hard point here, Fasha Bunny. 141-48. Can Corinthians take a stand?
Who knows? Right now, they're doing the early rotation. They're already maintaining right here. Gaijin coming towards, and with that cluster strike, right? Is it going to be easy? At the moment right now, point still goes out to the Gaijin Rogue. At the moment right now, they're not going to get the point. They're still trying to use that operator skill, but still, points goes out to them. Finally, they're able to contest it out. Clear out each and every single... No, not even a chance! Gaijin takes them down as well. Even so, Qwerty able to shut them down, making sure that the controller will not be taken out by the Gaijin Rogue. Points goes out. Venom even also being shut it out. Mamba Corinthians is coming back at the moment right now. Toshi taking out every one of them. This is great. Mamba Corinthians finally answered. They actually responded out, but points still contested at the moment right now with Gaijin coming back to clear out every single one of them. And now, at the moment, Mamba Corinthians still able to actually back some points for themselves.
And now, 4 more points for the win here. The distance, no one's near for Corinthians, and this is over. Gaijin Rogue, they will win it at the first map, and they will continue the win streak when they play that respawn gameplay. They took Mamba Lowkings 150-75 earlier, and this time they win it as well. And this is just an utterly perfect gameplay for Gaijin Rogue here at the second stage of the round robin. I mean, they cut everything down. They cut the rotation. They pick and choose the battles and places for them to take a stand. And it was so effective that it took a while for Mamba Corinthians to score a point in the game. And that would be in the second hard point, the final 6 seconds. And obviously speaking, again, for Gaijin, when Venom and of course Chloe is going to be on that positive, this team is going to be very, very different. And it shows here of the game where everyone will be securing the zone defense and they will be getting their own respective kills. And it translates to them winning in this hardpoint summit itself. They are on a roll. They're keeping on swinging and they keep on winning here at the matches so far, Fasha Bunny.
Yep, definitely. This is amazing from the side of Gaijin Rogue. I mean, who would have thought that right here at the last match of the night for the side of Gaijin Rogue, they still haven't actually put out the flame of their fury. They still want to get as much as point in themselves. But then again, I mean, it might be actually possible they actually close up the gap between Gaijin Rogue versus the points that has been won by the side of Mamba Lowkings. And I'm loving it. I want to see, because as you can see from the side of AMT, when they fight off for the Group B, they left the side of C8 United with 10 wins. Can you imagine top 2 and top 1? The vast difference between these two teams. And the fact that this is from Group B, it means that it's going to be really tough if they fight off for the playoff, if the team of C8 United might fighting off with the AMT. But then again, for the Group C, I'm loving it. Sorry, this is Group B. Going to the Group C just now, which is AMT, who is actually already qualified with C8 United. Comparing with the Group B, I feel like the team of Gaijin Rogue might be able to close those gaps and making sure that it's not far off when it comes to the top 2 to qualify to the playoff. But coming back to the points right here, 150-67. Corinthians again with so much less points compared to how they fought off with the team of Mamba Lowkings. And we're talking about when they fought off with their own brother. This is like the same repeat of mistake they have done so far, Kelly.
I mean, for Mamba Corinthians, they haven't been able to find any success in every sort of game mode they have played so far in this group stage. And it continues. The struggle continues. And of course, having to get a newly formed team and compete it here with the best of the best, you're guaranteed to really have a hard time. But it's not going to be the same thing for Corinthians. Yes, they've been losing every game, but the next time they play in a major competition, for sure, they're going to have something then in their bag for them to win some games. And it's the same thing that happened for Gaijin Rogue in the Garena Masters Season 1. They were the punching bags. And here this time, they are the ones winning in their group, in their respective group. Being the top 2 right now in the Group B basically locks them in for the top 2 spot. But then again, moving along, we're going to play Search and Destroy. And this is going to be a standoff, a map picked by Mamba Corinthians. And this is going to be one interesting take as we are about to hop inside the game where things are going to slow down. And I feel like Gaijin Rogue is going to have a completely good gameplay here against Mamba Corinthians. They've been able to get initial picks and mid-game situations in their hands, and that's what makes them deadly here. I hope they do so continue that against Mamba Corinthians here this time. And now, Pasha Bunny, here we go. Gaijin Rogue, Mamba Corinthians, map number 2. Take it away.
Yep, definitely. With the A side is being cleared out, or should I say open out for the side of the bomb. Bomb straight away being aggressive a bit to the A side, but they gotta be careful right here. Mamba Claw making sure that the hotel shortcut will be cleared out, but nevertheless not enough to actually connect the dot. But then again, we are seeing the Mamba Corinthians has already lost 2 players, and unfortunately making shots down. Let's secure it, not even allowing the side of the Mamba Corinthians to even shut it down. 2 more players to go. Flash will corner it out. Right here, Mickey will actually help it out, but Flash finishes off the job. 1 more player to a club right here. We'll be backstab from the side of mid till 1 point goes out to Gaijin Rogue. A really good fast game from the side of Gaijin Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, they wreak havoc inside the game. They're so aggressive, and that decision to just go in there aggressive just caught Mamba Corinthians onto their heels, and they got caught off guarded as well, and they got easily flushed away in the first round. And then we move in to this coming round where we're going to see Corinthians this time going in for the aggressor. But Flash able to stop one, and they will be having the man advantage early. 20 seconds already passing by, and Fasha Bunny, Gaijin Rogue continues to surprise, and they continue to deliver.
Yup, they continue to deliver definitely all of those gunfights, killing each and every one. Gaijin here will spot one player right here. Flash takes down Claw. 2 more players down right this instant. Claw, on the other hand, right here having a little bit of difficulty trying to get in. And right now, Mickey spotted out 1 more player. 2v1 right this instant. He was sprayed out, but Mickey being shut down by Josh. Instead, Gluey green out. Flash has spotted out 1 player. Nevertheless, trying to survive it. But Joshy with amazing backstab right this instant. Number has equalized. Mamba Corinthians is coming back.
Yeah, Corinthians trying to find their way in the game. Lexecute needs to get this build. Oh no, he's going to get shot down by Glowy. And things are not looking good. QWERTY back against the wall. What can he do? Has to play things very, very slow playing against these 3 players. The position has to be impeccable. He gets 1, dropping Glowy. Needs to find 1 more. With swing all the way to that left elbow, but still easier said than done. 36 seconds, needs to get that bomb picked up as well as he tries to make a move. Swings towards mid statues, about to pick up that bomb. He has to stay and play very much smartly here. Needs to expose himself and cover his ground, but Gaijin will continue to outslay and outperform Mamba Corinthians, moving it along. Gaijin continues to find success.
Oh my god, this is the map that I was looking forward to because Mamba creators have proved themselves doing so well during the game they fought with C8 Jeux, right? And they fought up with 6-4 at that moment. And again, back again to the highlight, QWERTY got 15 kills, and I'm seeing that QWERTY is not doing their job. But finally, QWERTY, you hear me? Good job taking down Flash, but that's just 1 opening. You gotta do something to back things up for the Mamba Corinthians. Right here, Gaijin Mitchell trying to figure out that opportunity to shut down Glowy. Unfortunately, being shut up by Lexecute. A great, well done job. Mamba Corinthians coming back, but unfortunately, Mitchell coming in for the aggressive motion. And right now, Kasum is just taking his sweet time, making sure that the bomb, if it's planted, he will give that information to the Mamba Corinthians who is coming into the A set. But nevertheless, 2v3 right this is in Cali.
It's still a double situation, but that bomb is gonna draw Gaijin Rogue to that bomb side. QWERTY needs to get that anticipation. It's going to be the first line of defense. He's gonna spot one of the red cars. And his information already spotted in the castle. Easy shot, takes 1 player. Needs to get 1 more here at the Walden. His head glitch on. He's gonna miss the first 2 shots, and that's going to be very, very huge here. But then again, Look at that Mac into play. Look at this pinch play coming through now for Mittel. Is going to inside the Cubby. This one player takes him out. We get a 1v1, 9 seconds, and here we go! Thor gets the 2 Ps, and Corinthians finally taking their own round.
Finally, Mamba Corinthians putting off into the show itself, because the fact is they're struggling, but finally back 1 more point for themselves. It's not gonna be easy, but then again, Mamba Corinthians, I know there's something they need to tap out from their potential at the moment right now. We can see Klong shuts down Custom from that hotel. He goes in, he goes for the Bloods, and he shuts down, but no! Flash shuts him down instead. Unfortunately, a big mistake right there, but nevertheless, Clark will be given an information. He will go in to finish the job. He will do a revenge to the side of Gaijin Rogue right here. Gonna throw a little bit of grenade. You see it through. He's actually taking his sweet time. He doesn't want to overestimate himself. Picking to a point that Gaijin Flash is already waiting right there. He's just sprouting, and if Clark makes a mistake, he might be taken down. But Flash is already doing a rotation. Kali.
Okay, Flash wins it. Oh, goodness. Clark got the far better advantage when it comes to the peak, but he's gonna be the player to get eradicated. And so far, Gaijin Rogue, they fight like tomorrow won't arrive, and they fight like they need it to survive. Every second that they are very much alive in this game. 4v3, and Mickey's going to cut that down even more with Joshi out of the picture.
Ooh.
Mickey's going to stay alive as he repositions. Well, bomb has been dropped here. Query, huge gunfight there to reduce the number that's in the hand of Gaijin Rogue so far, and they need to gradually get more, but the damage has been done. Glowy adding a bit more to that. Executives go down. Mickey gets the final delivery, and Gaijin Rogue continues to find themselves in the winning side of the game.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, I know Gaijin has already been done so well. They have been performing well done right here at the group stage. But I really want to see a little bit of hope coming from the Mamba Corinthians, because the fact that we saw how amazing they did for that W win fighting off with the C8 Jeux, but right here it seems that they're struggling, and Gaijin Flash takes down Klong with a great backside. Unfortunately, Klong could not actually get a better position. Right here shuts down another player. Great, well done job. Flash looking forward to another player right here at the hotel side. They're going in, they're going for the rush. They don't even wait for Mamba Corinthians anymore longer. They want to go in for those bloods. And right here, Claire trying to spray it out, not gonna do any well, and Custom shuts down Claire instead. And right here, Mickey will be finishing off Curdy as well, and 1 more point goes out to Gaijin Rogue.
Again, Gaijin Rogue. Their pace is just so relentless. I mean, they really waste no time. They don't hesitate. They exhibit no restraint. They take whatever is in the game, and they feed on the mistakes of Corinthians. As we continuously go through this game, we're going to switch aside. This time, they're going to be attackers, and for sure, they're going at it aggressively. Mickey's going to take one player inside a cubby, and this is just utterly perfection for Gaijin Rogue. Winning all the gunfights! Flash takes 2 players down. Corinthians is falling 1 by 1, and Flash is one of the major factors why Corinthians is struggling, and QWERTY missing all this shot. Is not gonna get any, but he does so get the Flash, but he needs to deal with 3 more players. He gets another tagging down Mickey. Still needs to work with 2 more. Fasha Bunny.
Yup, he's going in from the A side, but information has been given. Glowy is already waiting. Can he do a quick scope right there? Shots are coming through. Glowy is trying to get it out, and right there with the KRM, 1 more point goes out to Gaijin Rogue. This is amazing setup from the side of Gaijin Rogue. They don't waste any more time. They go in for the blood. They go in for the kills. Unfortunately, even though with QWERTY trying to actually pull the weight of his teammates, it's not gonna be enough, because everyone gotta pull their weight as well. And right here, he's been shut down by Klong. QWERTY finally cutting down each and every single Gaijin right here. 3 more plays to go. Can he make it through? No, he doesn't get it through. But nevertheless, Klong will be able to shut it out. Custom instead. 2 more plays right here. They're going to corner out the whole entire team of Gaijin. 1 more play to go. He's going to shut down, and that is the end for the Gaijin. 1 more point goes out to Mamba Corinthians. But then again, it's still a long way to go.
It's still really a long way to go, but Mamba Corinthians, for some odd reason, after struggling for a lot of rounds, they flawlessly take down Gaijin Rogue at round number 7. And that's the consistency and, of course, the execution that you would want for you to take down Gaijin Rogue. Hopefully, they do have the consistent regularity to execute that again and again and again. But for Gaijin Rogue, they're attacking so aggressive. This time, they're going to take a different route, planning that bomb towards B. And this is going to get Mamba Corinthians off guard, but it looks like they won't be because they have won all the gunfights, and K-Long looking to get this attack come through now. Making all the corners. K-Long is going to spot one, but he's going to lose that gunfight. Whittle wins one huge gunfight, but he's going to get taken down. One more player to beat for Mamba Corinthians, and they get to get the full clearance. Mickey gets shot down. Gaijin Rogue, they've been attacking so aggressive, Fashion Bunny. They like to end it, but that aggressiveness is not going nowhere.
Yep, exactly. I mean, this is what we're looking from Mamba Corinthians, and the fact that it's a little bit late game, but then again, can be done. It can be undone, the damage that Gaijin Rogue has done. And look at that. They're coming in towards again for the engagement. They're going in for the aggressiveness, but 3 players coming through from the B side right here. Can they make it through? Glow unfortunately being shut down by Flash, and Flash is actually going to spray from that yellow house. He's just looking for any kind of enemies who is actually right in front of him. He's going to make sure that there's no more mistakes being done by the side of Gaijin Rogue right here. But on the other hand, they see it through. They spot it out. This is gonna be cornered out from the Mamba Corinthians. This is gonna be a mistake, but Lexi shuts down Flash. A great equalizer right here, but Mita coming in from the backside shuts down Lexi as well. And right at this instant as well, QWERTY shuts down Mickey as well. A number coming through, but Kasim shuts down QWERTY. 2 more players to go. They're going in for the rush, but loses 1 more player. Joshi looking for another player right in front. He sprays. He shuts down Chloe. 1v1 at the moment. Mamba Corinthians versus the side of Gaijin right here. Who's gonna get in? Is it gonna be Joshi? No, it is Mita who shuts down, and 1 more point, winning the series of SND to the side of Gaijin Rogue.
Oh, that was just a huge gunfight there for Gaijin Rogue. Hit him with the quick kill, get out fast. Chika plow, Gaijin Rogue. 2-0 so far. Oh my goodness. This has just been one of the best comeback ever for a team in a group stage, because they've been struggling on that first round robin, and they came here just winging every match that they've played so far, Fasha Bunny.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. The fact that, I mean, we didn't expect it to actually go down like this, and the fact that Gaijin Rogue coming back, and I mean, what can we say? They already actually stole 2 points from the side of Lowkings, and if they actually don't maintain those momentum, we would be asking, what happened to Gaijin Rogue? Well, did they actually lost their fire? Did they actually suddenly lose their own sight to actually get as more kills for themselves, or much more wins for themselves? But then again, we don't need to ask those questions. Those questions is not relevant right here, because the fact is Gaijin is doing well, getting 2 more wins from the hands of Mamba Corinthians and putting more pressure to the Mamba Corinthians. And I gotta say, this is what I was talking to AJ just now. This is going to be the goodbye fight for the Mamba Corinthians. We gotta say a great hands up to the Mamba Corinthians. They have done such a wonderful job for the past 2 days, or should I say the 2 halves of double robin, and we want to salute them. They have done a wonderful job from the Garena Masters, and even on the youth challenges, they got that 5th and 6th spot. Despite whatever it is, they qualified themselves to the Garena Masters season number 2, and even so, they say that this is their final run. We hope to see them again. Maybe this is gonna be a goodbye, but just for a few short time, and hopefully they will not be losing hope to push in for the next tournament if they're able to actually finalize all of their college and high school studies as well, Kali.
I mean, here, being a pro player is not just all about playing the game. You also have to win exactly in life. So the studies is going to be the first priority for these teams.
Yep.
But then again, they've been showing a pretty impressive showcase so far. But unfortunately, the teams that they play is just really, really tough to beat. But they made a good achievement by being part of that Garena Youth Challengers, also being part of this Garena Master Season 2 as well. You know, a lot of teams, they vie for the chance to play at this Garena Master Season 2, and you have to fight arduously just to be here. And Mamba Corinthians, they did that, but the teams that's left, the teams that gets filtered here, the final 16 teams, are just completely a different beast. But still, a huge shout out to Mamba Corinthians for making themselves be here at this event itself. But going back into the game, we are moving in to a domination takeoff, and this is going to be a map pick by Gaijin. But I feel like, you know, I think it's time for Corinthians to win a map, and of course, exit this event with their heads held high. And this is how you exit this group stage, though they've been struggling at the group stage. They have the chance to exit with a huge one. Here we go. Takeoff is where we are going to be in. And just to take a look at the fact that Gaijin Rogue is going to be pretty untouchable for that first 2 maps. I doubt that they will be losing, but for sure, Corinthians, they got something to say here.
Yep, definitely. I mean, if it's not easily put out, this is gonna be like do or die. Just like you all or nothing right here, right this season. Doesn't matter if you lose or win. Just play it to your full potential, to the fact that people are watching you. You already put your name out on the line already. Mamba Corinthians, people are going to call you out and say they were one of those finalists who goes through to the group stage. And despite they did not make it off to the playoff, they were one of those from the 256 teams who qualified to the stage. And this is an opportunity for the Mamba Corinthians to just get as much as exposure, knowledge, experience, as well as putting out their name at the side of the viewers, especially even on the brands as well. I know for the fact that Mamba Corinthians will actually look upon, and even those from the higher ground, Mamba Lowkings will say, I'm proud of my little brothers. They've done so well right here, and it's just so sad to see that unfortunately the or should I say the group stage, they had to meet up with their own teams. That's why the Mamba Lowkings might be a little bit sad, but then again, it is an honor to be able to fight it out. But right here, double flag goes out to Mamba Corinthians, and who would have thought they're coming back, Kelly?
Yeah, this is going to be a nice start for Corinthians. They've been winning majority of their gunfights. They got control of the power positions right off early, but then again, they got rid of their positioning, so they got to find a way to make amends. And one way they gotta do is initiate this triple capture. This A flag is going to get intercepted by K-Long. Needs to stay alive though, because he's about to get contested on that gate number 3. He's gonna find a player. He takes him out, and there we go. Mamba Corinthians showing life, taking these 3 flags in control. This is how you play takeoff domination. And as much as Gaijin Rogues is going to be their map pick, they seem to struggle here at this game. Can't seem to find the solution to counter Corinthians so far in the game. 55-23, only 20 more points for Corinthians as they take this first half.
I love it. This is what I'm talking about. That doesn't matter if you lose or win, just do your best. And we're seeing Mamba Corinthians on a whole nother level, trying to bag up at least one more point for themselves. And right here, Toshi clearing out every one of them, making sure that the AD will not be touchable by the side of Gaijin Rogue. But on the other hand, Mitchell right here, spot one more player. He goes in, he loses out right that instant. He's trying to figure out where is the enemy, where he doesn't spot it out. He doesn't get to spot it out. But nevertheless, the middle will be actually taken out by Flash and Venom. Right this instant, Cordy is already waiting at the second floor. He does a little bit of damage for those, but second half has already been done. Mamba Corinthians takes those numbers for themselves.
Yo, that's arguably one of the fastest domination I've ever seen so far today. I mean, how much time did that just end? I feel like it's going to be sub 3 minutes before that game ends on that first half. But, you know, I love what the take here for Corinthians. They've been doing great so far. The performance just needs to be more consistent here at the second half, because this is where we obviously see the winner. And we get through this game. They've been wasting no time at all at creating all this pressure in multiple ways. But Gaijin Rogue somehow will be getting that backstab, and they will be hopping in this B flag. 2 players just get this immense. They will be washed away by the Predator missile of K-Long. And that's one way you cancel out the push. And Mamba Corinthians on their way to bag this B flag and clean it. Xelar can get 1 kill there, but is gonna find no value off of that Annihilator, as he's going to get eradicated pretty off fast and quickly. But still, I love how Corinthians is initiating and being the aggressor of this game. And Gaijin Rogue, they've been doing all the chasing so far, Fasha Bunny.
Exactly, agreed. I agreed 100% on that statement, and the fact that Mamba Corinthians is actually coming back, even though it's a little bit too late in the gameplay, or should I say in the series, but still, it's amazing the fact that even though you want to go down, you don't want to go down without a fight. And Gaijin Mitchell trying to do a little bit of damage right here, trying to do a little bit of diffusion, but nonetheless, the Mamba Corinthians is just great with the defense. He shuts down one more player right here, Venom. Double capture still goes out to Gaijin Rogue, and they're still chasing the points. Can they be doing enough time to actually push through so that the Mamba Corinthians does not do any more damage? And right here, Mitchell making sure that the most potent part, Aurora launch, does not get in from the side of Mamba Corinthians.
Yeah, this map control right now for Gaijin Rogue will be very deadly as the games succeeds in the game as Mickey, and of course, everybody's just swarming Mamba Corinthians at this point with Mickey here holding this operator skill. Flash and Venom doing all the work at the ground floor whilst Mickey is going to be providing that support for them to score the flag here, and of course that A and B in their hands. And obviously speaking, Mamba Corinthians having a rough time at that Charlie flag. Look at number 2 here. Lost in the bottom side of the minimap. Looking to just flip the A flag in this game, but Mickey's going to get this gunfight initiated. He's going to get activated, but he's not going to find any success. But Mythal here at the point is going to get 2 kills here, and Gaijin Rogue pushed so far to the right side that it leaves their A flag very open for capture, and Clar is going to make sure things are going to be pretty hard for Gaijin Rogue to catch up as they're now diverted. Now Clar is going to have the chance to get this A flag, but he's not going to step on it just yet. He's waiting for another player to commit. And that's going to be Mythal. And this guy, you don't want him to attack you. He's going to be very successful, taking down players. And Clar finally gets shot down. The hopes of getting this A flag capture is not going to be pretty successful for Corinthians. But again, Gaijin and Rogue, single digit, and they get the lead.
Definitely, and right now Glowy making sure that the A will not be actually taken down. A great slow play. They don't really need to overextend themselves. The fact that the team of Gaijin Rogue is doing well, but Mamba coming through, clear out every single one of them, and they're going to take back the A side. This is well done job. It's a back and forth from Mamba Corinthians versus the side of Gaijin Rogue. Flash takes down Qwerty, Mickey takes down Claw, and B side still being taken care of. Mamba Corinthians getting that double flag. Gaijin Rogue got to do something right here. They got to step it up at the moment right now. Mythal shutting down from that launch center. He takes down 1, 2, but unfortunately he's been shut out as well by Qwerty. But nevertheless, Mickey will be the backup and takes down as well, but he's also being shut out by Claw. Glowy coming in to steal that flag. Can he make it through? Because the side is right now, they're trying to make sure that the B side still maintained from the side of the Gaijin Rogue. But Claw coming in, he see it through, making sure that the mid lane will be covered up by the Gaijin Rogue right distance in Cali.
Yeah, Gaijin been struggling right from the start of the game till the very end. Desperation call. They need to get this B flag defended just in case this game goes to the 140 to 150 side of the game. But then again, we're moving it all along. A single-digit lead now in the hands of Corinthians, and they have to make the next move, and they're going to get shot down. But Glowy is going to get down, so Mamba Corinthians, they're looking to pressure this Charlie flag, which is going to be highly successful with Toshi helping the team cut the lanes. And now they got these 2 flags in play. They have the chance to exit the group stage with their heads held high. 2 flags in play for Mamba Corinthians. 4 more points for the win. Looks like they will give Gaijin Rogue no easy victory as they will put a scar in the series. Mamba Corinthians, they will be taking the final map to exit the group stage with their heads held high.
Look at that. They say, nah, it's okay. We did a good run. It was a good run for us. And despite whatever it is, we love it here. And this is going to be their last face-off for the night. And despite whatever it is, it's sad. I know it looks like Claw is like going to cry. But despite whatever it is, they have done a wonderful job right here at the group stage. And I mean, still, I want to give a reach out to Qwerty again. Qwerty, you made a game changer when you were fighting off with the team of C8 Jeux. It could have been a great success to you, but nevertheless, it still goes down to the Gaijin, who does a wonderful job for 2 rounds. Hardpoint S&D goes out to them, but domination, it's the last game of the night for them. And I feel like despite whatever it is, Mamba, have a good rest. Have a great time, and focus on studies, and hopefully you will be back for the next series.
Yeah, you know, empires, oceans rise, empires fall. Mamba Corinthians, they see through it all. Though they will be taking a step back for the competitive scene, they still have the technique. They still got the ability. They now got the experience. So once they come back, it's not going to be a hard task for them. All they just have to do is calibrate a little bit more, adjust to whatever is going to be the meta in the future. And then they will be back. But again, for Gaijin Rogue so far, they have won all of their games today, but they haven't got any clean 3-0 wins. Mamba Corinthians stole the chance away from them, and that's how you really exit in a clear, convincing fashion. Now, Gaijin winning these 2 maps, of course, they will be having 6 map overall in today's schedule. And not only that, add in their 4 map wins at the first round, Rovin, they will be having 10 map wins. So that's going to be quite a lot for Gaijin as they end their group stage run as well. And of course, having the chance to secure maybe that top 2 spot to secure themselves in the playoffs.
Agreed, agreed. And this is gonna be tough on the side of the C8 Jukes. The fact that they are the one last team to fight off with Mamba Lowkings, and again, comparing to what they have done so far, fighting off with the Mamba Lowkings, it's not gonna be easy. We saw how the first half of the double robin really goes out to the Mamba Lowkings, but then again, that's just the first round. That's just the first series of Mamba Lowkings fighting off with the team of C8 Jukes. Maybe for today, C8 Jukes have something up their sleeve. Maybe they've learned from those mistakes. Maybe they actually realizes something for tonight's game and they will pull it through just how we did. We saw how Gaijin Rogue is. We saw how stats really goes out to Mamba Lowkings. We didn't really expect them to steal 2 points from the side of Mamba Lowkings, but they did it. Maybe C8 Jukes will do the same thing and surprise us for the last match of the night. But here are the recaps again. We are seeing 150-67. Gaijin dominated the summit. Well put out. I mean, it is their map, definitely. They know how to get it down. They even wanted towards the side of the Lowkings for the summit. Standoff, on the other hand, we really expected that the team of Corinthians to come back because we really push off to the Corti to actually get as much kill as possible. But then again, not only Corti had to pull the weight, there has to be a full-on teammate workout. And in the end, it still goes out to Gaijin Road. And for the domination round, I think Kelly will get it all for you guys to see how the highlights is. But Kelly, take it away.
Yeah, obviously, this is just a back and forth game, a roller coaster ride for Gaijin Rogue and Mamba Corinthians. And the last time that these two had met, it was actually Mamba Corinthians who took the victory against Gaijin Rogue, where the boys of Mamba Corinthians win hardpoint raid 150 to 118. And of course, the domination summit 150 to 126. But here today, it looks quite different. Gaijin Rogue showed up pretty aggressive in the first 2 set of the maps that we had in the game. And they were just able to cruise control. And exactly, specifically here at this hard point, Mamba Corinthians, it took them a solid 2 hard points for them to kind of find a way to score their first point. And the only time they scored majority of the points was in this warehouse where obviously they don't have the spawn. So they had to win every gunfight inside the warehouse, where in return, they did not have enough chance to get through. And they went in for the early rotation to the P3 rotation, where exactly they got broken by the operator and, of course, the score streak that was used by Gaijin Rogue. And Corinthians can't seem really to not respond at all when things somehow went south. They don't get that resilience at that hard point. Same thing happened at this search and destroy, where eventually Gaijin Rogue, they came up pretty aggressive. Corinthians, they didn't know how to respond to that defensive aggression by Gaijin Rogue, and it really caught them really, really bad, Fashaboni, because they were losing by a lot.
Yep, totally agree on that because the fact is we were so rooting on them. The fact that they done so well for the Search and Destroy fighting off with C8 Jukes is a whole different level when you're fighting with Gaijin Rogue. They couldn't actually contest to the fight of those Search and Destroy. And coming back right here, I mean, it's all or nothing. I mean, I feel like if you want to go down, you want to go down with a fight, my friend. And Mamba Corinthians actually live up to those tagline and pushing towards to say like, let's get it out. Like, doesn't matter whether or not we lose right here. We don't qualify to the next playoff. We still have been here and we just do our best. And stealing that 1 win from the side of Gaijin Rogue is just very cheeky from the side of the team of Mamba Corinthians. But here are the soldier of the game for this series. We got Flash with 2.0 KDA. I mean, I gotta say, it was a great fight off when it comes to the side of Gaijin Rogue. They had a really great motion when it comes to the search and destroy as well as the hard point. And Flash was just flashing off his style each and every single map. Callie.
Yeah, Flash, 19.33 average kills, 9.67 average death, and again, a 2.0 KDA. And not only that, when Flash is on that positive KDA, you obviously know that this team is going to be exactly different. And they won majority of their game with the boy Flash actually making the game really, really easy for Gaijin. But now, we're going to see one more action today. The fight for the second spot for this Group B still far from over. Coming right up next, it's going to be C8 Jeux and Mamba Lowkings. I'm Cali Gaming, down here with Fasha Bunny. We'll be right back after this break. Hello and welcome back to Garena Mastery Season 2, coming at you live at Garena Call of Duty Mobile, looking back at the battle for that top 2 spot for Group B. Currently, we have Gaijin Rogue with 10 map wins, tied with Emperor 20 Lowkings for the top 1 and the top 2 spot. Coming right up next, it's going to be C8 Jeux, who's trying to aim for that top 2 spot as well. Currently have 7 wins. And once again, I'm Cali Gaming, down here with the one and only Fasha Bunny to bring you the match between Mamba Lowkings and, of course, C8 Jeux. And again, here is the storyline. C8 Jeux needs to win 3 maps to defeat Mamba Lowkings and, of course, have the chance to force a tiebreaker. Going to be quite crazy here at this final game, Fasha Bunny.
I mean, it's crazy. It's really crazy that we thought that Gaijin Rogue was gonna get that 3W fighting off with the side of Mamba Corinthians, but Corinthians does not allow it. They say that we're gonna be a little bit cheeky. We're gonna give a little bit surprise to the side of the viewers, and I say that this is the deal. The fact that if they're able to get that 11 wins, it's not going to be any wins to the side of C8 Jukes. The fact that even though they win this miraculously, fighting off with the side of Lowkings getting 3-0, the team of the side of Gaijin Rogue will definitely be the one who's at the top two. But nah, Corinthians want to make a little bit of interesting motion for tonight and making it seems like maybe there's gonna be a chance for the C8 Jukes to pass it through to be the top two as well. But that is if, just like how Callie said, bags that 3W with Lowkings. And I'm talking about the mighty kings of Lowkings. And is it gonna be easy? I don't know, man. But let's take a look again to the matches that we have seen so far throughout today. The schedule at day number 6. Gaijin versus C8 Jukes. They got 2 wins, but C8 Jukes takes 1 for themselves. And then MBC fighting off with their big brothers. Unfortunately, they bowed down straight away 3-0 to the side of Lowkings. And then pushing through to C8 Jukes fighting off with the Corinthians. They steal 2 points for themselves to actually chase after Gaijins. And then when Gaijin Rose comes into the platform fighting off with Lowkings, who would have thought the king can fall off to Gaijin Rogue? And then they didn't even stop there. They keep on pushing towards fighting off with the Mamba Corinthians, getting 2 more points for themselves. And right now they got 10 wins for themselves, and they are at the top 2 fighting off to be the qualifiers at the playoff. But C8 Jukes, on the other hand, this is the story that we're looking for. Will they be able to fight off with MLK, making a miracle just like how Gaijin Rogue fight off with the Lowkings? Kelly.
We've seen the wins, we've seen the hypes, we've seen the upsets, and it's totally possible for C8 Jukes to kind of win at least 2 maps here, but 3 maps, I think it's quite impossible, especially when you have Emperor 20 Lowkings. It's going to be really impossible to stop, but again, it's possible for C8 Jukes to win this game. You got Ace, Baki, Cash, Crate, Noya, Virus, able to get the most out of Mamba Corinthians earlier, winning 2-1 as well. And obviously, this team is quite a load when they get their momentum ongoing. If Baki and Ace gets to put them in the game, if Baki and Ace is going to be really involved in the best of 3 series, they could win this one. But again, it's going to be really, really hard. Mamba Lowkings, these guys are the top 2 in PH, top 3 in Garena Masters Season 1, top 3 in CGI 2022. You got Kalo, Luffy, Olea, PJ Raph, and Neopi. They are one of the best, but they faltered against Gaijin Rogue earlier, Fasha Bonnie.
Agreed. It's surprisingly, and how AG actually played out his card to, do a little bit of storytelling here for the Mamba Lowkings. Who knows? Maybe what AJ say is true. He got a cast a blessing. I have to agree. He has the blessing. His mouth, all his words is very sweet to a point that it actually meant something. Previously, during the time that I casted for day number 3, the thought of him saying that I have the fascia buff and everyone who was not doing well during that previous round, suddenly they do so well. But then again, who knows? Maybe Lowking's also a little bit struggling and we don't even know. There's 2 different storylines. We don't know whether or not Lowking is being low-key tonight or they are actually really struggling fighting off with Gaijin Rogue, but fighting off with C8 Jukes. When it comes to win rate right here, PJ got 1.43 compared to Cash with 0.90. That means Mamba Lowkings got more aggressive motion, more points, goes out fighting off with the C8 Jukes. But then again, we saw how Mickey was when Mickey had the numbers KDA from the side of Gaijin Road, they still dominate to the side of Mamba Corinthians. So still, statistic is statistic, numbers are numbers. What matters is what you bring on into the stage. Kelly.
I really have to agree with you there, Fasha Bunny. It's not all about the stats most of the time. It's all about what's going to be the condition for a team and for the individuals in the coming game that they will play. Are they oiled up? Are they ecstatic? Are they excited? Or do they fear? Are they scared? That's going to be the external factors that affects the statistics and, of course, the story of the game. But now, let's take a look at the maps and modes. So it looks like C8 Jukes is going to win the coin flip and they get to pick the 2 respawn games. But before we talk about the maps, let's talk about the map bans. For C8 Jeux, they banned Summit and of course that Purifier map. And they removed the map that Summit is one of the weakness of Mamba Lowkings, but I'm quite surprised that they banned it here. But again, looking at Mamba Lowkings, map ban, Ascenda, operator skill ban, Sparrow. So we get that Annihilator open for use. And then this is where it gets interesting. Firing range, hardpoint, Storms S&T, raid domination. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this game, Pacha Bunny?
C8 Jeux, are you really out of your mind right now? I mean, I'm so sorry. I gotta be a little bit harsh right here. I know that they are the one at the they are at the coin toss at the moment right now. They have that upper hand to actually control the movement of the game tonight for the last round. But unfortunately, they're actually controlling the motion towards the side of Mamba Lowkings. And look at that. They I don't know, again, just like how you said, they map banned the summit, giving the slums an opening for Lowkings to actually get it up. But thank God the slum is at the search and destroy. This is going to be really tricky. I'm not sure what is going to be to the side of Jukes, but then again, Mamba Lowkings, when it comes to angles, is just wonderful. But firing range, hardpoint, oh man, C8 Jukes is like, I mean, I guess they're looking for a second chance right here at the firing range, but this is a home base for the Mamba Lowkings, and you're actually challenging them at their own home base, and you're like saying that we're gonna dominate you at your own home base, at your own hometown, saying that who knows, I guess C8 Jukes is just very brave enough and confident enough to do whatever they can do right here to actually back another win. But it's gonna be interesting to see how they actually fight off with the team of Mamba Lowkings at the firing range.
I don't honestly know why C8 Jeux decided to pick this map itself. I mean, yes, you win the coin toss, but you know, this is one of the better maps of Mamba Lowkings overall. And this team, it's not just one hyper carry. Everyone can step up and everyone can create plays for Mamba Lowkings, and that's how good this team is. But if C8 Jeux decide to pick this map, for sure they get something in hand. And now as we get to kickstart this final game for the day, the final 3 maps that we have in play. Again, the story, C8 Jeux needs to win 3 maps, force a tiebreaker for the top 2 spot in the playoffs. Cash already fighting 3 players. Kind of a great start in this game, but Lowkings gonna try to find their way all the way to the top side of the minimap. So they do have the unfavorable spawns, and they're trying to create break here, just making sure to get this white warehouse, and they will not be finding enough success just yet. They're getting in one by one, step by step, slowly and surely, and they do not manage to get this through. Now they will execute.
Yep, definitely. I think because they're confident, they're able to win over Mamba Corinthians right here at the map, but they do forgot that one tip. You might be winning at the you might win to Mamba Corinthians at this map, but this is Mamba Corinthians. You're talking about little brothers. Right now, you're fighting with the older brother of the firing range. And right here, and the P2, we're seeing the Lowkings already prepared. The few points actually for the first half, or should I say the first P heal, people are actually moving towards the gunfights. They're not looking to contest it. I guess they're trying to stuck out a little bit of those angles to fight it off, but Mamba Lowkings right now gonna actually make sure that P2 will be clear out, but C8 is breaking out, and this is gonna be easy if they actually hold it out the ground.
And Mamba Lowkings to get inside the hard point early, and they get to swarm the hard point with numbers, but they will be faltering with A stepping up for C8 Jeux. But still, the fight is not over. 30 seconds to fight for, still plenty of time, and Luffy is gonna try to make things harder for C8 Jeux, but for the meantime, there's no one even pushing for Mamba Lowkings inside that hard point, trying to find a way for them to get inside this hard point, but they seem to just kind of chill around and make sure that they get the setup on the next hard point rotation. So basically, this final 8 seconds is not gonna get you a lot. So Lowkings, what they're trying to do is set up for the next hill itself as well, but seems like number 4 in blue is going to take them out clearly and dearly as we open up this white warehouse. This is where the operators is going to get used, and of course some of the score streaks it gets initiated. But Lowkings, you're gonna find an initial break. This is going to be very important. The game is still very much close. C8 Jeux trying to find a way for them to bounce back, but Lowkings in that hard point.
Yep, yeah. I think I'm actually laughing too soon because I feel like C8 Jukes is doing well to actually contest the points, even though it's a little bit tricky. And seeing through right now, PJ doing well, taking down one, he goes back, and he actually shuts down another more Luffy with a really good backup right here. White Warehouse will not be contested at all, doing a wonderful job from inside of Mamba Lowkings. I mean, I'm so sorry. I know that C8 Jukes probably hating me right now. The fans are saying that don't laugh yet. C8 Jukes have something to prove right here, and I'm looking forward to do it again. I'm looking for it, fans. I know I wanted to see C8 Jukes coming back right here because we see this is gonna be the interesting one because they still need that 3 wins to actually chase after that top 2 qualifying rounds. And right here, Loki doing well, not even more points goes out to the sea, and PJ getting 1 more points with that Predator missile. Still, the wooded house will be open to be taken by the side of Lowkings.
Yeah, every action has an opposite reaction. Thanks to PJ, the squad of C8 Jukes seems to fracture into fractions, and it's not really looking good. But they do have the early setup here at this Woodhouse, but that soon would falter as well because they will not have the favorable spawns in this game. They will be spawning back to Narnia, but Virus able to keep and maintain and sustain C8 Jukes type of player in this P4, but easier said than done. No players right beside for C8 Jukes to reinforce inside this hard point number 4 at this Woodhouse, and it seems like Mamba Lowkings slowly and surely getting their acts together. That momentum now swinging onto their side. They're gonna get this hard point scored majority of the time there. It's gonna be soaked in by Lowkings, and it's doing them great so far. That P3 to P4, they're filming and they're chaining everything here, Pasha Bunny, and C8 Jukes struggling to find an answer.
Yup, definitely. And we're back again. This is actually one of the longest hardcore match we've seen so far tonight. Usually by the time that the players, or should I say the points have been reset, it could have been an easy win for the side of either one of the opponents. But right here, Mamba Looking is also a little bit struggling, but points goes out to them for that P1. They might be able to close off the game straight away right this instant, but C8 is not giving up. They're still trying to do as much as damage they could to make sure the mid lane a little bit too close to be taken down and from that backstab, but nevertheless right here trying to secure that P1 and not even a chance from the Lowking side, and Luffy shuts it down. Right here Yopi will be able to actually finish you off, clearing out each and every single one from the backstab right here. Not even a chance. C8 will not break it through. This P1 will be holding out from the Mamba Lookings very easily.
And that's going to be the dagger, that cluster strike to that mid map, and of course that XS1 Goliath coming across that Americans is going to be the winning condition for Lowkings to end this game at this P1. But it looks like that XS1 Goliath is coming off pretty late as it's getting taken down early, but Lowkings only need a little bit more points and they will take this win. The hard point is going to be contested. Yopi could end this here, and they will do so. Yopi with 15 kills with 63 seconds in that hard point. Going to be more than enough for Lowkings to end it at that reset. But they did so struggle in that first set of hard points, but at the end, they did so win it, and that's going to be important here at this group stage. And not only that, Pasha Bunny, C8 Jukes failed to get that first map, so their odds of getting that top 2 spot is looking pretty slim.
Odds? I think there's no more odds anymore to the side of the team of C8 Juice. But nevertheless, this is what I always tell to the side when we saw how Gaijin Rogue fighting off with the Mamba Corinthians. This is their goodbye fight. And despite it is a goodbye fight, I want them to do their best to put a little bit of image to all of the viewers, to all of the brands out there, saying that even though we go down, we are not going down without a fight. And I feel like this is great. I mean, I really thought that the past few points they had, the very beginning of the heals, especially to the P2, it could have been goes out to the C8. They able to break it just a little bit for that point, but then again, Lowkings, their positioning, their gunfights is just too hard. It's just too hard. But they put their money on the table, man. They did actually push Lowkings to a point. They gotta do something. And remembering back to how Lowkings was actually struggling fighting off with the Gaijin Rogue, I think they don't want to tarnish even more of their brand itself. And people might be wondering, like, Lowkings, are you playing it cool? Are you playing it safe too much tonight? Or do you really want to push in for a great points for the wings of the last single, or should I say double robin of the group stage? And moving towards Search and Destroy, It's going to be tough because it is at the slums. Is this going to be the first match for the Search and Destroy at the slum, Callie?
Yeah, it is going to be the first time that actually Lowkings is going to try to play this Search and Destroy slums. And honestly, I love the take here. It will be giving C8 Jeux a really hard time. And not only that, they get to hide their strategies on the maps that's available at the maps that are open in this best of 3 series. So they're really playing it smart here. But again, slums is going to be a very hard map, although it favors the defenders. There's a lot of entryways for you to get turned down and of course get eliminated here. So you better have a really good game sense where the players might be rotating for you to get a better advantage. But anyways, let's come through. C8 Jeux, Mamba Lowkings moving it all along. We go to map number 2, slums, and Luffy gonna have the sniper already. Kalo with an early nade, and that's going to be an early start for Mamba Lowkings. And not only that, Kalo finds one more double challenge through here. Kalo gets one, Crate gets Kalo, Yopi takes Crate, a little bit of a back and forth, but the number is still in the hands of Mamba Lowkings, and Ace is waiting for the opportunity for one player to pick. And Yopi, there you go, Luffy going down. Cash able to help his teammate. Double challenge, we get a 1v2 here. Pasha Bunny.
Nicely put. They're actually great in not overextend themselves, but here Cash is in the desperate motion. He will be meeting off with one more player, but PJ shuts it down straight away. Cash is a little bit too slow with the flick of the wrist.
Yeah, it's going to be, look at the flick of that wrist. Mamba Lowkings. They just really make sure that they don't just play around, but, you know, about to start this game, TJ going to have himself quite a good game earlier at that firing range, but they have to continue here. Luffy gets the first blood, dropping C8 Cash, and aggressive take here right now for Mamba Lowkings, doing them great, but C8 Jeux, they know when to retaliate back, and they find themselves in great numbers.
Nicely done. I mean, I really thought that C8 was just all over the place. They're actually too aggressive to go straight to kill, but it's actually doing well for their rotation. I'm feeling that the aggressiveness goes a long way, and I think even Mamba Lowkings was actually surprised. But right here, Luffy just down Ace straight away with that quick scope, but nevertheless, Crate gonna do a little bit of backstab right here. Gonna clear it out one by one, but no! Ruff shuts down Crate instead. And right here, one more play to go from the C8 Jeux. This is gonna be tough, but on the other hand, Luffy shuts down, even though Bucky was the one who was trying to spray to the side.
Yo, how did C8 Jeux just got turned down from a 4v2 to a 2v4 clutch by Mamba Lowkings? The experience, the extravagant and the savant move there from Lowkings made it possible for them to get that victory. And we move in through. But that last round could have been a round for C8 Jeux. But then again, have to continue. We have to move along. Ace gets the first blood, and this is just a pretty back and forth. But obviously, you got C8 Jeux controlling this mid map, and that's going to be very important. And that's going to be Virus swinging against Yopi, taking him out. 5v3 again. C8 Jeux, they got the numbers, and they need to end it already and not try to choke for the second time.
Your bomb has been planted, but Luffy again with a quick scope. He's just doing a great, well done job in opening from the side, even though the numbers are still tied up to the C8 Jeux. And right now, he shuts down Ace as well. Well done, Luffy. Numbers are getting on top to the side of Mamba Lowkings. He's trying to do a little bit of wall bang there. He's trying to do an information taking, but nope, no one will be taken out from the C8 side. Mamba Lowkings is Mamba-licious at the moment right now. Going to do that wall bang again. Nope, not gonna do anything, Luffy. I mean, I like it. I like you're a little bit aggressive right now. They're just gonna take their sweet time. Bomb still hasn't been picked up yet, and we're still waiting for them to actually get it. 3 players still maintaining. Right here, Virus waiting for the opportunity to spray from the graveyard, but nevertheless, Luffy decided to do a rotation, going to the dumpster. Cash is already waiting, but no! Luffy decided to rotate to another side, and right here, Cash unfortunately missing that chance. Kelly!
Yo, Mamba-licious, they still have the chance to get this game, but they need to work and act now. It's going to be Luffy getting taken down there by Virus. This guy continues to persist, and he needs to get one more here. He swings, he turns, but he blows it. Raph gets the kill, but the clock is ticking against Mamba Lowkings. They need to settle the plant, and is going to anticipate. But number 5 could get the anticipation, but he's going to stay alive. Crate, although is going to go for the turn. It looks like Rap is going to be in the number disadvantage, and Crate takes full advantage of that early pick advantage he has, and is going to get this defuse. Nicely done for C8 Jokes, finally taking a round win.
Yep. I mean, I'm loving it. C8 Jokes a little bit slow on the pace, but that slow pace is actually fruitful for them for once right here. And Mamba Lowkings, on the other hand, they actually take their sweet too long time to a point that C8. I mean, I guess they were too confident because they saw how C8 Jokes, even though the numbers goes out to them, but right here PJ shuts down Bucky straight away, and Yopi shuts down Bucky as well. PJ shutting down one more player to go, and right here trying to figure out who will be able to clear out Loki straight away, pushing through to the side of the B. A will not be contested at all, and at the moment right now, PJ will make sure the graveyard will be taken care of. Great spot one player, he starts down Luffy, but on the other hand, he's been suffering a little bit of damage right here. You gotta be careful with PJ. PJ with that Mantan, you gotta be careful right here. PJ can do a lot of shits damage as well to the side by Cash. Shuts down Yopi, a really good backup right here, but Yopi will be shutting down another player as well. Shut down Virus as well. 2 more players to go. Mamba looking, he's on fire.
Yeah, and they did a great job controlling that mid-map. And what's the point of the mid-map? Well, obviously, Mamba Lowkings, if you get to control that mid-map, that sets you up for the cover for the entries that's specifically needed for you to win the game. And that's what Mamba Lowkings decided to prioritize, and they were so effective at it, dropping C8 Jokes in this game. And in that current round that we have now, we got one more round before we switch the sides, and C8 Jokes needs to keep this one close. Crate swings, but he's gonna get double chow. Easy kill there for Loopy, but there's going to be a really good trade here with Crate taking down 2 players with that thumper. So C8 Jokes, 3v3 situation. They managed to keep this game equalized, and they still got the chance to make things possible for them to keep this game close. How do they execute? That's going to be the question. And Spacky will try to get this turn. PJ spots him, and he gets that early kill done, and that's going to be really huge for your Lowkings. PJ swinging for one more time. Ace gets eliminated, and they get the round 1 and 4 now on that scoreboard.
I mean, we can't say much anymore, man. The fact that Lowkings with a great number, look at that. They don't need to worry about it. Luffy was just getting much kills for himself with 7 kills right on the stacks. On the other hand, C8, the mistake they have done, I gotta say, they're not securing each and every single parameter. They're just looking from a different angle, wrong angles, if I must say so. But Cash takes down Luffy, a great opening for the side of. But numbers are equalized again right here, and Mamba Lowkings chicken down as well. Klo gonna do a little bit of backstack. He spots one. He shuts down one. Great down. Bucky has been shut down. Equalized number, but right away, PJ shuts down Catch as well. Ace is the only one left right here with a sniper in the hands. It's gonna be tough. Bomb has been dropped right this instant. He's trying to see through from the broken house. He's waiting for that one player. Can he see it through? And on the other hand, one player, PJ coming in from the Memorial. Can he get to Memorial first? But points goes out to Chloe instead because he shuts down Ace first.
Yeah, Kalo is that one player that really is a standout for Mamba Lowkings. When it comes to this search and destroy, yes, you obviously think about PJ, you also think about Yopi, you think about Luffy, but Kalo is one of the far better player when it comes to initiating and of course engaging the opponents with gunfights. And he's one of the playmakers as well, but for now, Rap is going to get that first blood. So for C8 Jokes, after trade that first blood, they need to exchange it. And they do have that bomb swing towards this B-bomb side. And obviously for Rap, he's going to get that easy kill against Faris with that thumper, with that close range engagements. That's where the thumper, of course, will going to be very, very useful. Now, somehow, for this first 30 seconds, C8 Jokes going to have faltered as they drop 4 players instantaneously here, Fascia Bunny. And now they have to play a 1v4.
With Becky gonna be backstab right here. Chloe just trying to spray it out with that hip fire and getting one more point, making sure it's a W right here at the search and destroy. Yes, I know. You're probably asking, Lowkings, you're just playing off. You're just making fun of us, right? When you were fighting off with Gaijin Rogue, right? Right here, fighting off with the C8 Jokes. They're not showing off their mercy. They're literally dominating each and every single map, just getting more points for themselves, even though they don't need to. They don't really need to stack up those W because they got already as the top one for the Group B. But nevertheless, right here again, I gotta repeat myself. I know it's gonna be hurtful for the fans of C8 Jukes, but it is the truth. Because the fact is, it is C8 Jukes' goodbye match. And we're not gonna go first for the domination, despite whatever it is. I think C8 Jukes say goodbye already. They say no, we're gonna accept our loss right here. Despite it's such not a clean fight. I gotta say, at least honor the last fight. At least fight off till the end because we want to see at least as we saw how Mamba Corinthians fall down and say we're gonna take our lose as honorable as it is, no matter how it is, because we saw how Quartius, Klong was it. They respectfully taking their L to the face and saying, "It's okay, we've done our best." But for the side of C8 Jokes, we couldn't say anymore for the fact because both teams has left the building, and for the side of Mamba looking, they say like, "There's no need to fight. We got it already in our bags, man. We got 12 wins." And it could have been a 13W for them if they continue on with the raid and domination. It could have been another story. We're not even sure if C8 Juice could make another miracle and do something that we saw how Gaijin Rogue fight off with the team of Corinthians. But then again, C8 Juice says, sorry, goodbye, thank you.
well, that what just Mamba Lowkings did to see Chooks in that first game, and of course the following game itself at Slums SND. But then again, they have to at least get this raid domination. I'm talking about Chooks. They need to get this raid domination to keep their heads held high as they exit the Garena Master Season to Group B group stage, because at the end of the day, they outwork 256 teams, and not only that, they're able to give a lot of teams a run for their money in the 4 days that they play in this group stage itself. And now they have one final chance for them to make sure that they get a win against Mamba Lowkings. But it's going to be a really tough task. It's no easy task for you to take down Lowkings in a domination, but we did see Gaijin Rogue do that earlier, but it's going to be a total team effort. And C8 Jukes going to be a raid map. This is going to be their own map pick, so we could assume that they're going to have a lot of strategies to use here to get a better advantage against the boys. And of course, the Mamba Lowkings itself, the squad itself. So we are about to play here at this map. Once again, give it up. This is going to be the final game, the final map for this Group B group stage. Give it up once again for C8 Jokes and Mamba Lowkings playing here at Domination Raid. Fashion Bunny, take it away.
With Yopi already getting into the fountain right here with the culture and taking down straight away C8As as well. But Virus making sure this does not overextend from the gallery side, looking to backstab PJ. He shuts down PJ. I'm loving it. Okay, we're seeing the C8 finally pulling through their weight, figuring out, because the fact is, if Gaijin Rogue can do the same to the Lowkings, I know for a fact C8 Juice can do the same right here. But let's take a look. Creed trying to spot one player. He shuts down. Great job. And he shuts down another player too. Okay, good job. 4 kills right in this hand. And see it through to the side of the Mamba Lowkings as well. And double capture goes out to the C8 Juice. I'm loving this. This is going to be a whole new level. I thought it was going to be goodbye, thank you. But this is going to be goodbye. We're doing our best right here, my friend.
Yeah, 110% effort now being showed here by C8 Jokes as they continuously win all these gunfights that they need to at least score Mamba Lowkings here at this best of 3 series. But it's not going to be that easy once again. You see Lowkings still having the 2 flags in play. The flip did work for C8 Jokes to try and create a diversion, but it's not going to be enough for them to get that B flag open up. So now we move in here. We're going to see the blue team try to stack their resources towards the mid-map, whilst Lowkings is going to get that really good zone to cover all 3 entries here at this B flag site itself, as PJ continues to go for that rally. He's going to find 2 players lighting up the show. He's going to try and intercept one more player all the way across the spawn. He does also get 1, making that a 3 in a row. And Lowkings doing whatever it takes for them to intercept all of the lanes and make sure they buy themselves the time to put themselves in a better advantage.
They don't have to go push for the C side. The C side is already don't need to penetrate anymore for the fact that C8 Jeux is already struggling, and Ace on the other hand is going to do a little bit of SKS damage at the mid lane, trying to do the same damage that Mamba Looking has been doing, but so far they can't undo the damage have Lookings have done so far. And the fact that they don't need to overextend themselves, BA flags in their hands, they just have to, just how do I say, control, just make sure that the C8 Jukes does not pull through. But here Cash comes in to the B side, they're gonna actually contest it, even though this is gonna be a late game coming to us because we are already moving to 61 points. Mamba Lowkings again clearing out everyone, and Baki takes down Yopi, and on the other hand C8 is actually trying to win those gunfights, and Creed on the other hand trying to do an A steal as well as the B side. But unfortunately it's not gonna be easy because the first half will be ending with Mamba Lowkings leading the way.
Yeah, Mamba Lowkings just making sure that for the rest of the first half, they make sure that their A flag and their B flag is going to get secured and not for them to steal and of course take the first half. And that's obviously the classic Lowkings. They make sure they deliver. Their individual efforts is going to compound over time, and they will be finding themselves having far better score and a far better performance here so far in this first half. But that soon would have to be consistent as we move into the second half. C8 Jeux for sure, they have a chance and they will do whatever it takes for them to make sure that they get this map itself. But then again, it's coming fine out as we're going to see Lowkings have that early control at that B flag, whilst PJ is going to intercept and cut the spawn rotation, dropping 3 players. And not only that, is looking to get more as he will be extending all across the side and is going to eradicate 4, looking to find 1 more here at this basketball court, trying to break all these angles. It's going to be in a tight spot, but he gets 1. Tries to predict 1 more all across that bar, but is going to get taken out. But still, Lowkings, they did buy themselves a time to get those kills, but looks like their flags get captured, and C8 Jeux is going to be here trying to create some stir-ups to create diversion, but it's not going to work. Lowkings making amends. They get the B flag again.
Yep, I'm loving it. I'm like the fact that Creed was doing well, trying to do as pulling up all the weights of the teammates to make sure to actually steal the C flag. Just a little bit of time being wide off for the double flag, but it still goes out to the Mamba Lowkings. And again, B is being contested. C8 Cash takes down Luffy, an opening they needed. They're gonna go in right in front of you. There's 2 players right in front. Yopi shuts down. 1 more play to go. Unfortunately, PJ shuts down Varus instead. Such a sad sight to see. If not, they could have actually pulled through to actually steal away that B. But nevertheless, Ace come here, clearing out every single player right at the A side, and they will be able to clean up the messes and making sure that double capture goes out to them. But still, it is a long way to go, and that Predator missile from Claw just damages to the side of the C8.
And that's going to be a very smart play there for Mamba Lowkings. They removed the 2 contestants from C8 Jeux, so now they get to get the A flag once again. The favorable spawn is going to belong to Mamba Lowkings. They make amends of the situation that they were put into, and that's what this team can really offer: resilience. That's the word of the day for Lowkings, and that's their motto of the day. As they continues to unravel the situation that they're put into the game, they will be finding themselves waving their Mamba Lowkings flag ever higher against C8 Jeux, but still needs to find a way to make sure that they get to win this game. C8 Jeux, 2 flags in play. They got the Charlie, they get the Bravo, and Cash is working in it really, really good, dropping those 2 players. And not only that, looking to get these players at the basketball court and of course towards the swimming pool. But 20 points win now for Mamba Lowkings, and they will win this game. And I honestly think, doing the mathematics, that Mamba Lowkings only needs to control only 1 map and only 1 flag. And for C8 Jeux, they need to create a push for them to win this game.
Definitely, and right now with 134 points, it's still hard to beat off because of the fact that 100 points is already reached out. The only miracle that can be done from C8 if they actually get a triple capture right this instant, but unfortunately A will be actually controlled very well. They don't need to actually waste any more time. Lowkings will actually make sure this flag will be controlled, and especially making sure that no one from the C8 will go in. But right here, trying to contest with the Annihilator, Ace coming in, and the surprise attack comes through, and BJ shuts down both of the players Thomas who tries to steal, and right now PJ with that combo. Great, well done job making sure another player coming through, and not even one soul will be able to take that A side. 144 points. They're just gonna clear out some points for themselves, just playing off to make sure the win really goes out to Lowkings.
Yeah, Lowkings, they will eliminate C8 Jeux from the playoff contention, and they will be advancing to the next stage as the number 1 seed of the Group B in for the group stage. Total valiant effort for C8 Jeux, but Mamba Lowkings, they just gotta make sure that they really played great, Fashion Bunny, and they did so manage to win not only that hard point, but that search and destroy, but and as well as that domination as well.
Yep, definitely. 15 wins been collected by the team of Mamba Lowkings. I mean, it's amazing. It's very impressive from all of the maps they've done. 18 maps, 3 losses so far. I'm thinking it's going to be interesting to see how it off for the playoff. But back again to the post game, I'm loving it. I mean, I thought that CA could pull it through. I mean, Creed was there. He was there trying as much as possible to get as much as the flags, but it's not gonna be easy if this only one man show. And C8, despite whatever it is, this is gonna be the end of their journey. And I mean, we gotta congratulate them just how we did to the side of the Mamba Corinthians. They have done a wonderful job to qualify themselves to the group stage, but nevertheless, I mean, again, this is something that also a stats that we have to take note. They just form like 1 week before the Garena Masters. So, I mean, I know it's gonna be an excuses. People are going to say, no, I mean, if you guys are a pro player, you should be doing well already despite the new formation, but it's not easy. You can play with anyone. You might be a pro player. When you find someone else who has different kind of gameplay, game style, the chemistry will be tested out on the battlefield. And that's what we saw from the C8, even from the first half, the double robin. And something needs to be done from the C8 Jeux. Maybe learning those patterns again. Maybe the fact that they were tied up with Gaijin Rogue, meaning there's something in them. There's still something they can able to show off to the Garena scene, and we're hoping that it's not gonna be the end for them. I hope that they'll be able to come back. A great, well done job for the Garena Masters or even other tournaments. Hopefully they'll be able to back it off. But right here, this is the statistic. Lowkings bagging off that 3-0 again. This is the second series they're able to get 3-0 donuts. Beautiful numbers coming through from the Lowkings. Super excited, and congratulations to the Lowkings as well as Gaijin. We got Philippines as well as the City of Lion going towards to the playoff, Cali.
And it's going to be pretty nice that Gaijin Rogue, after really having a setback at Garena Master Season 1, they redeemed themselves at this Garena Master Season 2 to give a light and, of course, advance to that playoffs. But to touch upon what you said earlier against C8 Jeux, they were really able to go head-to-head against Gaijin Rogue. But here's the thing for C8 Jeux. They are a recently new formed team. And you did see them have a little bit of a miscommunication earlier. They did have some lopsided gameplays, but once they were able to top their potential, that's where they were able to swing a lot of the games, and they just made sure that they get the chance for them to win games. But again, for C8 Jeux to conclude their group stage, they have what it takes to catch all them wins, but they struggle to keep their momentum going. And that's something that they need to work on as a team cohesively. And of course, when they try to go and participate in the community tournaments, in that screams, and of course, as a team itself, if they do want to improve, that's something that they have to continue. They have to go through hours and hours of practice once again to be back and be great. This team's got potential. All they just have to do is put in more work for them to outperform every player that they will encounter for the next few Garena Majors events. And hopefully they do find themselves back in Garena Master Season 3. Who knows? Let's see if they'll be there. But then again, Lowkings. Let's focus the attention for Lowkings here at this point. Fashion Bunny, these guys, though they fall against Gaijin Rogue, they made sure that at the end of the group stage, they will be having great momentum, winning these 3 maps itself.
Yep. I agree. The fact that we're surprised for the performance of that Mamba Lowkings fighting off with the Gaijin Rogue, they put out a great work here for the last series fighting off with the C8. I think again, I mean, maybe there is some truth from the side of AJ. I think that AJ see through from each and every single shades as well as the mask that has been put out by Mamba Lowkings fighting off with the Gaijin Rogue just now. I think this is the real. This is the real deal that Lowkings has put out. I think this is where they really push in and fighting off and making sure every single effort they've done is very beautiful. But Gaijin Rogue, they gotta come prepared, man. They gotta come prepared because Low Kings were just showing off a lot of mercy when they fight off during that second, or should I say, during the last half of the double robin. But then again, Kelly has a different kind of theory. He said maybe no, maybe Low Kings did actually have a little bit of struggle. Am I right, Kelly?
Well, I was expecting Lowkings to struggle there just to give Gaijin Rogue a fighting chance on the playoffs. But then again, realistically speaking, you never know what's going in the minds of Mamba Lowkings itself. Maybe they're trying to play mind games. Maybe they're really struggling.
They're maybe playing games with us as well as a customer, man. I'm like, ah.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the two, but I think we have to agree with Mustachio. They might be hiding what they truly are when they went against Gaijin Rogue. But, obviously speaking, it's going to be interesting now that we have 4 teams in the playoff spot. You got Almighty, you got C8 United, you also have the recently team that qualified for the playoffs in Gaijin Rogue, and of course, Mamba Lowkings themselves. But again, let's still focus back into this game and see what really happened for C8 Jeux and Mamba Lowkings in this hard point match number 1, where we did see them actually C8 Jeux. I was saying that school meet me C8 Jeux, where they were able to get a lot of points. They're able to keep it close, but then Mamba Lowkings, they suddenly strike and they swing that momentum over and over again. And that Slums, Search and Destroy, it was pretty one-sided. It was Lowkings and with their aggression that took down C8 themselves in that Slums SND. And here at this domination, this is where things get a little bit more close for C8. But again, Fashavani, Mamba Lowkings, they're just 100 steps ahead.
I agree. The fact that C8 Jukes did try to do a little bit of early positioning, they want to get some points for themselves. They were back and forth of that double capture flag, but still the points really goes out to Mamba Lowkings. A little bit late games from the side of C8 Jukes. I know it because it was a little bit struggle, especially with the mid lane being covered by the side of PJ. PJ was just spraying out from everyone. I mean, like, you can't mess with PJ, man. When it comes to Mac 10, this is why he got the highlight. That's why Garena just give him the child of Garena itself. I'm gonna call him. He's the child of Garena. He's the only one got the highlight from the Garena. Has the PJ and Prey. He got the PJ and Prey. And look at that. He is the soldier of the game again and again and again. Are you the child of Garena, PJ? I think you are, my friend.
Yeah, I think so. He is, and of course, it's also he also has that Fasha Bunny buff. I mean, when you talk about him, I mean, he gets so good at it. Well, honestly speaking, for Mamba Lowkings, PJ has been one of the refined cornerstone for Mamba Lowkings, and it's been a really great player. I mean, 20.67 average skills, 9.67 that, and of course, a 2.14 KDA. As expected, this guy is one hell of a player, and he's going to be the player to watch for that playoff, especially here. Congratulations to Mamba Lowkings, as they will be taking the first seed of the Group B. They will be advancing to the playoffs. Total team effort. Great impact plays from everyone. Kalo, Luffy, Olea, PJ, Raph, and Yopi. They made sure that at the end of the group stage, they will stand at the top. And they did not disappoint, just making sure that they will be garnering enough power to pierce them through their competition and be at the top level of the competition, Pasha Bunny.
Yep. And I'm loving this because it really fits out our own redemption team, whereby just how you said that the team of Mamba Lowkings got number 3rd for the Garena Master Season number 1. So right now they're back. they're back to redeem themselves. And the fact that congratulations as well to Gaijin Rogue for bagging 11 win for themselves. I mean, I'm sorry, 10 win for themselves. Yes, 10 win for themselves and making sure they are the top two to move in to the playoff is just amazing. And we got two teams from the Philippines, two teams from the city of Lion, and I'm loving the numbers of stacks is doing well so far from each and single region. But right now, I don't know what's gonna happen to the Malaysia side because I'm still looking towards the Malaysia, man. I mean, come on, we lost our MV doctors already from the Group C. Right now, for the next match, it's not gonna be Group D. Group D will be hold up for the last one, and this is the hard team that I'm talking about that will be fighting off. But back to what I was saying, Group A will be battle off for the second, or should I say, yes, for the second double robin, which is for the 7th day of Garena. Call of Duty Mobile Master Season number 2 group stage. We'll start off with Tyron fighting off with C8 Stealth. Then Tyron, I still see you in my dreams, my friend. And see Legacy meeting off with the Omega first, and everybody's been asking when is Omega's gonna fight off. See you guys on this Friday. Don't miss it out. You guys already asked for it. This is it. Omega is coming out on this Friday, and they will be actually started off their fight off with C8 Legacy, and then we'll see C8 Stealth fighting off with C8, and that's gonna be a rotation again for the second and third match, which is Tyron meeting off with the Omega, Tyron, C8 Legacy, and I mean, Group A is gonna be exciting, Kelly.
It's going to be very, very exciting, especially when Tyrant's got the Fashion Bunny buff. But then again, there's going to be much more narrative coming at this group stage, day number 7, with Smart Omega finding themselves rejuvenated with the new player addition in Rage. And not only that, Tyrant Esports and of course C8 Legacy fighting for the number 2 spot. More action, more drama coming in for Garena Masters Season 2, Day 7. I'm Kelly Gaming. I'm down here with Fashion Bunny. We'll be seeing more action at May 20. Peace out.